Some Like It Perfect. It's Only Temporary, Book 3. Written by Megan Bryce. Narrated by Tess Irondale. Chapter 1. Delia Woodson was desperate. That's why she agreed to it. Because she was a painter, no one was buying her paintings, and she was desperate. She had bills to pay, food to buy. Someday she might actually want to live in her own apartment instead of on her friend's couch. Crashing on a friend's couch when you were all young and stupid was one thing. Crashing on a couch when you were most definitely not young and the only one still stupid was something else entirely. Delia's friends had stayed in college, and she'd painted. Delia's friends had gotten jobs and moved away, and she'd painted. Delia's friends had bought houses, taken out mortgages, and Delia crashed on their couches. She'd followed Justine from San Francisco to Boston when Justine had gotten a great new job with a great new paycheck. Delia had followed because a free spirit who painted was a dime a dozen in San Francisco, and maybe a free spirit who painted in Boston was just different enough to be successful. Right now, she was just hungry. Justine propped her hip against the kitchen counter and said, "Are you going?" "I'm going." "Painting a ceiling is not beneath you." Delia had heard this before. Michelangelo, yada yada yada. Sistine Chapel, blah blah blah. Delia said, "I'm painting clouds and baby-faced angels on an executive ceiling. I'm happy for the work. I'll be happy for the money. It is beneath me." "You could go get a real job." "I said I'm going. You don't need to be mean." Delia stared at the ceiling. If she was going, and despite what she'd just said, she hadn't quite talked herself into it yet, she probably needed to get up. Get dressed. Delia said, "How do you get up and put on a suit and go to the office every morning? I don't know how to make myself do it. I get roaring drunk every evening. That's how I do it." Delia looked over at her. "Tonight?" "Of course. We'll have to celebrate your first paying job in Boston." "I guess drinks are on me then." "Which means you'd better get up so you can pay for it." Delia stared at the ceiling some more. A ceiling she wasn't going to paint. Rip-roaring drunk? The rip-roaringest drunk two 36-year-olds can get without feeling like losers. Delia slid one leg off the couch and let her whole body follow bonelessly to the floor. Too late. I feel like a loser and I'm not drunk at all. She crawled into the bathroom, her head hanging, every movement slow and tortured. Her friend said, "You're 36, not 16. Go put on your big girl panties and pretend you're an adult." Delia stood. She straightened her shoulders. She didn't sigh again. She didn't slam the bathroom door. She would be an adult. Because doing crap you didn't want to do was what being an adult was all about. Delia would go paint an indecently rich corporate shill's ceiling because he couldn't think of any other way to spend his money, and she couldn't think of any other way to make it. And hey, maybe she'd get hit by a bus on the way. She could always hope. By the time Delia made it downtown, her mood had improved. She loved this city, loved the accent, loved the history, loved the cobbled streets. She'd even enjoyed the commute, enjoyed getting pulled along with busy people late for work. Granted, it was fall. The gorgeous yellow and red leaves crunched satisfyingly under her boots, and the air was chilly but not miserable. She'd yet to experience a New England winter, and maybe she'd change her mind about this whole Boston thing come the middle of February, but for now, it was fun. It was different. She got pulled up the subway stairs, and she went with the flow until fresh air hit her face again. She stared up at a tall new building with gleaming glass windows, and her shoulders sunk. No history here, but there was money and uptight business execs. Delia rode the elevator to the top. She stopped to look out the full-length window and wondered why those who had these kinds of views didn't stop to look. Too busy making money to enjoy what it brought them, she guessed. And, she knew, repetition dulled the splendor. Beautiful and awe-inspiring turned to normal, turned to invisible. It was why she hid things in her paintings, why someone would see one thing when they looked at it one way and see something else when they looked at it another. Why they could look for years and still find something new, something fresh. At least, that was her hope. For someday, when people bought her paintings. Mr. Cabot's scary, efficient secretary nodded when she saw Delia. The secretary rose, motioning Delia to follow her into the double-doored office. Ms. Charles said, "The scaffolding was delivered and set up yesterday. The paint is here as well. Mr. Cabot is in a meeting this morning. Now would be the time to organize." They'd already argued about this. Delia had lost. Mr. Cabot didn't want to vacate his office. Had, in fact, wanted her to paint at night when he wasn't there. Delia had only won that argument because she couldn't paint at night. She needed natural light. She needed to paint in the light her work would be seen in. Call her a prickly artiste all you want, it didn't change that fact. And that was only what the secretary had called her. Delia didn't want to know what the man in charge had called her. She was hoping he'd decide to move on out once he got a whiff of the paints. Delia surveyed the office. It was as big as Justine's one-bedroom apartment, half of it cleared of furniture and covered in painter's cloth. The large desk was still sitting in front of a floor-to-ceiling bookcase on the other side. The secretary handed her a check and said, "Please don't bother, Mr. Cabot. If you need anything, come to me." Oh, Delia was going to bother Mr. Cabot. She wouldn't be able to help it. She'd never met the man, and he already bothered her. You didn't get to sit in this office unless you worshipped at the altar of efficiency and liked squeezing blood out of stone. But Delia nodded at the secretary and watched her leave. She looked down at the check and decided she wasn't selling her soul. She was doing what had to be done. There could be pride in that. Then she took off her coat, rolled up her sleeves, pulled booties on over her boots, and started opening paint cans. Delia organized, tested colors on the ceiling, and finally began to see in her mind what the ceiling would look like. By the time she had started rolling out the base coat, she thought she could make the ceiling something decent, instead of a cliched nod to the master. The door opened behind her, and a deep, annoyed voice said, "What are you doing?" She didn't turn around, just kept painting. "Base coat. I hope the fumes don't bother you." She didn't smile, but it took effort. Mr. Cabot didn't say anything, just went and opened the windows. She turned then and said, "They open?" And then her stomach clenched, and she forgot how to think. He was beautiful, put together by a master, his light brown hair streaked with gold, his brown eyes framed by long lashes. His nose was straight, his jaw strong and sculpted. His body was toned beneath his dark suit, not too muscle-bound, not too skinny, just right. But he wore an expression of disdain, as if everything he saw did not meet with expectations, and since he was looking right at Delia, she could guess what she looked like. Red corkscrews would be waving wildly around her head. Her hair could be tamed, but it took a long time and a lot of effort, and she'd made peace with it years ago. Paint-spattered clothes that even without the paint wouldn't have looked like much. It was hard to get into fashion when you didn't have much money, and everything you owned eventually got paint on it anyway. Delia didn't care much what she looked like. Her paintings showed the world who she was. But next to him, she felt unkempt. Next to him, Martha Stewart would feel unkempt. So Delia laid the blame where it was due, at his feet. He said, "How long will this take?" She'd only ever met with the scary, efficient secretary before, and suddenly Delia was missing her. She said, "It will take less time if I don't have to work around you." He sat down at his desk and waved behind him at the bookcase. "This bookcase was built in this room. It doesn't fit through the doors, and every time my mother redecorates my office, I move out. Every time I move the contents of this bookcase, something goes missing. I'm not moving it again." Delia stared at him, her eyebrows knitted together. "Why does your mother redecorate your office?" "It used to be hers." "Huh." "So, again, how long will this take?" Delia stared up at the ceiling. "I was hired to paint the whole thing. It's going to take a while." When she looked back at him, his eyes were closed, his face pained. Delia said, "Does your mother redecorate your office just to get you out of it?" He opened his eyes and said, "The ceiling will take less time if you actually start." She turned back to the roller, filling it with a light ochre, and muttered, "Gee, why didn't I think of that?" "The ceiling will take less time if you don't speak," she said over her shoulder. "D'you think so? I'll have to try that." Delia rolled the base coat across the ceiling, finishing half of her half before she couldn't stand it anymore, and turned back to him. "You don't care at all what I paint on your ceiling, do you?" He didn't look up from his work. "No." "So I could paint Lucifer's brothel up here and you wouldn't say a peep?" "Don't paint Lucifer's brothel on my ceiling." "You just said—" She trailed off when he raised his head to look at her. It wasn't a mean look, a mad look. It was just his attention was focused on her. He stared at her, and she stared back, not thinking, until he finally said, "Just what exactly does Lucifer's brothel look like?" Delia shook her head and turned back to her roller. "Now you'll never know." "And that truly is a shame." She finished the half of his ceiling she had access to without talking to him again and started cleaning up for the day. When her paints were stored, when she'd cleaned her roller in the bathroom down the hall because she wasn't allowed to use his, she turned to find him watching her. He said, "Done already?" "It needs to dry. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon." He nodded. "You've signed the confidentiality agreement? You know anything you see or hear doesn't leave this room." She'd signed the confidentiality agreement. She wasn't a lawyer, hadn't even had it checked by one, but she was pretty sure it had said that if she blabbed about anything regarding Mr. Cabot or his company, that he would own her. Her children, her children's children. She said, "Would I be here if I hadn't?" His eyes sharpened as he looked at her, and she said, "Believe me, I don't care what it is you do here." His eyes ran up to her hair, then down to her booty-covered boots. "I believe you. Do you even know what we make?" Her face blanked as she thought about it. She said slowly, "You make something? Here?" His lips twitched. "We don't make it here. We just run the business from here." "What is it you make?" "Paper." She turned away. Yeah, I don't care. She took her booties off, checked the boots for paint carefully. When she turned back around, his lips were still twitching. She shoved her arms through her coat and waved at him like a demented cheerleader. "See you tomorrow," he said. "I can't wait." Delia went straight to the bank, opened a new bank account, and deposited her check. 3 months' salary that needed to last 6. Not the worst place she'd ever been, actually. And, okay, she was going to have to work adjacent to Mr. Chipper there, but the money was going to come in handy when Justine finally kicked her out. And, okay, he was at least a little bit funny, if you thought perfect assholes were funny. And, okay, she'd never seen a man as beautiful as him in real life. She might have to do a few sketches of him. She actually was feeling better and better about painting this ceiling. Or, at least, she didn't want to jump in front of a bus anymore. Progress. She met Justine at the bar after work. They sat on bar stools and drank light beer and ate peanuts. Justine raised her glass. "To a paying job." Delia clinked her glass. "To money in the bank." "To clients with money." Delia took a drink, holding it in her mouth and tasting it, then saying, "You have gone too far, sir, too far. You are going to have to get over this aversion you have to money. Money pays for beer." I could live without light beer." Justine said, "Money pays for paint." "I know I have a thing about money, but isn't there a point where more money is just pointless?" "I don't think you've reached that point yet." Delia laughed and took another slow taste of beer. "I know, and I know that most people don't start buying paintings or want to paint their ceilings in bad taste until money is pointless. I should get over it." "A painted ceiling is not necessarily in bad taste." "I think I can do something with it. I've decided I've been given carte blanche since Mr. Chipper doesn't care. I'll just paint whatever I want." Justine said, "You would have done that anyway. You just would have hidden it. And Mr. Chipper?" Delia laughed and closed her eyes, picturing him sitting at his desk, typing with no expression on his face, no emotion, except maybe disgust that his ceiling was getting painted. Disgust and resignation. "He's beautiful, Justine. You've never seen anyone as beautiful as he is. Way beyond pretty, beyond good-looking or even hot. Beautiful. I stopped thinking when I saw him." Justine said, "I know what's coming next." They nodded in unison and said, "An asshole." Delia said, "You can't be that beautiful and not be an asshole. It messes with you." "And he has money." "I know. If you're rich, you should be butt ugly, even things out." "Just don't get fired, okay? Ignore his beauty, get over the money, don't taunt him. Don't get fired." Delia sighed. It was long and heartfelt, and she said, "I could have a lot of fun with him." Justine shook her head, draining her glass. Delia said, "He wants his ceiling painted as much as I want to do it. I don't think he could fire me." She thought about it a little more. "He could probably fire me. There are probably other starving artists who would paint a ceiling in return for signing a confidentiality agreement and not using his bathroom." "Probably. Why does he want/not want his ceiling painted?" Apparently, Mother wanted his ceiling painted. He looked like Mother frequently wants things that annoy and inconvenience him, and of course he does it. Justine ate one peanut, brushing the shell carefully onto a napkin. "Don't knock keeping Mother happy too hard. It's paying for this beer." "Yeah, but don't make me pay for Paul's when he gets here. He can afford his own." "Paul's not coming." "Why? He loves to drink expensive microbrews that cost 3 times as much as a regular old Bud." When Justine shrugged unhappily, Delia said, "Are you fighting?" Justine wobbled her head. "No, but he's being weird. I know he's busy, but—" "Is it weird like let's take a step back, or weird like this just isn't going to work? Or weird like he's just tired and working too hard?" "It's weird like weird. Like things were going so well and now they're not." Justine's head hit the bar softly and she mumbled, "I'm 36. I don't have time for weirdness." Delia nodded. 36. The big 4-0 was staring them in the face. That big bitch of a 4-0 with one front tooth missing, a homemade shank in her left hand, her right hand beckoning you into the utilitarian shower behind her. The thing was, you couldn't get away from her. She was coming. She was coming, and she was going to enjoy it. And maybe it was possible for you to enjoy it as well, but from here it didn't seem likely, or even healthy. Justine's head came back up, and she flung her arms into the air. "I only have 4 years left. 4 years to find someone I like enough, who likes me enough, and then to move in together, then get married, then pop 2 kids out. 4 years." Delia motioned to the bartender. "We're gonna need another one over here." She pulled Justine's arms back down and rubbed soothingly. "Do you like him enough?" "I don't know. Do I? Or am I settling? Am I getting desperate? Oh, God, he can smell it. I'm getting desperate, and he can smell it, and it's freaking him out." Justine was freaking Delia out, so that was entirely possible. But friends did not say that out loud. Ever. Friends said, "Oh, please, like any man is sophisticated enough for that. All they think about is food and sex. Maybe he was hungry. Maybe that was the weirdness." Delia glared at the man sitting 2 stools down, staring wide-eyed at Justine, and flicked her fingers at him to look away. Justine turned in her seat toward Delia. "You think the weirdness is he's hungry? That's the best you can come up with?" "I'm just saying. You have no idea what the weirdness is. But he's a man. My guess is low blood sugar, or blue balls. You know how grumpy they get when they're backed up." That finally made Justine laugh, and she closed her eyes. Delia said, "He's been busy, right? Too busy to make some snuggly time with you?" Justine sighed. "Yes." "So either he's cheating on you—" Justine's eyes popped open, and Delia said, "In which case I will hold him down and you will wield the knife. Or he's just busy and cranky, in which case you will bring him an extra-large pizza and make sure you're not wearing underwear when you do it." Justine thought about it while she gulped down her second beer. Delia ate the peanuts. They were free. Justine put her glass down and nodded. "Yes, that sounds like a plan." She slid off the stool and nodded again. "That sounds like a pretty good plan. I'll take a pizza to his office, and he'd better be there alone and hungry." Delia said, "Right now?" Justine nodded, and Delia eyed her, mentally calculating how drunk she could be after 2 beers. Seemed like just drunk enough. "Want me to come with you?" "No. You okay to get back home?" "I know the way. Call me if you need to make bail. I can actually pay it now." Justine gripped Delia's hands. "Do you think he's cheating on me?" "I have no idea. Do you think he is?" Justine closed her eyes. holding tight. She finally shook her head. No, he's just being weird. Ask him about it. After the pizza. Justine sighed. That's a good plan, too. Why is it good plans are never fun? Good plans are usually work. Delia said, That's why I've never had one. Going with the flow is a lot less work. Delia watched Justine leave and grabbed another handful of peanuts. She nursed her beer until the bar filled up and the bartender started sending her dirty looks, and then she left, huddling in her coat against the light wind and hoping Justine was warm inside with Paul, hoping the weirdness wasn't the end. Justine wanted it all. She always had. Wanted a house with 2 kids playing in the front yard and a husband mowing the lawn. Wanted to be inside, typing with one hand and baking cookies with the other. Delia wished with all her heart that Justine would get it. Delia just wasn't sure it existed, that it could exist. But if it did, Justine would get it. Hopefully. Delia didn't want a lawn, and she'd already had a husband. She hated typing and couldn't bake. But she knew what she wanted now. She wanted enough. Her mom and G.K. Chesterton would say there were 2 ways to get enough. Make more or want less. Delia had wanted less for a long time now. She was starting to think it was time to make more. And that's why she would paint Mr. Chipper's ceiling and not get fired. She would not get fired. Chapter 2. The scary, efficient secretary held her hand up when she saw Delia the next day and said, I'll let him know you're here. Delia sat and twiddled her thumbs. She watched people walking back and forth, talking on their phones, tapping on their tablets. She was just starting to think about picking up the Harvard Business Review. She was that bored when the woman finally nodded at her. You can go in now. Delia breathed in and told herself she would not get fired. She was thinking about making a plan sometime in the near future, and getting fired wouldn't help with that. She'd never made a plan before, and she was pretty sure getting fired was never on it. Mr. Chipper was sitting behind his desk, typing, and she went straight for her booties, pulling them on and looking at the ceiling for wet spots. He said, painter? She turned her head. Excuse me? Your name, please? Delia. He didn't say anything, and she said, Woodson? Ms. Woodson, these are for you. He held out a small plastic box to her, and she looked at it. He'd gotten her something? She started smiling a little stupidly, and she walked over, reaching for them. What is this? Earplugs, for when I need to make a call I don't want you to hear. The warm feeling that had begun to spread through her body turned to ice. You have got to be kidding me. I think these will make both of us more comfortable. She stared at him, dead-eyed. Yes, I feel much more comfortable now. Thank you ever so much. He raised one perfectly curved eyebrow. Sarcasm? She raised one bright red eyebrow in reply and turned away. She shoved the little box into her pocket. She would use the earplugs. Because his voice made her think of crackling fires, hot cocoa and snuggling under the blankets, everything warm and good when the world was cold and harsh. And his words made her want to stab him with a dull knife. She pushed him out of her mind, trying to pretend he didn't exist, wasn't sitting over there typing and being beautiful. She dragged one end of the scaffolding a foot towards the eastern window, then grabbed the other end and dragged it a foot, back and forth, back and forth. It would take a few minutes until it was positioned where she wanted it. Mr. Chipper watched her with wide eyes, and she said, "I'm stronger than I look."
"Should I call someone to help you?"
That made her laugh, and she shook her head. "No, don't call someone." Oh, what it must be like to be rich, to have so much done for you that your first thought was to call someone. He sighed and pushed himself to his feet. She held up her hand to stop him. "I can do it."
"Obviously. Will it get done faster if I help?"
She didn't want to agree with him, so she didn't say anything. Just moved one end as far as she could. He grabbed the other side and moved it. Her side, his side. Her side, his side. They got it positioned just right, and Delia pushed out a thank you between tight lips. He nodded and walked back to his desk. She spread out another cloth to protect the carpet from paint, filled her palette, and climbed up the ladder to the top of the scaffolding. It was positioned as close to the ceiling as they could get it, and she crawled in, flipping to her back carefully. She lay there, pushing herself into the boards, waiting for her stomach to stop rolling. She wiggled a little bit, seeing how sturdy and balanced the scaffolding was. When it didn't budge, she let out a long breath. She would get used to being this high. She would. In a week, it wouldn't even faze her to be up here. But right now, her lizard brain was screaming at her that she did not belong up here. God, ceilings, stupid high ceilings. She loaded her brush, using her right hand. She was left-handed, and while she wasn't exactly ambidextrous, she could use both hands to paint. Broad strokes with her right hand, details with her left. It lengthened how long she could paint without cramping, although she still needed to take short breaks to rest and stretch. She turned on the hourly chime of her watch to remind her. When she painted, she lost track of time, even when she was painting stupid clouds on a stupid ceiling. Not even half an hour later, Mr. Chipper said,
"Ms. Woodson, the earplugs, please."
He couldn't see her, so she raised her lips in a sneer, growling silently at the cloud she'd just painted. She rolled the earplugs up, stuffing them into her ears, and when they were set, she waved her hand over the side of the scaffolding and yelled, "We're good to go, master." She smiled and gave the cloud some sharp white teeth. 10 minutes later, her stomach was roiling and her head was spinning. She yanked the earplugs out. "Oh, God, I don't think I can wear these." She grabbed the edges of the scaffolding, gripping tight, and swallowed hard.
"Ms. Woodson?"
"I can't hear with them in. I don't feel like I'm balanced. This room's not moving, is it?"
"No."
"Oh, good." She closed her eyes and breathed in through her nose and out through her mouth until the room stopped spinning. She opened her eyes gingerly, and when the clouds stayed where she'd painted them, she turned slowly to her stomach and crawled to the ladder. She resisted the urge to kiss the ground when she made it all the way down. Mr. Chipper said,
"Are you acrophobic?"
"No, just need to take a little break. Stretch." For some reason, he didn't believe her.
"You're afraid of heights and you're painting a ceiling?"
"No, I'm not afraid of heights. I'm just not used to being up there. I'll get used to it." He rubbed his forehead, and she two-timed it out of his office and down to the bathroom. She splashed cold water on her face and patted the back of her neck with a wet paper towel. What was her plan again? To paint a ceiling and not get fired? She was doing a great job so far. She did a few stretches, shook her hands out, and when she'd stopped fear-sweating, she slowly walked back down the hall. She walked right past his secretary without stopping and opened the door. He didn't look up, and she walked over to him, dropping the earplugs on his totally empty desk. No clutter, no pictures, nothing. She said, "I swear to God, I won't tell anyone whatever boring thing you talk about in here. If I do, I know you'll take everything I own, everything I have ever owned, everything I will ever own." He looked up.
"I will, Ms. Woodson. I will take everything."
She nodded, and this time she didn't think good luck when she agreed. She didn't think she had nothing for him to take in the first place. She would have enough, and it would start in this room, and not him or her mouth or a high ceiling would stop her. She looked up at the scaffolding. She looked up at the ceiling, and then she climbed back up. Delia picked dinner up, and even if it was frozen dinners and bagged salad, she was at least able to pay for it. Had been happy to pay for it. Justine looked in the grocery bag and said, "I'll have to teach you how to boil water." "Why? These noodles are already cooked. All I have to do is press start on the microwave." "How did you grow up in a commune and never learn to cook?" Delia pressed start on the microwave. "I was too busy painting. There were lots of people who could cook and did. I never had to learn." Just when I forget how strange you are, I'm reminded. I imagine you wandering between huts, every woman treating you like their own child. It wasn't too far off. She'd had a peaceful, zombie-like childhood, everyone blissed out, the children running around doing whatever they wanted, as far from Justine's structured piano lesson ballet class childhood as you could get. Delia said, "I don't know how we ever became friends." "You learned I could cook and latched on." Delia chuckled. That was probably it. Although it was more like Delia had seen someone with passion, with purpose, and had followed the fire. She was like a moth, attracted to the flicker of life. 18 years later, and she was still flapping around, following Justine's brightly lit path. They sat at the counter, Justine insisting they eat on plates instead of out of the plastic. Delia ate a mouthful of salad and said, "You came home late last night." Justine smiled. "He was hungry." "Good. Is the weirdness gone?" "For now." Justine sighed down at her plate. "But I'm getting desperate. It will come back. How do I stop it from coming back?" "Not want it." "But I do. I want a home, a family. I want to come home and not be lonely." "Then I can't help you." Justine narrowed her eyes. "You want it too. Why can't I smell your desperation?" Delia held out her hands, palm up. "The universe will provide." "Don't give me that crap. You don't even believe it." Delia half believed it. It was buried so deep that she knew she could never dig it all out. "Maybe I just don't want it as bad as you do. Maybe I just don't think I can do anything about getting it." "I know you're wrong. I can do something about it." Delia watched Justine attack her noodles, watched with wide eyes. Then she said, "No." Delia pointed her finger in Justine's face. "No. I know what you're thinking, and no. That's not a plan, that's a Hail Mary. That's a last-ditch effort. That's desperate." Justine angled her head away and said softly, "It would be easy. So easy." "Justine? Haven't you ever wanted something so bad that you would do anything to get it? Anything? Is he the one?" Justine closed her eyes, her voice laced with fear and sorrow. "I don't know." "If you do this, he won't be." "I can't start over, Delia. There's no time. I've been in Boston for nearly a year now, and have finally met someone who I might like enough, who might like me enough. Another year before we move in together, 2 years before we get married. If it's not him, then tack on another year before I find another someone I might like enough who might like me enough. God, Justine, you need to quit planning it out. This is something that you just can't control. You're not in charge of it. But it's my life. I can have anything I want if I can just figure out how to make it work. Delia shook her head. No, you can put yourself out there. You can work toward what you want, but you can't make it happen. Justine turned toward her. I can make it happen, if I'm willing to pay the price. And you're willing to give up letting it happen on its own? Willing to give up knowing that even if you hadn't trapped him, he would want everything with you? That would be hard to live with. And when do you think it's going to happen on its own? I lived in San Francisco for 17 years and never made it to the move-in stage. Yes, but this is Boston. Maybe the men are different here. Delia cocked her head and thought about it. In fact, I can pretty much guarantee that the men are different here. Give Paul a chance. Give yourself a chance at having everything. I can wait as long as there's no weirdness again. Did you ask him about it? When Justine shook her head, Delia said, I don't know what it is you want. What you think you're missing. Marriage is nothing. It means absolutely nothing when you are not with the right person. And if Paul was the right person, you could ask him about it. I don't want to know what the weirdness was, because what if it's something I can't fix? You can give me a lot of advice that I would take, because you have a brain on your shoulders and fire inside you to get what you want. But take it from someone who knows. No empty apartment, no solitary Friday night is anywhere near as lonely as when you are alone when you're with your husband. Justine took her hand and held it. I don't want you to be right about this. It does not happen often, but in this, I am. Delia patted her hand. I think Paul could be the one, the right one, the one you'll fight to make it work with. Not because you're running out of time, but because you're better together. Justine took her hand back and picked up her fork. Maybe. Move toward your goal, Justine. Ask him to move in with you, or give him a key. I'll move on out and you two can nest together and find out if you're lovebirds. You can't move out. Where would you go? I'll rent a room. Know anybody with an empty bedroom? Justine laughed. No, you can stay here as long as you need. I need a bedroom. You need your couch back. Justine shook her head, and Delia said, Yes, because you're going to go ask Paul to move in with you. How much do you think? Never mind. I remembered who I was talking about. His apartment probably costs 3 times as much as it needs to. Justine smiled. I know you like him despite the fact that he's a yuppie lawyer. Well, I like you despite the fact that you're a yuppie accountant. Justine side-hugged her. And we like you despite the fact that you're a hippie artist without a dollar to your name. You know what's really funny? I actually have a dollar to my name right now. It feels pretty good. Ms. Woodson had a drop of paint in her hair. It was distracting Jack. He could only see her hand stroking a small brush across the ceiling, a very small brush, and he knew it was going to take a very long time for her to finish the ceiling. The drop of paint in her hair was still distracting him, and Jack shook his head. She was a painter. Paint would get in her hair. She said, Can I turn on some music? No. It's so quiet. How can it be so quiet? Why aren't your minions running in and out, begging to do your bidding? He looked up at the scaffolding. All he could see was her hair, red corkscrews poking out over the sides, and her very small paintbrush. He said dryly,
I don't like distractions.
He bent to his computer again, then looked back up.
You have paint in your hair. It's pink.
Redheads can wear pink, and paint happens.
How do you get it out?
I shave my head when it gets too bad. It's why I hate painting ceilings. He fought a smile. He finally said,
That would be a shame, if it were true.
Everything I say is true.
Nothing you say is true. You just like to shock and awe.
She stuck her head over the side of the scaffolding. Do I shock and awe you?
Every minute of every day,
He said, and she laughed, a husky, low sound that made him think he'd surprised it out of her, like she thought she shouldn't think he was funny. He had to admit, not many people did. And he hadn't been trying to be funny. She did shock and awe him, with her wild hair, her sarcastic comments. He could close his eyes and see her dragging that scaffolding across the room without even thinking of asking for help. She'd hated him helping her, would have spent 10 minutes doing it herself to keep from thanking him. Every time she had to go clean paint off her brushes, she gave him a dirty look when she thought he wasn't looking. And every time she slammed the door behind her, he laughed. He would have told her she could use his bathroom after she'd trudged down the hall the 5th time in one afternoon. He hadn't realized how often she would need water, but he didn't want to. He couldn't think of the last time anyone had given him a dirty look. He didn't know why he thought it was entertaining that she so obviously didn't like him. He didn't know why he kept egging her on. She hummed a little tune, and though it was soft and pretty, he said,
Please stop humming.
It's Adele. You can't possibly object to Adele.
I do. Stop humming.
You have no soul. He bit his tongue to keep from smiling.
Excuse me.
She said louder, No soul. If you don't like Adele, you have no soul. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. She wasn't sorry at all. He looked up Adele and said with disdain,
She released her first album when she was 19. I have no soul if I don't want to hear a silly 19-year-old sing about the boy she lost.
She peeked down at him. How do you know that?
I just looked her up.
And have you listened to her?
I've never heard of her until just now.
She gasped. You've never heard of Adele? She scurried down the ladder to stand behind his chair. She leaned over him to read the screen, and she smelled like paint and lilacs. She said, Look up Rolling in the Deep. He brought it up, listening with his eyes closed. Ms. Woodson whispered into his ear, Why do you have speakers if you never listen to music?
Conference calls,
he said, and he didn't have to look at her to know she was grimacing. Jack said,
She was 19 when she recorded this?
21. She has an old soul. He nodded, and Ms. Woodson said, Maybe you do have a soul, after all, corporate shill. He opened his eyes.
No, I don't.
She shook her hair and headed back to the ladder. I know. I was being polite. She was halfway up the ladder when he said,
Ms. Woodson?
She froze, turning her head toward him and looking at him with her disgusted green eyes. Please stop calling me that. I feel like you're about to fire me every time you start with Ms. Woodson. It's just Delia. She stared at him, and he stared back. She said, Come on, you can do it.
Fine. Delia, would you mind?
He pointed to the door. She gave him a dirty look and muttered, I am not getting paid enough. She opened the door and he said,
Thank you, Delia. I'll let you know when you can come back in.
She slammed it shut behind her, and he laughed. When Delia came back in half an hour later, she said, Did you even call anyone?
Of course.
He'd called his sister. He trusted Ms. Woodson, Delia, with his business because he'd never met anyone who radiated disinterest like she did. Disinterest in him, disinterest in his business, disinterest in his money. He'd met plenty of women who'd tried to, but none who had ever succeeded before. He knew when women were lying. He did not, however, imagine that disinterest would extend to family drama. He didn't even want Delia to know he had a sister. His sister would be right up Delia's alley. Jack said,
I was checking this quarter's earnings per share, price-earnings ratio, gross margin.
Delia's eyes blanked and she turned away from him, climbing up the scaffolding with a groan. When she got to the top and disappeared from view, Jack smiled and went back to work. Chapter 3. Jack's sister burst through his door 10 minutes to 5. The ever-efficient Miss Charles closed the door right behind Augusta. They'd both learned there was no stopping his sister when she was in a mood, and it was better for the explosion to occur behind closed doors. He pointed to the ceiling and she said, Don't shush me. I'm not a child, Jack. You're not my father. He said,
I was pointing to the painter whose interest you have now attracted.
Augusta looked up to find Delia looking over the side. Augusta said, Oh, the ceiling, in a conversational tone, and Jack had stopped long ago being surprised at the speed she could change moods. Give her another second, and she'd be screaming at him again. I don't know why you let Mother keep decorating your office. It's like a men's club in here. Dark wood, dark furniture, and now the ceiling? Augusta held her hand up to Delia. Sorry, no offense. Delia said, None taken. I think it's a stupid idea, too. Then why? I like to eat. Augusta nodded. She turned back to Jack with a small grin. She whispered, I like her. I bet she drives you crazy. Delia said, I can hear everything you're saying. There's some weird parabola effect. Jack looked up at her.
Were you going to tell me about that anytime soon?
Not really. I just love hearing about cost margins and earnings, ratio, thingies. Jack said,
Ms. Woods.
He stopped and remembered he wasn't going to call her that anymore when he heard her growl. Augusta's mouth fell open, and she turned around again, her head tilted back to gape at the woman glaring daggers at Jack.
Delia, perhaps it would be best if you called it a day.
His sister turned back around to stare at him, her mouth still open. She growled at you.
She likes to shock and awe.
Delia muttered, I'd like to shock and awe you. And Jack could indeed hear her. There was some kind of parabola effect in this room. Augusta turned around and said, Who are you? Delia, I'm a painter. Who are you? Gus. Jack closed his eyes at the unfortunate nickname she'd picked for herself.
My sister, Augusta.
His much younger half-sister, and you can call me Gus. Delia smiled, then chuckled when she saw Jack's frown. Gus, does he ever call you that? She asked, nodding to Jack. Never, and neither does my mother. Well, You can't expect a woman who would think painting a ceiling was a good idea to like the name Gus for her daughter, can you? Augusta giggled, looking around carefully in case their mother had miraculously appeared to hear that blasphemy. Delia climbed down, and Jack thought that though her movements were still a little tense, she was getting used to being up there. Maybe she'd been right, and she wasn't afraid of heights. Augusta watched her with wide-eyed wonder. When Delia made it to the ground, she turned around and ran her eyes from Augusta's head to her toes. Her blonde hair dyed black, one side long, one side short and spiked, one long cross-shaped earring in one ear, her black leather vest studded, her jeans shredded. Delia said, "God, I'm older than I thought. I remember when this style came around the first time. It's for a Halloween party." "Oh, thank God." Jack said, "A Halloween party you're not going to. Not with him." "Not my father, Jack, remember? And last time I checked, I was an adult." Last time Jack had checked, she'd been 10 years old, shy and quiet, and she'd just lost her father. His mother had just lost her second husband. Both of them had been devastated, and Jack hadn't known what to do, had only known to move back home, to be there for them. He'd taken over the role of man of the house, had taken over this office because his mother couldn't anymore. The only person Augusta had wanted to see then, the only person she would speak to, was him. She'd loved him, needed him. And now she was suddenly 18, and she didn't. Delia waved the tension in the air away with a shooing motion. "Excuse me, Gus. It was nice meeting you, but I have quite a walk ahead of me to get to the bathroom. If I want to get out of here by 5, I'd better start now." Augusta waved behind her. "There's one right there." Delia looked at Jack. "I know." She turned away, and when she opened the door, Jack said, "Don't." She looked between him and his sister and said, "Just this once," and closed the door with a soft snick. Augusta said, "Who is that? Doesn't she know who you are? Doesn't she know who we are?"
"I really don't think she does. And even if she did, I don't think it would impress her."
Jack guessed if Delia Woodson knew who they were, it would only make her curl her lips up in disgust even more. Augusta threw herself into a chair in front of his desk. "And you haven't fired her for insubordination or something?"
"You don't think I have a sense of humor?"
Augusta shook her head, and Jack said,
"You're right, I don't. But I don't want Mother to bring in another painter. Delia's already started, and most of the time she's quiet." Except when she was slamming doors. And why he laughed at that, he still didn't know. Jack turned off his computer, cleared the few things that had found their way onto his desk. It was early for him to go home, but he didn't think he could get Augusta to not go to the party any other way. He said, "I'll give you a ride home."
"I'm going to the party, Jack. You can't stop me." She shook her phone at him. "And stop calling. I'll block you. I will."
"I pay for that phone. I could just turn it off."
Her eyes widened into saucers. "You wouldn't." Had he been 18 once? Had he ever thought the worst thing imaginable was losing his phone? No. The worst thing imaginable had already happened to him by the time he was 18. It had happened to Augusta as well, and if he was in a different mood, he would pat himself on the back for letting her be a normal teenage girl, for giving her the stability he'd never had, for giving her a soft place to land when her world had come crumbling down. She jumped out of the chair. "Turn it off? I don't care. The only person I want to talk to, I'll be with. Maybe I'll just move in with him. He wants me to." Jack knew he hadn't kept his face emotionless when she smiled in triumph. She said, "You don't want me to do that, do you?"
"It is one of my top 3 fears."
Augusta slammed the phone onto his desk, leaving it there for him. "I'm going to the party, and just maybe when I'm done, I'll come back home." She flung the door open hard enough for it to bounce against the wall. That doorstop Ms. Charles had ordered installed had come in handy more than a few times. Jack watched her stomp out of his office and leaned his head back against his seat, closing his eyes. Moments later, Delia said, "I'm pretty impressed that you didn't go stomping after her."
"It doesn't work. Nothing works."
He silently sighed.
"I know why teenage girls are always locked away in towers and fairy tales."
"Don't do that." He opened his eyes to find her standing on the other side of his desk.
"Don't do what?"
"I'm starting to feel bad for you. And then if you start having a sense of humor, well, God, I might just start liking you." The muscles around his mouth relaxed and his fists loosened.
"And that would be bad?"
"It would destroy everything I know to be true in this world." He nearly smiled. She stared at his mouth and said, "You want my advice?"
"No."
"She's trying to figure out how to be an adult. Let her do it."
"She's trying to figure out the quickest way to give me a heart attack. She's found it with a motorcycle-riding kid who's going to hurt her and leave her pregnant."
Jack didn't know why he was surprised that Delia laughed at that. She shrugged and said, "Some mistakes have to be made."
"No, they don't. Not that one."
"I'm sure you've never made a mistake before, but for most of us, that's what we call life. Fixing our mistakes is what turns us from self-centered children into adults."
"Some mistakes destroy us before we have a chance to become adults."
Delia shook her head with conviction and said with compassion, "No, they don't. We're just afraid they will."
"Do you have any other advice that is not horrible and could instead possibly help me?"
She laughed at him, her face bright and shiny, and he remembered that Delia didn't want him to have a sense of humor. Jack thought he might not want her to smile at him like that again. Delia said, "Does she live at home still?"
"Still? She graduated high school 5 months ago."
"No college?"
"No."
And that had been a never-ending fight. Augusta had not gotten into the school she'd wanted, expected to get into, and had decided she wasn't going at all. Jack had only given up when school had started in the fall. Delia said, "Well, personally, I don't know why you don't just kick her out. Make her worry about paying the rent and putting food in her belly. There's no time in the real world for going to parties and getting knocked up just to shave 10 years off your brother's life." He couldn't tell if Delia was trying to shock him or if she really believed that.
"Is that what your parents did with you? Kick you out?"
"I left when I was 16. I couldn't wait to be on my own."
"And they let you go?"
She snorted and headed back to the paint cans. "Yeah." Delia cleaned up the detritus that somehow collected throughout her workday, taking off her booties and inspecting her boots carefully. It was a ritual for her, the last thing she did before she headed out the door. She stuffed her arms into her coat, and when she got to the door, she stopped. She said softly, "She's going to go, Jack. Either you can let her go gently so that maybe she'll want to come back one day, or you can hold on tighter and tighter until she has to rip herself away." He didn't know what shocked him more, Delia calling him Jack, or how much her words hurt. The little girl he'd loved, the little girl he'd protected and babied and sacrificed for, was gone. She hadn't left yet, but she would. Jack just wasn't ready for that. Jack arrived home late. He'd stayed and worked, not having any good reason to leave. He found his mother in the front parlor, and she tilted her cheek for him to peck a kiss on it. She said, "Augusta?"
"What do you think?"
His mother pinched her lips together. "That boy is a horrible influence. I can't believe you would let her go with him."
"What do you want me to do, Mother?"
"Something."
"As she has said, I am not her father. And even if I was, she's 18.
"Take away her allowance. He won't be sniffing around her anymore if she doesn't have any money to throw around." Jack sighed, settling into a deep burgundy chair that had been his father's, and his father's before him.
"You're her mother. Why don't you do it? Why don't you take over the finances again? Not only would it strike terror into your daughter's heart, it would give me a break."
She flapped her hand at him. "No, I don't want to." He closed his eyes so he wouldn't say what he wanted to. That mourning for a man for 10 years was too long. That she'd been in mourning for nearly 20 years of her life, and it had eaten away a third of it. Jack had been 11 when his father had died, and his mother had mourned for 10 years. 10 long years. And then she'd gone out and found a second husband in 1 month. 9 months later, they'd had Augusta. Jack had been 22, and he'd suddenly found himself a big brother. He'd had a mother again, suddenly a father again, though he hadn't wanted one. And a tiny, squalling sister he'd never thought he'd wanted. A squalling sister he'd come home to every break, every holiday. A squalling sister who would climb into his lap and wrap her chubby arms around his neck and smile at him, babbling nonstop. To him, she had seemed like everything good and wondrous about this world. He didn't know how anyone could look at her and not feel his heart puddling into his feet. He'd spoiled her, and now he was paying the price. He'd never wanted to take over the father figure role. He'd loved being the fun older brother, loved being the one she ran to when mother was too much. But the older Augusta got, the more fear Jack felt. She wasn't a beautiful child anymore. She was growing into a beautiful young woman, a woman that other men looked at and wanted. Just how in the hell was he supposed to handle that? He pushed himself to his feet.
"I'm going to bed."
He didn't know what to do about Augusta. He didn't know what to do about his mother. He was half afraid that in 2 years' time his mother would come out of mourning and find herself another husband that very month. He was half afraid and half hopeful. She said, "What about Augusta?"
"She's at a party."
On a Wednesday night, the night before Halloween. And Jack knew there would be another party tomorrow night, and Friday as well. Maybe Delia was right. Maybe Augusta was trying to figure out how to be an adult and didn't have any responsibilities to worry about, only parties to plan for. Jack said,
"Are you serious about taking away her allowance?"
"You're in charge, Jack, if you think that's what's best." His mother didn't have any responsibilities either. She'd pawned them all off on him. He thought it might be too late for her. But maybe he could do something about Augusta. When Delia came through his office door the next morning, Jack stared, and then he realized he should have expected this. She said, "Why am I not surprised you didn't dress up?"
"Why am I not surprised you did?"
She struck a pose, her fists on her hips, her hair in braids sticking straight out from her head, a grin splitting her face. It took a lot of effort not to smile back at her.
"Aren't you a little old to be Pippi Longstocking?"
She stopped smiling to glare at him. "I'm a little old to do a lot of things, Being Pippi Longstocking isn't one of them. She pulled on her booties, and he waited until she'd finished before he said,
I cut off Augusta's phone.
She turned around. It's a start. Baby steps, right?
I closed all her credit card accounts.
All of them? She had more than one?
I emptied her bank account.
She nodded at him approvingly, looking impressed. Huh, I didn't see that coming.
She didn't come home last night.
She tilted her head, smiling a little at his discomfort. And you're afraid of what she might have been doing the whole night?
I know what she was doing. I wish I didn't.
She raised her eyebrows in disbelief. You can't tell me you've ever stayed the whole night out partying. I won't believe you.
You think I've been working in this office my entire life?
She chuckled, opening a paint can. Yes, I do. When she looked back at him, he smiled at her slightly, and her eyes widened. She sucked in a breath and looked back down at the paint can quickly. She muttered quietly, Put that thing away. And it made him want to smile at her again. Made him want to see her face flush and heat enter her eyes. It made a nice change from disgust. But it clashed with her Pippi Longstocking costume. There was something not quite right about Pippi looking lustful. He said,
I expect Augusta to come crashing into the office sometime today to yell at me about the money.
You might want to think about calling her Gus. Just a suggestion. Jack couldn't think of an uglier name for his beautiful sister. He said,
You're full of them. Suggestions. Here's one for you. Make a hasty exit and take a break when you see her coming.
Aw, can't I stay and watch? I signed the confidentiality agreement.
Trust me, you don't want to see that.
Trust me, I was a teenage girl once. Nothing she could do would faze me. He sighed. It fazed him, and he wished not for the first time that his mother would have handled Augusta, that there had been a woman to deal with this. He'd suspected, and now Delia had confirmed it. A woman would have handled Augusta better than he had. He waved his approval at her, and she grinned at him, looking forward to the show. And somehow, that look fit right in with her costume. Pippi was excited for the chaos and drama to come. His door crashed open far earlier than Jack was expecting, but he didn't take his eyes off his computer screen. Augusta shouted, Jack! He continued to type.
Just a minute, Gus. Let me finish this email.
It shocked her into silence, which hadn't been his plan. He'd hoped that if he said Gus without looking at her, he could get it out. When he looked up at her, he recoiled and stood swiftly to walk towards her. Her hair was matted, her makeup smeared. She looked tired and mussed. He grabbed her arms, looking for anything wrong with her.
Are you okay?
I have no money.
And that's why you look like you've been attacked?
No, it was just, I haven't slept. She shrugged. It was a good party. His heart started beating again, and he knew he was doing the right thing. He walked back to his chair, and she said at a slightly lower decibel, Jack, I have no money. He held out the phone she'd left yesterday.
You have no phone, either. I turned it off.
What?
You were right, Gus. I've been treating you like a child. You're not. You're an adult, and I apologize.
She stared at him with her mouth hanging open. He thought he heard a little snicker of laughter from the peanut gallery, and he looked up to find Delia peeking over the edge of the scaffolding, her braids still sticking straight out from her head. Augusta, Gus, angled her head up, her mouth still hanging wide open. Delia said, Sorry, I couldn't keep it in when he apologized. I've known him for a week and I know he's never wrong. Gus closed her mouth. He was wrong. I am an adult. Oh, yeah, I was saying he never thinks he's wrong. Jack said,
I can hear everything you're saying.
Delia laughed and pulled her head back in. Gus sat down slowly. You do always think you're right, you know?
That is because I usually am.
Delia snickered again, and Gus's lips twitched. But not about this?
I don't want to be wrong about this. The evidence suggests otherwise.
Gus smiled at him, as if all she wanted was for him to see that. She said, So now can I have my money back? A laugh pushed past his lips.
It was my money that I gave you. Perhaps it's time for a job.
She stopped smiling at him. A job?
I assume you would like a phone again? You'll need a job to pay for it.
Did I hit my head?
No, you grew up.
She looked around his office. Do I have to work here?
No, but if you'd like a share of the profits, then you'll have to contribute.
Mother doesn't contribute.
And that's who you want to emulate?
Gus blinked at him. Then she studied him, like she'd never thought before of what he must think of their mother, of what his mother retreating from the world had meant for him. She said, No, and he nodded.
Then you need to find a job. If you would like one here, Ms. Charles can find something for you to do.
Gus grimaced. I don't want to make your coffee and schedule your meetings.
I was thinking janitorial services. You have no experience, no education. A college degree does come in handy if you aspire to more than emptying the garbage.
Delia cleared her throat loudly. Jack stopped and leaned back in his chair. He exhaled loudly, then said quietly,
Sorry.
Gus grinned at him. I really do like her. Jack thought it was going to take some effort to transition from older brother to peer. But he looked at the grin on her face, at the humor she could see in the situation, and thought he might like Gus as an adult. He was never going to like that name.
You can go down to HR, see what they have available that you're qualified for.
She looked down at her clothes. Not like this. And I'm hungry. I don't have any money for breakfast.
Your boyfriend couldn't help you?
She glared at him, and he said,
Is that something two adults can't talk about?
She raised her eyebrows. He didn't have any money either. Of course he didn't. Jack might not agree with his mother that the only thing the boy wanted from Gus was her money, but her lack of it would certainly put a damper on things. Jack said,
I'll take you to lunch.
What about Delia? She likes to eat. They both looked up to find Delia looking down at them again, and she gave Gus a startled look. No, thanks. Jack said,
Yes, she can come.
If Delia was there, it would save him from being alone with his sister, when she looked like she'd spent the night doing things he didn't want to think about. With Delia there, he could pretend it was part of her Halloween costume. And Delia wouldn't hesitate to point it out to him when he was treating Gus like his little sister instead of an adult. Gus said, Let me go fix my makeup first. And Jack was glad he hadn't said anything about it. She grinned up at Delia. I'll use the bathroom down the hall like the rest of the workers. Delia watched Gus walk out the office door without slamming it. She murmured, You're good.
She's in shock. It'll wear off.
And how are you doing? He sat back, leaning in his chair so he could see her without putting a crick in his neck.
I'm wondering when the other shoe will drop.
It'll be when the newness wears off and she realizes the real world sucks. He chuckled, and she pulled away from the side until he couldn't see her anymore. She said, "I'm going to work through lunch, but thanks for the offer."
It's not an offer. You're going.
She laughed. He said,
You wanted to stay and see the show. It's not over yet.
When she still didn't say anything, he said,
And you like to eat, remember? Don't you want to come and clear your throat at me a few more times?
"Are you going to use your expense account?"
No, I'm going to pay for it with my ill-gotten gains.
She peeked over the side again. Her eyes narrowed, her lips pinched together. He looked at her, expressionless.
I'm in an expansive mood, Delia. Come and enjoy it because it doesn't happen often. I won't even expect a thank you after.
"Just this once." He smiled, remembering she hadn't slammed his door since she'd said that last time. She pointed her finger at him. "And stop doing that."
What?
"Smiling."
I will refrain.
She sighed and crawled to the ladder. Good. Chapter 4. Justine wanted to vomit. She'd waited and she'd waited. Waited to meet someone. Waited for them to make a move. Waited for them to suggest moving in together, take it to the next step. And it had never happened. She didn't wait in her career. Didn't wait for her boss to tell her what a good job she was doing. She told him. Reminded him constantly of all she brought to the company, how she made his life easier, how she made the bottom line better, why she deserved the promotion, the raise, and reminded him that if he couldn't keep her happy, there were other places, other bosses that would. So why couldn't she do the same in her personal life? Because she didn't believe it. She didn't know how she made life easier for Paul. She didn't know if she made life better for him. And she didn't know that there would be anyone else who could make her happy if Paul didn't. They'd been dating exclusively for months. It was time to take it to the next step. She couldn't wait for him to decide they were ready. She was going to tell him. She pushed at her stomach, hoping she could do it without losing her lunch. She hoped she could do it without hearing him say he disagreed. She carried a bag of sandwiches across Paul's floor and smiled at the workers burning the midnight oil. There were a few desks with cobwebs on the side, one with a giant spider trying to climb out of a drawer, but no one had dressed up for Halloween. No one had dressed up in her office either, and Justine knew she wouldn't get any trick-or-treaters. There weren't any children in her building, none that she knew of at least. She knocked on Paul's door and pushed it open. She smiled, and he smiled back, and she felt guilt that she'd thought about getting pregnant accidentally on purpose to keep him. She felt guilt that the idea was still swimming in the back of her mind, whispering to her how easy it would be. So easy. Just have a little accident. Just be a little forgetful. And she could have the family she'd been waiting for. She'd waited so long. Paul stood, walking around the desk to kiss her. He took the bag, peeking inside.
Thanks, honey. You know you didn't have to do this.
He put the bag down on his desk and pulled her against him. She went to him, smiling, all the while wanting to scream at him. See? Don't you want this? Why don't you want this? Justine took a deep breath. I know, but you've been so busy. She ran her hand down his lapel. Your suits are starting to swim on you. He laughed, digging into the bag with one hand.
If only that were true. But all this time sitting, along with all the muffins they keep around this place, and I know that you are just being kind.
She took the bag from him, pulling out napkins and laying them out on the desk as plates. She'd wait until he was full and happy. She had learned a thing or two about men in the last 18 years, and then bring up moving in together. He took a big bite of sandwich and she blurted, "I think we should move in together." He froze, his cheeks full of meatballs, and she squeezed her eyes shut. "I mean, I like you. I think we should think about moving in together." She heard him chew slowly and gulp. She kept her eyes closed.
Honey, I like you too. I don't know if now is the time to move in together, though. I'm so busy I can hardly think.
She opened her eyes, and he wasn't looking at her as if he wanted to run screaming. She said, "I know you're busy. We hardly get to see each other, and I thought maybe this would help with that. There would be some time together, even if it was just sleeping in the same bed." He smiled and touched her wrist.
I could get behind sleeping in the same bed.
"What if we just moved in together on the weekends? We can alternate between your place and mine. We can trade keys."
Is that okay with Delia? You do have a roommate to think about.
"I already asked her." He nodded slowly, walking around the desk to sit in his chair, and her stomach nodded again. He said,
Can we talk about this in a few weeks?
She nodded. She took a small bite of chip and her mouth opened again. "I'm 36. Paul blinked.
Okay.
"You don't know what that means, do you?" He shook his head slowly.
Is your birthday coming up? Did I miss it?
She laughed a little and was horrified that it sounded wet and teary. "It means I'm high risk. If I got pregnant this second, I would be a high-risk pregnancy. And the older I get, the less chance I can get pregnant at all." She laughed again at the fear in his voice, and this time she had to wipe her nose. "I'm not saying I want to get pregnant right now, but I need to know that we could be heading in that direction, that we could have a future together, and it's not just for fun. I can't do just for fun anymore. I don't have time." She put her head in her hands and muttered, "And this is why men date younger women." Because younger women could have fun. Their ovaries didn't scream at them every month. "Last chance, final call, get a fucking move on." They could afford to wait, like she'd done, until they couldn't wait anymore. And then they were too desperate for any man to want them. She couldn't stop the tears from falling, and she said through a tight throat, "I don't know if I want kids with you. It sounds horrible and cold and calculated, and why you'd even think of sticking around after this, I have no idea. But if I have to scratch you off the list, I have to do it sooner rather than later."
You have to know right this second?
"Don't you know right this second? Don't you know if you want a wife and a family someday? It doesn't have to be with me, but do you want that at all?" He watched one tear slide down her cheek and said,
Yes.
"Yes?"
I've always assumed that I would get married and have kids. That's what you do.
She took a deep breath and swiped at the tear. He said,
I don't know if I'm ready for that now. I don't have time for dinner. I don't have time for kids.
"Do you think that ever changes? That we'll ever be less busy?" He looked at the stack of folders on his desk.
I hope so. This isn't sustainable. And it would be a lot easier if kids just happened the old-fashioned way. Accidentally followed by a shotgun wedding, followed by a chiseling out of time for them.
Justine blinked wildly and her mouth fell open. She stopped herself at the last minute from telling him she'd been thinking about doing just that. She'd scared him enough for today. Paul said,
I don't know if I'm ready for kids. You don't know if you want them with me. But it's not no, Justine.
Her eyes widened. "Yes, exactly. It's not a yes yet, but it's not a no."
But if it's going to be no, you want to get there as quickly as possible.
Everything inside her settled. Her stomach calmed down. Her shoulders relaxed. He understood. She smiled at him. Yes.
You do know that was extremely romantic. The most romantic relationship talk I've ever had.
She laughed at his sarcasm. I've told you before that I'm not romantic.
That's all right. I've never thought romantic was what I wanted.
What do you want? He shrugged.
I don't know. I've only seen what I didn't want.
She didn't ask because she didn't want to know, but he said,
I haven't seen what I didn't want in you.
Now that is the most romantic relationship talk I've ever had.
We're a pair.
She took a deep, deep breath and kept on smiling. They just might be a pair. He took another bite of his sandwich and said,
My place this weekend?
Warmth bloomed in her stomach, and it seemed like cotton balls were suddenly stuffed into her ears. She couldn't hear anything but her blood pumping through her veins. She nodded quickly before he could take it back. He said,
We'll chisel out some time to make keys for each other this weekend. But right now, I've got to get back to work if I want to go home tonight.
She stood, gripping her purse. I'll see you tomorrow, then. I'll bring dinner over to your place tomorrow night? When he nodded, she grimaced. I will have work to do this weekend. He laughed.
Good, because that's exactly what I'll be doing.
Justine was still smiling when she got home. I haven't seen what I didn't want in you. As far as declarations of love went, that was pretty pathetic. But she knew exactly what he meant, because she hadn't seen what she didn't want in him either. Sometimes she thought love was like a flowchart. Does this man attract you physically? Yes, continue to the next step. No, return to the beginning. Keep moving and see if you could make it to the end of the maze or if it was back to the beginning with someone else. And she knew that her 16-year-old self would be looking on with horror, would see that as a business transaction. She'd wanted that knight on his white horse. She'd wanted a man to swoop in and sweep her off her feet, to make her forget everything and everyone, to have the fairy tale. But that wasn't what real life was like. Only 16-year-olds could get swept off their feet. The older a woman got, the less likely it became, because the older you got, the more you realized that getting swept off your feet was a little dangerous. Getting swept off your feet meant you weren't expecting him to do whatever it was that bowled you over, which meant you didn't really know him. Romantic love, fairy tale love, was ignorant. It was hopeful, and maybe hopeful was romantic, but Justine thought that really it was just stupid. She went straight to her closet, pulling down her overnight bag and digging through her closet. When Delia came home, Justine's entire wardrobe was piled on her bed. Delia stopped in the doorway and raised her eyebrows. Justine held a sheer robe up, clasping it to her chest and twirling. His place this weekend. She stopped twirling. I was a complete wreck in his office. I cried. I told him I was 36. She closed her eyes at the memory, and Delia said, And now his place this weekend, so it must not have been too weird for him. Justine chuckled weakly and opened her eyes. Do you think he's telling his friend right now that it got weird? Don't answer that. Delia just smiled at her. Justine said, We're going to alternate weekends. He'll be here next Saturday. Delia groaned. I guess I'll be finding a new apartment this week. I can't unsee Paul wearing his Ralph Lauren boxers. Boxer briefs, Justine said, and Delia held up a hand, shaking her head. Please stop. Then Delia sighed. Boxer briefs. I should have guessed that. Justine held up 2 sweaters, a classy argyle and a tight pink, and Delia pointed to the tight pink one. Justine folded it up and placed it neatly in the bag. Delia came all the way into the bedroom, digging through the clothes and taking all the classy wool slacks and button-up shirts out. She said, "Jeans and sweaters, and no lingerie." Delia took the sheer robe, hanging it back up in the closet. "This weekend will be comfortable and cozy. Don't cook for him the whole time, don't clean up after him. Start as you mean to go on." Justine sat on the bed and put her head between her knees. She breathed in and out and mumbled, "I thought moving forward would feel good, but now I'm thinking if it ends after this, I'll have to go through this again. If it ends after this, it will be worse." Delia sat next to her, rubbing her back. "Repeat after me. I have been given this life." Justine groaned. Not Delia's, "The universe will provide, if it happens, it happens, isn't this life just wonderful as it is" shtick. Delia said, "I have been given this life." Justine sighed and repeated, "I have been given this life." "Whether it is for 1 year or 100 years is not for me to say." "Whether it is for 1 year or 100 years is not for me to say. All I can do is take what is given me and make it my own." Justine sat up. "Your mother made you say this?" Delia said, "Yes. All I can do is take what is given me and make it my own. All I can do is take what is given me and make it my own." Justine had never met Delia's parents. They never left the commune, and Delia never went back. Delia talked to them once a year, the same time, the same day, every year. And that was it. Delia didn't even talk about them a lot. She took what she wanted from them and left the rest behind. Whereas Justine talked to her mother all the time. Whereas Justine's mother asked her every time they talked how it was going with Paul. Delia said it was sort of her own personal serenity prayer. She said it a lot to herself, and when I was in the throes of a teenage temper tantrum, she'd make me say it. And I'll give this to Mom. It is just the right amount of acceptance for the things I can't control, along with the knowledge that there are still things I can. Justine blew out her breath. "Your mother is nothing like mine. My mother knows I'd be married if I wanted to be, so therefore, I must be doing this to torture her." Delia chuckled. "Marriage is not all it's cracked up to be. I don't know why she's in such a rush to get you there." Justine didn't know either. In rare, clear moments, she wondered what the rush was. And then she remembered children. She was on a deadline. "Every parent I know wants their children to hurry up and get married. Yours are the anomaly." Delia smiled at her. "Yes, my parents are an anomaly. They're also not married, so maybe that's why they don't care if I am. I expect they'd be happy for me if I found someone to share my life with, like they have." "Don't they want grandchildren?" "Last time I talked to them, they had 5 babies in the commune. They have grandbabies." Justine thought one day she'd like to go visit this commune. It didn't sound like a cult. It sounded weird and alien, but like a group of people who wanted something different and had made it. Northern California was just like that. Justine didn't miss it very much. She liked being able to guess what people were going to do. Justine went and got the sheer robe back out of the closet. "I've been given a chance with Paul, and I'll do whatever it takes to make it work." "Just be yourself. That's who you want him to fall for, isn't it?" "Maybe, but can't I ease him in gently?" Delia laughed at her friend. "Yes, ease him in gently, but don't be something you're not." She grabbed one end of the robe and pulled. "This isn't you." "I cannot wear my flannel pajama set the first weekend we live together." Her flannel pajamas were covered in smiling jack-o'-lanterns. Why couldn't she just have bought plaid? Why did she have to have silly seasonal pajamas? She was a serious professional woman with jack-o'-lantern pajamas. What is Paul going to be wearing? Delia closed her eyes and held up one hand. Don't tell me. Just think about it. What would Paul be wearing? Justine couldn't imagine him running out and buying something to impress her for their first weekend living together. If he had any leopard print bikinis, he'd probably be hiding them. Delia said softly, You think if you were just better and prettier and could bake better cookies and wear sexier clothes, you would have what you want. Justine, you can do everything right and not get what you want. That's just how life is. Delia waved her hand at the overnight bag. If this is all you will ever be given, enjoy it, live it, as yourself. Like you're enjoying painting your corporate shill's ceiling? Yes. We went out to lunch. Justine dropped her end of the robe and put her hands on her hips. You went out to lunch with the CEO? Delia nodded. She balled up the robe and stuffed it down her pants. Justine made a face. Ew, but that will not distract me. The CEO is rich, he's handsome, and you went out to lunch with him? He's disgustingly rich. He's beautiful, not handsome, and yes, I went out to lunch with him and his sister. Justine shook her head. What is going on in that office all day long? Teenage drama, mostly. And when that's taking a break, I paint and he types. She smiled. I did get him to admit Adele has an old soul. Justine's eyes widened in horror. What are you doing? Delia sighed. I know, I need to leave him alone, but he's so uptight and perfect. I don't think the man even knows how to be unkempt. There is nothing on his desk. He sits there and works and never has any fun. Doesn't listen to music. I bet he doesn't even pull up any porn, even when I'm not there. Justine said, You're sketching him. He's beautiful. When am I going to have another model that beautiful to work with from again? Does he know you're sketching him? Of course not. It's probably in the confidentiality agreement somewhere. Thou shalt not sketch the master. No matter how much he makes my fingers tingle, no matter that he was made to be immortalized. Justine closed her eyes. Oh, God, please let Paul look over that agreement you signed. Why? I already signed it. I prefer not to know what's in it. You prefer to be surprised when they come for everything you own? Delia nodded, then her head wobbled. He'd wait until I had something, and then he would pounce, wouldn't he? Justine nodded. I can't not paint him. I can't. Even if it is in there, I can't not paint him. Then don't sleep with him. Just choose one. Delia muttered. I told him he had to stop smiling at me. Then, you think he wants that from me? Justine dug through the clothes again. She could wear jeans and sweaters this weekend. She could wear yoga pants to bed. She could, but she didn't have to wear pajamas. Justine folded the yoga pants and put them in the bag. She said, Why wouldn't he? Oh, Miss Woodson, you dropped a little paint right here. Would you come clean it up? With your mouth? Delia sat down on the bed, laughing, and pulled the yoga pants back out, waving them in the air. You're not doing yoga this weekend. Bring the pajamas. And how many bosses have tried to get you to clean off their paintbrush? None, because I am a professional who would shove their paintbrush down their throat. What would you do? Stand there and say, You want that from me? Well,
Even if I would sleep with him, and honestly, what woman wouldn't? He doesn't want that from me.
Delia, he's rich and beautiful. Men like that take what they want.
I get that, but he doesn't want me, I guarantee it.
Justine picked up her jack-o'-lantern pajamas and stared at them unhappily. Stop talking to him. Don't go to lunch with him.
You were telling me not to get fired just a few days ago.
Don't get fired. Don't take your pants off. Those two pieces of advice are not mutually exclusive.
Delia grabbed the pajama bottoms, leaving Justine with the top. There. Those tops with some orange panties, and it'll say you're seasonally sexy. And lunch was a one-time thing. I'm not going to take my pants off even if I sometimes think I'd like to. I won't ask him to take his pants off so I can sketch all of him, even though I'm certain I'd like that.
Delia, I'll take your advice if you take mine.
Justine rummaged through her underwear drawer until she found her orange underwear, because yes, she did dress seasonally. She'd never tried seasonally sexy, though.
Don't go with the flow on this one. The flow is leading you underneath a perfect asshole, and I can't think of anyone worse for you than that.
Delia fanned herself, then shook her head, clearing it. I've got a plan, and I promise you it does not involve Jack Cabot.
Justine took a long, deep breath. Well, then, you'll be fine.
She would be. Delia was always fine, no matter what happened. Justine was the one sitting here wondering if she could wear pajama tops without the bottoms, wondering if she left the top unbuttoned, if Paul would be distracted enough not to notice the maniacally smiling pumpkins. Delia walked out, the robe still stuffed in her pants, and Justine decided that this was the best she could do.
Chapter 5.
Paul stared at the office lights in the next building over. Stared, wide-eyed. He liked Justine, and seeing her more, living with her on the weekends did feel good. Scary, especially if she was going to keep crying. But Justine was always intense. She was structured and intense, and he liked that about her. She didn't hem and haw, she didn't waffle. She was focused and put together. Usually. Most of the time. And he liked that most of the time, too, when it wasn't focused on him. But he was a lawyer, and he could hide what he was thinking, what he was feeling. And maybe that's what she needed. Someone who didn't react when she went all intense. She wanted to get married. She wanted kids. He wanted that too. He just wasn't sure he was ready. He wasn't sure they weren't ready. But he was comfortable taking it another step with her. Living together on the weekends, giving each other keys. Baby steps. Baby steps toward a finish line he wasn't sure he was ready to cross. He stopped staring wide-eyed at the next building over and smiled because here he was, hemming and hawing. Where was Justine when he needed her? He called his sister because she always knew what everybody should do.
Polly, oh, thank God for another adult. When do you think baby brain ends? By the time the kid turns 18?
He looked at the picture of his chubby niece that he kept on his desk. Mom got over it pretty quick. I don't think you need to worry about it.
Mom is not a good example. Mom gave birth between lectures. She didn't even take a week off, let alone a whole year. My brain is atrophying.
Paul closed his eyes at the mental picture of his mother dashing between lectures to push him and his sister out. Mom always said it was her fault for not planning better, for not having them during summer break. She always said she didn't know why she hadn't learned her lesson the first time with Paul. Mom didn't know why Karen had taken a year off work. At 65, Mom was thinking about retiring. Paul said, "How is little princess?"
Happy, now that Daddy is home making faces at her and willing to carry her around everywhere. You don't think 20 pounds is a lot until you can't put it down.
I'll have to carve out some time to come over and carry her around. Give you guys a break.
Yes, please. Sometime before she turns 1.
I should be able to just about do that.
If he was lucky.
But right now, I need some adult advice.
Use protection. He grinned.
That's kind of the advice I was looking for. How do you know when you're ready for kids, for marriage?
The skies open up, the birds break into song.
And in the real world?
You're willing to fork over 2 months' salary on a ring that she will wear to change diapers and mop the floor. 2 months' salary was a deterrent. He said,
Seriously, how did you know Steve was it?
Karen stopped with the glib remarks and paused. Seriously? How seriously?
Serious enough to be asking my sleep-deprived sister. Maybe I should talk to Steve.
No way. He's changing a diaper right now. The 3rd one since little Princess was born 9 months ago. I'm not giving him an out.
Then just ask him how he knew when it was time to pop the question.
Well, I'm awake now. Are we talking about Justine? Paul looked back out the window.
She wants us to move in together, which I think I'm okay with, but the rest? I just don't know. I don't want to string her along. If she's not it, it would be kinder to tell her now, to stop this before it went any further.
Are you sure you're a lawyer? That is such a decent and good thing for any man to think, let alone one who is a lawyer.
She was in my office crying that she was 36. She told me that if this wasn't going to work, she needed to know sooner rather than later.
His sister hummed in the back of her throat. I didn't realize. 36. 2 years older than Paul. 7 years older than Karen. She said, All right, I'll go ask Steve, but I'm not changing this diaper no matter how much he gags. She muttered to herself, I will not change this diaper. Be strong, Karen. Be strong. She covered the phone, and after a minute, Paul heard a muffled, Oh, come on. You're gagging over this? Steve whined at Karen, and Paul listened to them. Listened to what a family was. It didn't always smell like a bed of roses, but he knew they were both happy with what they had. Or maybe it was one day they'd be happy that they'd done it. His sister came back on the line and said dryly, He says he thought I was the best he could get. She held the phone away from her mouth and said, You weren't wrong. Steve said faintly,
I know it, babe. I still know it.
Paul knew why Karen had married Steve. Probably even knew why the guy had only changed 3 diapers. He made Karen feel like he'd lucked out by getting her. They had their moments. Moments where Karen would call asking Paulie what the statute of limitations on murder was. But they were a team. They were part of a whole. Steve came on the line, and Paul smiled.
Got out of another diaper, huh? You're welcome. You're asking when it's time to pop the question, man. That's not something you ask a woman. They'll always say it was yesterday.
Paul grinned.
And you'll say it's always someday. Put it off as long as they'll let you.
Paul imagined Steve's shaggy blonde hair, his plaid flannel shirt, the big hulking bear of a man, his sister's dark hair, glasses permanently perched on her nose, her face in a book. She was on parental leave from Harvard, assistant professor of ancient history, until the end of December. Steve worked for the Forest Service. They didn't look like they went together, but somehow they did. Paul said,
You didn't. I know, but I'm married up. I had to nail that down before everyone talked her out of it. And how did you know you were sure? That this was it, that she was it? I just knew. I knew that I'd never be happy without her. I knew the first time I saw her that she was mine. And you're not just saying that because Karen's standing right there, threatening you with a gag-worthy diaper?
Steve made a noise in the back of his throat.
I know Mother Nature can be nasty. I see plenty in my line of work. But the things that come out of my sweet little princess, it is just not right, man. Just not right.
Paul closed his eyes, trying not to imagine what could be so horrible that it would make a man who'd sucked an eyeball out of a fish, a man who hunted and field-dressed his own game every year, sound so horrified. Steve said,
I love Karen more every time she lets me pass that cup. I would lay down my life for that woman. You feel that way about your woman? Would you give her your life?
That expectation was a lot to live up to love someone more than yourself. He didn't feel that way about Justine. Paul said,
Did you feel like that before, little princess? Maybe not. There's something that happens to a man when he becomes a father. Something magical when you hold your baby in your arms that first time, when you realize you're what's standing between her and the world.
Paul was a lawyer. He'd seen the dregs of society, and he knew nothing magical happened when someone became a father. But he knew Steve. He'd been there when little Princess had been placed in his arms. He'd seen the tears streaming from the giant man's eyes. Paul had always assumed he would get married, have a family. He'd also assumed that he would put it off as long as he could. He was just wondering if maybe he'd passed that point. It was time. Was it time? Paul heard Karen say, "Take her, you big baby." And he chuckled. The longer they stayed married, the more Karen became like Steve, gruff and expressive. There was a loud smacking sound as Steve kissed his wife. He said into the phone,
"If you get the chance to have this, Polly, you should take it."
And Steve became more like Karen. And maybe that was the trick with picking someone to marry. When there were no birds, no halo of light telling you this was the one, no moment where you just knew, you had to pick someone you wouldn't mind becoming more like. Karen said, "Bring Justine to dinner one night. It'll give me an excuse to get out of these stained sweats. Give me an excuse to get a sitter. Oh, please, say yes."
I'll think about it in my spare moments.
He looked at the stack of folders on his desk, behind his desk.
It won't be anytime soon.
Before little Princess turns 1.
Before she turns 1, I will.
He hung up, thinking. He knew his marriage wouldn't be like his sister's. She hadn't married down, but she'd certainly married different. There was no one like Steve in their family. They were studious and bookish, while he was rugged, almost wild. Justine was driven, smart. She was an accountant. She'd fit in their family. But he wondered, did he want to become more like her? And he wondered, was Justine the best he could get? Paul picked up a spare key during lunch the next day and surprised Justine at work. He knew she'd be there. She always worked through lunch. Her eyes widened when she saw him, and he smiled, holding out the key to her.
"In case you're done before me."
She blinked when she saw it, her face flushing, and she slowly reached out to take it. She smiled down at it, then up at him. "I haven't got you one yet."
"That's fine. I just didn't want you to have to wait for me in case I got stuck tonight."
He nodded at the suitcase sitting behind her desk.
"Packed already?"
"I thought I could just go straight to your place after work."
"I'm glad I brought you the key then. Call me when you leave and I'll see if I can't make my escape."
"I'll be a little late. I need to do some shopping. I thought I could wear my normal pajamas. I can't." He tried to remember if he'd ever seen her pajamas.
"I can't imagine what you wear to bed that could be so bad. that you would be embarrassed to show me."
She looked down the aisle to the next desk, then unzipped the suitcase and pulled out a long flannel sleeve covered in jack-o'-lanterns. She stuffed it back in the bag. "I have fall leaves that are bright red and yellow and orange, neon red, yellow and orange, and scary green witches. The jack-o'-lanterns are the least embarrassing." This was something new, that this intense woman wore theme pajamas. He said,
"I love it. How come I've never seen them before?"
She muttered, "We've never slept together before." They'd never slept the whole night together before. She looked in disgust at the suitcase. "I should have prepared better. It's silly."
"Justine, are you ever silly?"
She waved her hand toward her suitcase. "Unfortunately," he said.
"Do you have Santa pajamas?"
She nodded slowly, closing her eyes. "And snowmen. And Christmas trees." He laughed, perching on the edge of her desk.
"I can't wait to see them. You only wear them after Thanksgiving, right?"
Her eyes popped open. He grinned, tapping her temple lightly.
"Everything in its place. And don't worry, it's nowhere near as embarrassing as what I wear."
"Leopard print bikinis?" He laughed and leaned down to whisper in her ear.
"I don't wear anything."
When he pulled back, she said, "Maybe I don't have to worry about pajamas."
"Maybe not."
They smiled at each other until one of her coworkers passed her desk. He pulled back.
"Should we go somewhere for dinner to celebrate our first night of sleeping together?"
"I thought dinner at home might be nice."
"That does sound nice. And then we can model our pajamas for each other afterward."
He stroked her hand, then stood up.
"I'd better get back to work so I can actually make it home for dinner and the show."
He didn't kiss her. Too many people walking around her communal desk. He stopped before he got too far away and turned around.
"How come you can wear Halloween pajamas still? It's November."
Oh, he knew Justine. He knew she was the kind of person who took her Halloween decorations down the day after Halloween, put her Christmas decorations up the day after Thanksgiving. She said, "I can't. But it's better than the neon leaves, so I was making an exception. They're pumpkins. I thought it would be okay."
"What about Thanksgiving pajamas?"
She ducked her head. "They're turkeys, carrying axes." He laughed until she looked up at him.
"Now those I'd like to see."
"Next weekend."
"I'm going to have to see the whole collection."
She nodded, trying not to smile, trying not to be embarrassed. He left, still smiling, still thinking that he knew Justine, and he didn't. She could surprise him with her silliness, but it was ordered silliness. He liked it. He liked her. Maybe this was really it. He thought, 2 months' salary? Who came up with that rule? Friday morning, Delia entered Jack's office. Late, of course, but not later than her normal, and she pulled on her booties carefully. She studied the ceiling, making sure she wasn't getting lost. The blue sky was tinted, pink, yellow, orange, red, east to west, the breaking dawn, the setting sun. It needed more detail, clouds and angels, and shadows. And then they'd have to move his desk, and she'd have to do the other side of the room. She grabbed one end of the scaffolding, and Jack said,
"Are you going to ask me to help?"
She shook her head, and he pushed his chair back. He walked slowly towards her, and her stomach flipped and flopped. She watched him and mentally sketched his nose, wondering why some people were considered beautiful. There were all sorts of theories, usually relying on proportions, but she didn't believe any of them. Songs weren't favorites until you heard them a few times, and if you liked it the very first time, It was because you heard something in it that you liked already. Love was based on familiarity. Beauty was based on familiarity. Delia knew why his eyes were beautiful. They looked like a pool of melted milk chocolate, and what woman could resist chocolate? They got it positioned just right, and she climbed the ladder to the scaffolding, saying, "Is Gus going to come crashing in today?"
Most likely. She drove in with me this morning, and I expect she will make her presence known.
18-year-old girls are pretty good at that.
18-year-old girls are good at making all their wishes known. She told me she couldn't start work on a Friday.
Delia snorted. Well, sure. It's like starting a diet. You can't do it at the end of the week.
But once I pointed out that she had no money for gas, she somehow persevered.
Delia closed her eyes, fighting her smile. She had to remember to be careful. She couldn't take him when he was being funny, when he smiled, when he laughed. She chewed on her lip. She dug her nails into her palms, and when she couldn't take it one more second, she peeked over the side of the scaffolding. He was typing on his computer, smiling into the screen, and Delia just looked at him. She whispered, "Please stop smiling." He looked up, his brown eyes warm and happy, and he didn't look like a perfect asshole at that moment. He just looked perfect. She said, "We're going to have a real problem if you don't stop doing that."
Because?
Because you're beautiful and you make me want to paint you.
Don't.
I won't.
She would. She was.
She wouldn't tell him. And I forget that you're a corporate shill and I work for you. He nodded and looked back at his screen.
I've noticed you have a real problem respecting authority.
I have a real problem with people expecting me to respect arbitrary authority.
How do you decide if it's arbitrary?
It's all arbitrary. His lips did their slow glide up, and she turned back to her paint. Stupid, beautiful men. Stupid, beautiful men who cried out to be painted. She had to paint him just to get him out of her head. She ignored him as best she could the rest of the morning, taking her frustration out on the ceiling. She jerked when Gus pushed the door open and shouted, "Lunch! You coming, Delia?" Delia peeked over the scaffolding to find both of them looking up at her. Gus was dressed in a white button-up shirt and navy slacks that looked like they'd been a school uniform. Jack pushed his chair back and stood, a smile threatening the corners of his mouth. Delia held a finger up at him, warning him about that smile. He waved her down.
Then hurry up, Delia. Gus is dying to tell us how her first day of work went.
Delia went. She liked to eat. She was hungry, and she wanted to know how Gus's first day of work had gone. Gus dug into her Cobb salad. "I filled out paperwork." Delia cut into her steak, her thick, fatty, cooked just right steak that she would never have ordered for herself. Jack had looked at her and said,
"Do you eat meat?"
She nodded. "I eat it. I love it. I can't get enough of it." Gus had laughed. "I would have guessed vegetarian. I would have guessed vegan." Delia had nodded again in agreement. "In my misspent youth." And then Jack had ordered them both ribeye steaks, medium rare. Delia couldn't decide if she was upset at him for his high-handed ordering or happy that she hadn't had to look at the prices. Jack said to Gus,
"And did you see any positions you were qualified for?"
She said happily, "I wasn't qualified for any of them. They were obviously hoping for a best-case candidate."
Which you obviously are not.
"I am. I'm your sister. Anybody who hires me barely out of high school with no work experience will get major brownie points, won't they?" Delia nodded. She is not wrong. I could use an assistant. Jack choked on his steak and reached for his water glass. Delia said over his coughing fit, "You need to open and stir paint cans, carry things up and down an unnecessarily high ladder, move cover cloths, and wipe up spills." "I could do that in my sleep." Delia said wisely, "It is not the chore that is hard, but the everlasting repetition that kills the spirit." "Is that a quote?" "It should be." Jack cleared his throat loudly, and Delia looked at him. "You going to make it?"
"I appreciate the thought, Delia, but working with you would not teach her the lessons I was hoping for."
She raised an eyebrow at him, but he merely said,
"She's already learned how to disrespect the CEO and how to be late."
"But has she learned to do those things with flair?"
"I don't want her to learn how to do those things with flair. I want her to learn how to show up and get the job done."
Gus looked between them. "I'm sitting right here." Delia said to Jack, "Is your ceiling getting painted? The job's getting done. I don't know why getting there at the gong of a clock matters."
"It shows respect."
"It shows that you're anal. And I respect my work. I may not respect you. I might not respect that pile of glass your money bought you, but every brushstroke on your ceiling is a part of my soul. You can see how I think, what I believe, who I am, who I wish I was in everything I paint. You could see that if you looked at it." Jack and Gus stared at her. "Every bit of it has to come from within me. Every bit of it open to 5-second critiques, careless dismissals, and just flat-out dislike." She tried to hide it. She tried to hide what she really painted, but it was still there to be seen by any passing Joe if he cared to look hard enough. She didn't particularly want anyone to look hard enough. She especially didn't want anyone looking too hard at the ceiling she was currently painting her soul into. It wasn't a particularly flattering view of herself. Jack said softly,
"Why do you do it?"
"I can't not do it. I've known what I wanted to do and what I had to do forever." He nodded.
"I've known what I was going to do, what I had to do, forever."
Her gaze sharpened. "But it's not what you want."
"Want was never part of the equation."
Gus ate her salad and flicked her eyes between them. Delia said, "Want is always part of the equation."
"Money is part of the equation. Responsibility is part of the equation. Duty is part of the equation."
Delia looked down at the steak that money, responsibility, and duty had paid for. She knew a lot of people would disagree with her, probably most people, but she thought too much money might be just as bad as not enough. She'd had plenty of experience with not enough. It was bad. She wouldn't deny it. But there was a certain freedom in having nothing to lose. She asked, "Do you think want is less important than money, responsibility, and duty?"
"Yes, perhaps. I've always assumed so. Do you think it's more important?"
"Yes, maybe. I always have in the past." Delia glanced at Gus. "But I live on my friend's couch, so I might have been wrong. It might be just as important, not more than." Jack looked at Gus in her grown-up school uniform.
"It might be just as important, not less than."
Gus took a long drink, looking between the two of them with her eyebrows raised, then said, Are we going to order dessert?" Jack looked at her half-eaten salad and Delia's half-eaten steak.
"I don't think so."
Delia and Gus made faces at each other as their plates were cleared. Jack handed over his card to the waiter, and Delia perked up. "Expense account?" He huffed a laugh.
"No."
They walked the short distance back to the offices, and Delia breathed in the chill air. She said, "If you know anyone with a spare bedroom, let me know. I really miss sleeping in a room with a door." Gus nodded. "I'm looking for a place, too." Jack stared at her.
"You are?"
"I can't live with you and Mother forever." Jack looked like he'd thought that was exactly what she'd do. He looked like he'd expected to have to kick her out like Delia had told him to.
"And how are you going to pay for it?"
"I have a job." Delia and Jack stopped. Gus turned slowly, trying so hard not to grin at them that her lips looked like little puckered berries. "I told you I was filling paperwork out all morning." Jack crossed his arms.
"Who hired you?"
HR. They needed someone to take applications and make copies and update the job openings. They wanted someone proficient in database, but I told them I was quick with computers. I'll learn. She shrugged. "I told you they were looking for a best-case candidate, but they decided I'd do. I think they just wanted the ear of the CEO working in their office."
"The ear of the CEO?"
"If I'm going to ride in with you every morning, you're going to be hearing about my work environment. I mean, really, Jack, HR is the first place prospective employees see. Don't you think it should look nice? Maybe a nice painted ceiling?" Delia looked at Jack and said, "I think she's going to be just fine." Chapter 6. Monday morning, Jack was waiting for Delia when she entered the office. He rose, motioning her toward him.
"Delia, there's something I'd like to discuss with you."
She peeled her coat off slowly and wondered if she was getting fired, and if she'd have to pay back the money. He said,
"You're looking for an apartment?"
She cocked her head. "Yes?"
"Roommates?"
She stopped walking toward him. "Where is this going, Jack?"
"Gus wants to move out. She's thinking about moving in with her boyfriend."
Delia's breath rushed out.
"Oh." "Her friends have all gone off to college. She doesn't want to live alone, and I don't want her living with her boyfriend."
She blinked wildly. "And you thought of me?" He nodded and sat back down. He twisted his computer screen around to show her a 2-bedroom apartment not far from Justine's. Her eyes popped when she saw the rent. "I can't afford that." He turned the screen back around to look at it again.
"No?"
"No."
"What can you afford?"
"Probably what you spend on toilet paper every month." He thought for a long moment, then said,
"I have no idea what I spend on toilet paper in a month."
Delia closed her eyes. "I meant I can afford a pittance. To you, it would be a pittance."
"I don't want my sister living in some crack den."
"It's not on my top 10 either. Surely there's someone you know who she can live with. She doesn't have to live with me."
"There's no one I know I would want her to live with. Except you."
A light, bubbly warmness filled Delia's heart, and then she remembered the last time she'd gotten all warm and bubbly around him. She narrowed her eyes. "Because?"
"I think you would be a good influence on her."
"I distinctly remember you not wanting her to work with me because I wouldn't be."
"As a professional influence, no. As a personal influence, yes."
Delia sucked in a deep breath and whispered, "I think that's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me." He looked surprised.
"It is?"
"You think I'm a good personal influence?"
"I would be very happy if Gus became a little more like you as a person. You're outspoken, brave, optimistic, and unrepentant."
How do you know I'm optimistic?
You were Pippi Longstocking for Halloween, and you're painting happy clouds on my ceiling.
Delia looked up. Do they look happy?
They look happy and purposeful.
When she tilted her head back down, he was looking right at her. Delia started smiling stupidly. Jack's lips started curving. She sat down with a thump. You don't know me all that well. What if I'm just waiting for some young, impressionable teenager to lure in?
Are you?
Not really. Living with a teenager doesn't sound all that fun to me.
It's not, which is why I will help with your share of the rent.
Wait. Delia held her hand up. You want to pay me to live with your sister?
I want to pay you to live in a neighborhood I won't worry about my sister living in.
I can't decide which one of us should be more insulted. Jack said,
I don't know why either one of you should be insulted. I would like my sister to live in a safe neighborhood, and I'd like to pay you to make it happen.
And what are you really paying me for? I'm not going to be spying on her and reporting to you.
Thank you. I'd prefer not to know what she was getting up to. I assume if her boyfriend is as bad as I fear, you'll make your opinion known. Probably to both of us.
Well, he might know her a little better than she'd expected. She said, You think I'm going to be her babysitter?
Just an older, wiser female figure.
He saw her expression and said,
Like an older sister, like a hip older sister.
Just stop. He nodded and sat back in his chair. Delia said, What if I like him?
If you meet him, I would like a report.
You haven't met him? He shook his head and she said, Then how do you know he's a bad influence?
Because she comes home drunk and high and...
He waved his hand around his face.
Must.
She's 18. I think that's the uniform.
And he rides a motorcycle.
The siren song of a hog, luring innocent young women to their pleasurable destruction. Jack closed his eyes in pain, and Delia took the opportunity to just look her fill. Maybe if she could freeze him for 10 minutes a day, it would be enough. She could get over it and stop being blindsided every time she looked at him. He opened his eyes. Googly time was over. She said, Reporting on him instead of her feels like it's splitting hairs, but I can see the distinction. I can tattle on him. He took a deep breath and the pinched look disappeared. She hadn't realized it was there until it was gone.
Thank you, Delia. I just couldn't stand it if she moved in with him.
You've got a real prejudice against motorcyclists, and I didn't say I'd live with her, just if I'd be willing to narc on him.
I've got a real prejudice about wild boys dating my younger sister.
Delia crossed her arms and looked out the window behind him, trying to decide if this violated any of her principles. She thought of Justine and what she'd say when she heard about this development, and flicked her eyes back to Jack. This isn't some weird scheme to get in my pants, is it? You're not going to be popping in unannounced to get your money's worth, right? He blinked, then laughed.
No, there will be no dubious strings attached.
He laughed again, closing his eyes and shaking his head.
I'm not expecting anything from you except to live with my sister and help her become an adult. She needs a woman she can emulate.
You're really making it hard to say no. And you're really making it sound like work.
Gus needs to be around someone who treats her like an adult, someone who doesn't want anything from her.
You don't think paying me to live with her counts?
No, Because I don't think paying you will affect how you act toward her. When she's ready to move on, you'll tell her without a thought for the money. Oh, God. Sometimes he could say beautiful things to her. She wasn't sure he knew they were beautiful. Maybe she just hadn't looked at him enough yet today and it was coloring his words. Maybe he was doing it on purpose. I'll think about it. When she wasn't looking at him. Jack nodded. I haven't said anything to her about it yet. I thought you could bring it up at lunch. She stood, heading to her paints and saying over her shoulder, I'll think about it. But all she thought about was Jack, telling her she would be a good influence on his sister. When the three of them sat down to lunch, Delia said to Jack, Before you order for me, I'd like chicken today. Gus said, The chicken club is good. That's what I want. Jack lifted an eyebrow at Delia, and she nodded. He ordered 3 chicken clubs, and Delia didn't even have to glance at the menu. Jack stared at her without blinking. Delia took a sip of water. She wasn't going to bring it up. Jack tapped her with his shoe under the table. Delia shook her head, and he said, Delia is looking for an apartment. What if you roomed with her instead of with Nate? Delia was impressed he was able to say the boy's name without sounding like he wanted to vomit. She was not real impressed with his subtlety. Gus looked at Delia. Would you want to? She shrugged. I don't know. You're looking for somewhere to live. I'm looking for somewhere to live. Gus sat up. The 2 of us? In a real apartment? She sounded excited about it. Maybe Nate didn't live in a real apartment? Delia narrowed her eyes. I wouldn't mind sharing an apartment with you. I don't want to share an apartment with you and your boyfriend. I don't mind him staying overnight once in a while, maybe just on the weekends. But if I ever see him in his underwear or less than his underwear, he's gone. Jack cleared his throat, and Delia ignored him. And no parties. I need my beauty sleep. Gus thought about it. She said, You can't say when I come home. I don't care when you come home. You're an adult. Just don't wake me up at 3 a.m. I can do that, or not do that. Delia leaned forward. Now, this is important. Have you ever cleaned your own bathroom? Gus wrinkled her nose. No. You will have to learn. Can't we get a maid? Can you afford a maid? Because I can't. I don't think peons who work in human resources can usually afford a maid. Jack said, She's not a peon. She owns part of the company. Gus said, Only 10%. Mother gifted me some of her shares when I turned 18, and I don't even get the income. It goes into a trust. Only 10%? Delia glanced up, shaking her head at the woman upstairs. Why didn't I get born into a family company? I, at least, would be grateful. Jack said to Gus, I can release some of the funds for you. The restrictions are you must be in college or be gainfully employed. Partying every night isn't gainful. Delia kicked Jack's leg under the table and said, Why aren't you off at college? Even I went for a year. It was fun. It was a place to go to learn how not to be a kid, how to clean your own bathroom. Jack took a bite of chicken club, using his fork and knife. That's what you learned in college? I said I only went for a year. I also learned how to pour beer without too much foam. Delia, she's only 18. Don't put ideas in her head. Gus said with a smirk, I learned that in high school. And Delia chuckled. Kids these days, they grow up so fast. Jack closed his eyes. I paid way too much for that high school. And you wonder why she isn't off at college?
Yep, still wondering. I just doubt that all colleges would reject her because she already knows how to pour a beer. Gus said softly, I didn't get into Harvard. She hung her head and whispered, not even waitlisted. Delia laughed at her obvious pain. Don't most people not get into Harvard? Gus looked up. Do you know how embarrassing it is not to get accepted to a school that has your mother's name and your brother's name on buildings? Do you know how much money Jack gives them every year? I couldn't even buy my way into a school. Jack said before Delia could even ask, I'm an alumni. Of course you are. Delia crunched into a perfectly crisp, light and fluffy golden French fry and said to Gus, So you're not going to go anywhere? That'll show 'em. I'm just reevaluating my options. It's not a bad idea. See how the regular people live. Maybe you should try to live on a regular people's salary instead of being subsidized by your piddly 10%. And, okay, it would be good for the girl, but mostly Delia didn't want to be subsidized either. It just felt wrong. Jack said, Only if it's safe. Delia said, It's not like the choices are Beacon Hill or a crack den. We can find a regular apartment in a regular part of town. Gus sniffed. I'd like just a regular apartment in a regular part of town like a regular person. Delia nodded. Okay. Gus nodded. Okay. Jack smiled at them. Then he nodded. Okay. When Jack handed his card to the waiter to pay for lunch, Delia caught a glance at it. John F. Cabot, not Jack? My family calls me Jack. What does the F stand for? Fitzwilliam. Delia snickered. No, you're making that up. He pulled out his driver's license and handed it to her. She looked at it and tried not to laugh. Fitzwilliam? It's a family name. The laugh bubbled out. He said, And what's your middle name? You will never find out. He chuckled. I can guess. He tapped his chin with his finger. Rainbow? Delia laughed, shaking her head, and Gus said, I know, moonbeam. Good guess, but no. Jack looked at her hair. Sunset. Close. Very close. She said, Even if you guess right, I'm not going to tell you. Gus nodded at Jack. It's sunset. He nodded too. Delia Sunset Woodson. It's not. It's actually not even Delia. Delia's a nickname. Gus's mouth fell open. Delia is a nickname? For what? Again, you will never find out. But I will say that it makes more sense than Jack for John. Who came up with that? Jack stood. We will never know. It is lost to the ages. He pulled Delia's chair out, and she murmured under her breath, Thank you for lunch. He said into her ear before pulling Gus's chair out, That hurt, didn't it? She said, A little bit. Gus said, Jack doesn't care if he pays for your lunch. She's right, I don't, but Delia doesn't like to say thank you. How could he know that about her? He smiled at her, and she thought lunch with him was probably a bad idea. And not just because she felt like she had to say thank you. Also because he was getting entirely too comfortable with her, getting to know her entirely too well. Delia and Gus found a regular apartment in a regular part of town that they could afford on 2 regular salaries. It even had the luxury of a washer and dryer. That had been a surprising requirement from Gus. Delia said, "Have you ever done your own laundry before?" "No, and I'm not going to learn at a laundromat." So there. But even with a washer and dryer, there had been no need for extra payments from Jack that would just feel weird. No need for Gus to ever know he would have paid Delia to live with her. That just had hurt and nightmare written all over it. Delia had talked Justine into going to Paul's for one more weekend, so Delia wouldn't have to see Paul's boxer briefs. Everyone was happy. Delia even plopped down the cash for a brand new bed. True, it was a twin. True, it would have been softer to lay a blanket down on the carpet and sleep there. But it was hers, and it was brand new. She put brand new sheets on her brand new bed, hung up her clothes in the closet, and sighed. She had a bedroom with a door. Pretty good. And then she went back out into the living room and watched a troop of movers carry in Gus's furniture. Bed, dresser, desk, entertainment center, TV. Gus carried in a box labeled towels, and Delia said, "Never heard of less is more?" "Never heard of more is more?" Delia didn't know how everything was going to fit. She sat on the couch, Gus's, of course, and watched the boxes pile up around her. Jack carried up a box labeled kitchen. When he saw her sandwiched between two boxes, he said,
"Doing okay?"
"How can one person have so much stuff?"
"This is half of what she wanted to bring."
Delia whimpered, and he chuckled sadistically before heading back down for another box. Finally, the furniture was in. The boxes were stacked, and Gus happily unpacked. "This goes here, and this goes here. Delia, where should we put this and this and this and this?" Delia's eyes glazed over, and she said woodenly to Jack, "I changed my mind. Can I change my mind?" 3 hours later, they'd put a dent in half of it. Gus lay on the floor, limp. "I'm tired, and I think we need a bigger apartment." Delia looked around at the boxes littering the living room and said, "No, no, no, no. If you can't make it fit, it goes back." Jack broke down a box.
"Let's have dinner, take a break, and then come back and finish."
Gus jumped up, her energy renewed. "I'll make spaghetti in my first kitchen with my very own pot." She crawled through the remaining boxes, finally finding the one labeled pantry. Delia flopped back with a groan. The level of preparedness is just really scary. Jack stacked his broken-down boxes neatly.
"You mean the level of theft? The cook is going to have an interesting time tomorrow when she finds half her supplies gone."
Gus said, "She helped me pack." Delia watched her grab a pot and fill it with water. "You can cook spaghetti?" "Delia, you boil water and open a jar. Anyone can make spaghetti." Funny. That was what Justine had said. It was just, "You've never done your own laundry, but you can cook spaghetti?" "I have, on occasion, helped out in the kitchen on account of I get to snack while I do it. I've never felt the need to clean Jack's boxers." Delia couldn't fault the logic. She looked at Jack. "And you? Can you cook spaghetti? Am I the only person in the world who's never done it?" He shook his head.
"But we might be the only 2 people in the world if Gus is proficient."
Gus stuck her tongue out at him. "Are you going to want some of this, or should I just make enough for you two to watch me eat it?" Jack looked at Delia and said woodenly,
"I've changed my mind. I don't want my sister becoming even more unrepentant. She's already a brat. Can I change my mind?"
Delia tried not to laugh. He was calling both of them brats, but she couldn't stop. She covered her eyes with her arm and laughed and laughed. Jack grabbed her ankle, squeezing and saying to Gus,
"We've lost Delia. Get a move on with that spaghetti."
They ate off Gus's plates at Gus's dining room table, and Delia sat across from Jack so that he wouldn't accidentally touch her again. She could still feel his handprint on her ankle, burned into her skin. Delia watched him twirl spaghetti on a spoon, making a nice, neat ball, and said, "You have to do everything just so. I bet you even call your mother every week."
"I live with my mother. There's no reason to call her."
Gus said, "Dinner, every Sunday. He's never missed one, not since he went to college." Wait. You live with your mother? Jack? Delia had been about to tell him he wasn't perfect after all, but then had realized, damn it, he lived at home with his mother to help with Gus.
"Yes?"
Jack raised his eyebrows at her. "Nothing." Gus slurped a forkful of spaghetti into her mouth. "Mother's trained him well." Jack said,
"And you not at all."
He nodded at Delia.
"And you? How often do you call your parents? When the mood strikes you?"
"We have a schedule, too. I call them once a year." Jack and Gus froze, the same shocked look on their faces. Gus said softly, "Once a year? Do you hate them?" "No, we get along fine." Now that she didn't live with them. "They just don't have a phone." Gus's expression turned from shock to horror. "They don't have a phone?" Delia laughed. "They catch a ride to the nearest payphone about 10 miles away on the same day every year, and we write letters in between." A letter? It was more like a book. Her dad wrote a little snippet every day, and her mom would write pages and pages of who was doing what with whom. Gus said, "They don't have a car either?" "No car, no phone, no electricity. Think Amish, just with more pot and a whole lot of sleeping around." "No wonder you're so warped." "No wonder." Jack said reproachfully,
"Gus?"
and she muttered, "Sorry." Delia smiled at Gus and slurped up a long strand of spaghetti. "I am warped. I'm proud of it." She put her nose in the air. "It's better than pretending to be perfect. Those people are boring." She looked sideways at Jack, and he twirled another ball of spaghetti onto his fork and smiled at her. They finished, quickly cleared their plates, and headed back to the boxes. Gus found her bathroom box, exclaiming, "Oh, good! I can dye my hair this weekend. The black was starting to fade." Jack said,
"And that would truly be a shame."
Gus carried the box into the bathroom and shouted, "I couldn't pull off this cut with blonde hair. I'd look like a mental patient." At his pained look, Delia said, "Hair grows back. At least it's not a tattoo." Gus poked her head out of the bathroom. "You have a tattoo?" My ex-husband's name." Delia laughed, pointing her finger at Jack. "Now that's a mistake that's hard to live with." He said,
"Let me guess. His name was Butch and he rode a hog."
"His name was Pierre and he sold flowers."
"And that didn't last?"
She shook her head. They'd loved. The fire had burned itself out, and then there had been no reason to stay together. There had been nothing once the fire was gone. They broke down the last empty box, and Delia sighed with relief. She was exhausted. She couldn't wait to try out her new bed. Jack pulled on his jacket, taking out a thin white box and handing it to Gus.
A housewarming gift for my favorite sister.
She opened it carefully and pulled out a thin and most likely obscenely expensive keychain. Gus looked at it and whispered, "Thanks, Jack." He hugged her tight and looked at Delia.
Take care of her.
She can take care of herself.
Like you did with Pierre?
Delia smiled. Yes, he wasn't fatal, not even close. Jack pushed Gus away, holding her at arm's length and saying,
Do not marry Nate and tattoo his name somewhere inappropriate on your body.
Delia laughed before Gus could get mad. How do you know the tattoo is somewhere inappropriate?
It's not even a guess, Delia.
Gus looked at her. Can I see it? Maybe after your brother leaves. Jack groaned, and Delia said, Don't worry. It's embarrassing enough to stop her from ever wanting to get one. And unfortunately, that was true. Jack left, pulling the door shut behind him and saying,
Good night. Lock the door.
Gus quickly went to the door, turning the deadbolt loudly. She turned around, looking like a young girl, looking like she knew everything had just changed. She said, He would have waited, to make sure. Delia nodded, knowing he would have too. Then she clapped her hands loudly. I called dibs on first shower. Chapter 7. Jack sat in his office, looking out at the cityscape and breathing, shallowly, his chest hurting, gripping him. It wasn't a heart attack. The doctors could find nothing wrong with him. But a weight pressed on him, suffocating him. It was a panic attack. It was Gus leaving. It was turning 40. He hadn't thought turning 40 had fazed him. What difference does 1 year make? Not much that he could see. But then he thought of his father, dead at 41, from a car accident, leaving him and his mother alone. Who would Jack leave alone? If he died this year, who would even miss him? If he lived another 40 years, what difference would it make? He sat in the wood-paneled office his mother had decorated. She'd told him of her plans on the anniversary of her first husband's birthday, and what could he have said? It had made her happy, and he didn't care what his office looked like. He sat under a cherubic sky his mother had commissioned on the anniversary of her second husband's death. She was manipulating him, of course, but that didn't stop it from making her happy. Didn't stop her from finally taking an interest in the outside world. Jack looked up, studying the ceiling. He was not entirely certain she was getting what she'd asked for. It was hard to tell from down here, but the shadows didn't look right. He'd raised his mother's daughter. How could he have done anything else? How could he have left Gus to his mother and her grief? But now his mother had found the perfect bride for him. It would never happen. Not with that woman. But he hesitated in coming right out and saying it. Hesitated in giving his mother a reason to go out and find him a bride that he couldn't object to. A man had to draw the line somewhere. There had to be a point where a man stopped humoring his mother and started getting walked all over. He'd found that line. His mother had walked right up to it and tried to cross over. He wouldn't marry Diane Evans. There was no question about that. He'd never marry a woman who could lie like she did. A woman who never told the truth, never even knew what the truth was. But his chest squeezed, and he knew that even if Diane Evans was taken out of the picture, he was looking at a future with someone his mother would think was appropriate. A woman who would be good for Jack's future. A woman worthy of the Cabot name. Or nearly, because to his mother's thinking, what woman would be? And he'd marry the woman because he needed to marry. That is what one did. He'd like to marry and have a family, and he didn't have any prospects himself. He didn't have any idea what kind of woman he'd like, so he might as well marry one his mother thought would do. As long as she wasn't a liar. He smiled humorlessly because he knew every woman was a liar. They weren't all malicious liars. In fact, he found that most women lied to themselves more than they would ever lie to him. Some lied to get close to him. Some lied to be worthy of him. Some lied to themselves that he was more than just a man, that somehow there had to be more to him than there was to other men. There wasn't. He was just an ordinary man living an extraordinary life. Ms. Charles alerted him that Ms. Woodson had arrived, and Jack swiveled in his chair to watch the door, to watch her blow in, wild and mussy and chaotic. She threw open the door, and he didn't know why it never hit the wall. She'd stopped slamming his door closed, but she hadn't stopped throwing it open. Her eyes met his, and he thought she hadn't stopped looking at him like he was part god, part spider, like she couldn't decide if she wanted to squish him or if she thought she should bow down before him. She pulled off her coat and popped her beanie off, her hair springing free joyfully, and said, "God, what time do you get here in the morning?" He glanced at the clock.
Quite a bit earlier than 9:18.
Never heard of 9 to 5? He smiled.
That's a horrible myth I've tried my best to cull from my workers.
I bet.
Tomorrow, why don't you try coming on time?
He was almost sure it was humanly impossible for her to get here on the hour. He said it only to hear her response, to see the disgust pop up in her eyes. He'd never before enjoyed taunting someone, especially someone who didn't like him. But with her, he could see every emotion, every thought. All women lied. Delia tried to lie. She tried to hide what she thought of him. He'd never met anyone who was as bad a liar as she was. He'd never met anyone whose every thought flitted across her face. It fascinated him. It calmed him. He settled back in his chair, and she said, "Sorry, Jack. I need the light to work by."
The 9:18 light?
She laughed, popping her fists on her waists and reminding him again of Pippi Longstocking. Yep. She loved that he couldn't say otherwise. She loved that she could waltz in any time, because what did he know? Maybe she did need the 9:18 light. He bent his head to his computer, still smiling, unsure if he could even stop. He practiced, stretching his mouth wide, puckering, until the urge had passed. And then he looked at her pulling on her booties and smiled again.
Why the booties?
So I don't get paint on my shoes?
You get paint in your hair, on your shirt, on the seat of your pants.
She wiggled her foot at him. I know, but look at these boots. They're gorgeous. I found them at a thrift store, and they're Italian, real leather. There wasn't a mark on them. They hadn't ever been worn, and they were sitting there waiting for me. She looked down at them and whispered, I love these boots. He looked at her guilty expression and said,
That doesn't make you a bad person.
She looked up at him, and he saw lust and guilt and pleasure on her face. You don't understand. I love these boots. If I had money, I would have a closet full of boots just like these because I love them. I might do horribly wrong things for boots like these.
All women love shoes.
Not all women. Maybe most women. She looked at her boot again, turning it this way and that so she could see it from every angle. She sighed. So many wants, not enough money. Then she snorted. I'm sure that's not a problem you have. It wasn't. But it wasn't because he had enough money. It was because he didn't want anything. That wasn't true. It was because what he wanted was silly and so unlike him that he couldn't do it. Jack closed his eyes in disgust. When the doctors had found nothing wrong with him, they'd sent him to a psychiatrist. The diagnosis? He was having a midlife crisis. How horribly pedestrian. How incredibly embarrassing. What would he do next? Buy that sports car he wanted? A little red sports car. Convertible. And he would drive it up the coast to a little fishing village in Maine and sit and watch the gray ocean. Just sit and watch. No worries except for the icy spray, the storm on the horizon. He would be unreachable. Let everyone take care of their own problems. He bet Delia would go with him to Maine. No thinking, no hesitation, just, Maine? I've never been to Maine before. And then, just this once. He smiled, imagining her red curls dancing in the wind, imagined her laughing, trying to tame that hair, and shouting at him that maybe he had a soul, after all. And just maybe he did. When he was around her, he wondered. He could breathe around her. His chest stopped trying to strangle him. The gray got pushed to the edges. He was gray. He had no soul. And yet, around her, he forgot. Around her, it didn't matter, because she had plenty to spare. Plenty of color, plenty of soul, plenty of life. Plenty of want. He opened his eyes, bending to his computer and answering another email.
How's Gus?
Alive. He waited for more, and when nothing was forthcoming, he said,
Alive and well?
Delia turned to face him, putting a hand on her hip. I told you I wasn't going to report to you about every little thing she does.
I'm not asking for every little thing. I'm asking if she's okay.
She's okay. He blew out a breath. Delia said, She's a few floors down. Go see for yourself.
I don't want her to think I'm checking on her. I'll see her at lunch.
Good. Because I told her I wouldn't tell you what she was doing. I told you I wouldn't keep track of her for you. And if you keep asking me about her, I'm going to make up something to tell you, and it will be graphic and horrifying, and you will want to rinse your ears out with soap after I'm done with you. Jack stared at her with his eyebrows raised.
You could have just told me instead of warning me. That seems more like you, actually.
Delia shrugged. Gus was a little worried about you weaseling her after-work activities out of me, so I told her what I'd tell you if you kept bugging me, and she asked me not to. Because it's pretty bad. Nothing any little sister wants her big brother to think of her doing. She pointed to her head. I have a pretty active imagination. Jack looked up at the ceiling. He'd have to take a close look at what she was doing up there one of these days. He didn't doubt for a minute that she had an overactive imagination. Jack sighed, and Delia said with a little less hostility, She's an adult, and I will give her privacy. She needs to figure out what she wants all by herself. She needs to figure out who she wants to be without interference from us. He liked the idea of it. He was scared of the execution. But if his sister could figure out what she wanted from life, she'd be ahead of him. He had no idea what he wanted. He had no idea who he wanted to be. He knew who he already was, but he wasn't sure he'd ever had a choice. He'd always done what he should. He'd always done what was expected. Right now, he could only think of one thing he wanted, and it wasn't what he should. It wasn't what was expected. But he would do that one thing and see where it led. And maybe tomorrow, he would find something else to want, something else that would make life worth living, something to make him think life wasn't slipping away unlived, something that gave him purpose. Today, Jack would do what he wanted. He met Gus and Delia at lunch, slightly late. He sat down and Delia said, "I ordered for you." He chuckled. Of course. He looked at Gus, expecting her to look different, older, something. But she looked the same, except her hair had obviously been re-dyed. Jack said, "How are you doing?" "Delia didn't tell you?" He cleared his throat.
No, she was pretty persuasive.
Gus turned beet red and ducked her head. Jack shook his head.
She didn't tell me anything, just said I'd prefer not to know what she can come up with.
Believe her. You do not want to know what she can come up with. Delia smiled and ate the smoked salmon pâté the waiter put in front of her. Jack looked down at his spicy mussels fra diavolo. He smiled at Delia.
My favorite.
Delia said, "I wanted to see you eat something with your fingers. You ate a chicken club sandwich with a fork." Jack said again,
How are you doing, Gus?
She rolled her eyes. "I'm fine. Why were you late?" And that was it. That would be all he would be getting from the child he'd raised. Jack shook it off and grabbed a mussel, holding it up for Delia to see him using his fingers.
I'll show you after lunch.
They ate, and before Gus could talk him into dessert, the maitre d' handed him a set of keys, saying,
Your car is ready, sir. It's waiting for you downstairs.
Jack nodded, rising. He jingled the keys at Gus and Delia.
This is what I was doing. I bought a car.
They trooped down to the curb where his little red sports car waited. Gus stared at it with her mouth open. "You bought a sports car?" Delia walked around it, tracing its curves with her hand and grinning. Jack said,
You want to take it for a spin, don't you?
"I do, I so do. But I can't drive. I don't have a license."
I meant as a passenger.
"In that case, of course you did. And yes, I do." Gus pointed to the non-existent back seat. "We can't all fit." Jack nodded.
That's the real drawback of a two-seater.
"Take Delia. Her boss is a real stick in the mud, and he gets cranky when she's late."
And your boss doesn't?
"She expects it of me. I mean, I'm related to the CEO. That's the only reason I got the job in the first place. I wouldn't want to actually be dependable and confuse her." He opened the door for Delia, and when she bounced into the seat, Jack murmured before she could,
Just this once.
He put the top down, waving at Gus and blasting the heater, and drove right out of the city. Delia laughed, her hair whipping around her head. He drove and drove, flying around corners, going faster than he should. She sat, her eyes closed, her lips smiling. When the city had dropped away, when the suburbs had thinned to small villages surrounded by forest, he pulled to the side of the road and turned the car off. The leaves had almost all fallen off the trees, and he could see into them just far enough to make him want to get out and walk just a little bit farther. Just keep on walking. He looked down at his wingtips. Not great walking attire. He looked at Delia's real Italian leather boots and thought she'd say no to the muddy forest as well. Unless she'd brought her booties. Jack said, "Cold?" She shook her head and opened her eyes. "Feeling better?" He nodded, breathing in the crisp air. She said, "Midlife crisis?"
Apparently.
I like it.
I don't. I bought a convertible. What am I going to do next?
Let's pull out the midlife crisis list. Convertible? Check. Next up is extremely young girlfriend. His lip curled in a grimace.
I can't. It'll just make me think of Gus.
You don't have to go that young. Late 20s, a model. Ooh, do a model. That'll work.
I've dated models. It's not all it's cracked up to be.
Delia leaned her seat back and stared up at the cloudy sky. I was starting to feel sorry for you. Thanks for snapping me out of it.
You're welcome. And all I meant was that there is something really satisfying about watching a woman eat a steak, like it's the best thing she's ever eaten in her life. A woman who looks at a French fry and sees perfection. You don't get that eating with models.
That was the best steak I've ever eaten. Have you had better?
It was delicious. I'd say top 10.
Delia groaned and whispered, Top 10? There are 9 steaks out there better than that one?
There are 2 steaks in this city better than that one. You'd have to go a little farther out to get to the very top.
I do not often think that having lots of money is worth it, but I'm reconsidering that right now. Jack leaned his seat back as well and watched a cloud sprint across the sky. Delia said, That one looks like an alligator. He looked where she was pointing.
I don't see it.
She traced the air with her finger. Teeth, long body, tail.
It looks like a piglet. Fat body, skinny tail.
What about the teeth?
I don't see any teeth.
Huh. He turned his head and stared at the gold leaf that was stuck in her hair.
Thanks for taking care of Gus, even if you or she won't tell me about it.
I'm not, really. She's taking care of herself and teaching me how to make spaghetti. You should come learn.
I can't think of any reason to.
I honestly can't either. You can buy spaghetti in cans, but Gus likes knowing something I don't, likes teaching me. She folded her arms. And that's the last you're getting out of me about Gus. Jack breathed in deep, the air chilly and moist. His sister would be okay, and Delia was probably right that she would be okay even if she was out there alone. But he felt better knowing there was someone there for her, just in case she wasn't. Delia said, Can I drive back?
You don't have a license.
I'm thinking about getting one. I'll need to practice.
You are not practicing in my car.
A puff of cold wind blew across the car, and Delia pulled her coat tighter. Now I'm getting cold.
Should we put the top up?
She shook her head no, and he turned the car back on, making sure the heater was blasting at her. He put the car in drive and just sat there. Delia watched him. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking Maine. I'm thinking lobster pulled fresh from the ocean. I'm thinking about not answering any more emails.
Here's to no more emails. She lifted an imaginary bottle in his direction. And I've never been to Maine. He smiled at her, then sighed.
I'm not ready for Maine. Thanks for coming out here with me, though.
I don't remember you giving me much of a choice. I thought we were going around the block. He laughed, and the sound surprised him. He should be getting used to it around her, but he wasn't. He was surprised his laugh didn't sound like a rusty motor starting up after collecting the dust of a decade. She said, But you're welcome, anyway. And next time, I want to drive. He shook his head, grinning. He stroked the dashboard and whispered loudly,
Don't worry, baby. I won't let her anywhere near you.
He turned his head, and there was that look on her face. That look that said he'd better knock that off. That there would be trouble between them if he didn't stop making her like him. He wondered briefly what trouble with Delia would be like. He thought it would be the kind of trouble that put a smile on your face and a spring in your step. The kind of trouble a man going through a midlife crisis craved. He looked at her, and she looked back. He lifted his hand, slowly moving it toward her, and she watched it, unmoving. He picked a leaf from her hair and held it out to her. She took it, carefully not touching him, and stared at it. She cleared her throat. "I'm too old for your midlife crisis." He nodded and looked away, stopped thinking about her flaming hair spread out on his beige pillowcase. She said, "And, more importantly, I'm not a model."
In certain circles, artists are more exotic than models. There's a great Chinese place I'd like to take you for dinner.
"No thanks, Jack." She knew what he was offering. She wanted him. He could see it on her face. She wasn't being coy with her rejection, wasn't playing hard to get. She simply didn't want to want him. He said,
"It might be awkward if Gus saw my boxers coming out of your bedroom."
"Not boxer briefs?" She bit her lip and said quickly, "Completely awkward. Not to mention we'd have to keep working together in your office." He blanked his mind before he could picture her hair spread out on the scaffolding and him painting gold paint down her limbs, slowly and carefully, and then smearing that gold paint with his own body. Yes, he stopped what he was thinking before any of those images could sear themselves into his brain. He said,
"Completely awkward."
And then he gunned the engine, the wheels spinning on wet leaves, and Delia whooping beside him as she grabbed for purchase. He drove like the wild man he wasn't, in his red car with a red-headed woman beside him, still thinking of Maine, wondering what kind of man could escape his responsibilities, what kind of man could talk the woman beside him into being completely awkward with him. Chapter 8. Jack had dropped Delia off at the office and left again. He'd played hooky for most of the day, deciding to just take the whole day to himself. He finally made it back home after 8 and went to greet his mother. She was sitting, like always, in the parlor, and she held her cheek up for his kiss. She said, "Diane came by tonight. She said she couldn't reach you at the office." Jack sat with a silent sigh. He leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling, wondering if Delia could liven this house up like she'd livened his office.
"I was out of the office all day."
Not that it would have mattered anyway. He was permanently busy for Diane Evans. He continued,
"And I told you I would think about it. I told you not to encourage her."
"She would make you an excellent wife, Jack. She's from a good family, has good connections."
"Is that what makes a good wife? Family and connections?"
"Is that not what makes a good wife? I'd like to hear what it is you're looking for."
What was he looking for? Loyalty, certainly. To him, to his family. Perhaps not selflessness, but a care for others. He would like to be able to trust his wife, trust that she wouldn't always be looking to enrich herself at the expense of others. He could give his wife money and power, and he hoped that he could pick a woman who wouldn't abuse either. He hoped there was at least one woman in the world like that. "I don't know what I'm looking for, Mother, but let me look for a while before you pick one for me."
He smiled at her.
"Let me enjoy my bachelorhood for at least a little while. Augusta has finally flown the nest, and I would like just a moment to myself before you marry me off."
She nodded regally at him. "Take your moment, Jack. Just remember that some women will not wait for you."
"There is always another waiting in the wings."
She looked away from him, sad, and he was sorry for being flippant. She said, "I'm sorry you feel that way."
"Maybe I feel that way because I just haven't met the right one yet."
She waved her hand, shooing that away. "A million women could be right. It's not a matter of finding the right one. It's a matter of picking one and then becoming something together. It's not a matter of finding a woman you fit with. It's a matter of looking at a woman and seeing how you could fit together."
"And presumably liking how we would fit together?"
"Of course, but it will be different, Jack. You have to accept that it will be different."
"It will be different anyway, Mother. I might not like the thought of it being different, and neither do you, but it will be. Augusta has moved out. I came home to help with her, and now she's grown. Neither one of us was prepared for that to happen, but it did."
She didn't look at him when she said softly, "She won't be coming back, will she?" And Jack knew it was hurting her as much as it hurt him. An empty nest, and he hadn't realized how bad that would hurt. He knew his mother wanted him to marry, to start a family, to fill that nest back up. She didn't realize that he couldn't stay. He didn't want to hurt her, but he couldn't stay. Jack shook his head.
"She can't come back."
His mother said, "How is she doing with the painter? I still can't believe you thought that was a good idea."
"It was better than with the boyfriend. She's doing fine. Delia will be a good influence on her."
"I seriously doubt that." He laughed, thinking of Gus looking horrified and telling him he did not want to know what Delia could come up with.
"She will be, if only because now Gus isn't the most shocking thing around."
Catherine sniffed. "Wonderful." He stood, taking her hand in his. She looked at him, questioning, and he said,
"I bought a car today, and a condo downtown."
Her hand jerked in his. "A condo?" He nodded, and she said, "But now you're going to leave me too?"
"You can always count on me for Sunday dinners. You know that. And perhaps Gus will be more inclined to show up now as well."
"And I'll be here alone the other 6 days of the week?"
"Yes."
Jack wondered how long it would take her to find husband number 3. Her 10 years of mourning wasn't quite up, but he couldn't imagine her lasting long by herself. His mother didn't like to be alone. He put her hand gently in her lap and walked out of the room. Catherine Lowell Cabot Bradley looked around the empty room with her mouth open and her eyes wide, and she realized that for the first time ever in her life, she was alone, completely and utterly alone. The next day at the office, Delia greeted him as if nothing had happened between them, as if he hadn't offered her a little fling, and she'd turned him down flat. He'd never been turned down flat before. Never. And while he hadn't thought of himself as a prideful man, he realized it stung a bit. "Excuse me, Ms. Woodson, would you care for some hot sex with a man you look at like he's God's greatest creation?" "No thanks, Jack."
"Excuse me, Miss Woodson, would you care for some butter?"
"No thanks, Jack." She'd said it just like that, as if he was offering nothing more than a pat of butter to flavor her toast with. She made some comment about his car, and he grunted his reply. She said, "Paying for yesterday, huh? Those emails must have piled up." They had. It was not helping with his mood any. She pulled on her booties and climbed the ladder, and Jack pretended she wasn't there. A few minutes later, Gus came crashing through the door. "You bought a condo?" Jack raised an eyebrow at her, and she said, "Mother called. She wants all this nonsense to end and for both of us to move back home where we belong." Delia looked down and said, "She said that?" "She doesn't need to say it." Gus threw herself into the chair in front of his desk. "We'll help you move into your new condo." Delia said, "You've got to be kidding me. How many times am I going to have to help you guys move?" Jack said, "Don't worry, Delia. It's being taken care of." Gus and Delia exchanged a look at his tone of voice. Gus said, "Mother probably gave him the guilt trip to end all guilt trips." "Mm-hmm, that's probably it." Jack glanced up at Delia, and the look on her face said she didn't think that was it at all. Gus said, "I want to see your new apartment, Jack, and Delia wants to help, even if she won't say so. She likes to be horrified at all our excess. It makes her feel good about herself." Delia spit out a laugh. "That is mean, but true. It does make me feel better about myself to see all the stuff you guys have to be happy. I'm happy with a door on my bedroom." Jack said, "I appreciate the offer, but I don't need any help. I'm not doing any of the moving. I feel like Delia. I've moved enough stuff this month." Gus pouted. "I still want to see it." "You're welcome any time. I'll give you a tour when I'm settled." "Let's go at lunch today." He nodded. Gus wouldn't be happy until she saw his new condo. After Gus left, Delia climbed down her ladder and sat in the chair. She sat and waited. She watched him. He ignored her. She smiled, a small upturn to her lips that said he was acting like a baby and she would love to point it out to him. He answered an email. Another email. He finally looked up at her. "I apologize." "For what, exactly?" "For being rude." "Has anyone ever said no to you before?" When he didn't answer, she said, "It's gotta happen at least once in your life, Jack, so you can know how mortal men fare. Try not to take it personally." Jack said, "It's not me, it's you." She smiled, laughing at him. "It may be a cliché, but it's still true. I'm an adult now, Jack. I've learned to walk around mistakes instead of going straight through them." He whispered, "Would I be a mistake, Delia?" She nodded sadly, as if she wished with everything she had that he wouldn't be, but that she knew differently. "Why would I be a mistake? I don't make mistakes." "I'm sure it wouldn't be a mistake for you. It's not the gods who suffer when they play with mortal men, or women." "I'm not a god, Delia. Just a man." Just a man, learning to listen to what he wanted. He'd bought his car, had seen Delia sitting in it, and he'd wanted her. He'd bought a condo with large open windows, and he'd wanted Delia to see it, had wanted Delia to poke at how much he'd paid for it, to complain that it had no history. Because he'd paid too much, and he hadn't cared. Because he didn't want history. He was steeped in history, and he wanted someone to remind him that what he had too much of was wonderful, that it wasn't slowly choking the life out of him. She leaned forward. "If I tell you the horrible truth, will you drop this?" "It's possible." She studied him a long minute before saying, "You're fire, Jack." He looked at her hair. "I'm fire?" She nodded. "You're fire. I've played with fire before, and I know it when I see it. It's fun while it lasts. It's everything while it lasts. And when it dies down, you poke your head up and realize there is nothing left, because it's burned everything up. He tried to imagine passion like that. He said,
Was that supposed to have dissuaded me?
"It didn't?"
I've never had fire before, Delia, and I'm finding it difficult to believe that you wouldn't just do what the moment brought you.
She tilted her head in agreement. "Normally, I would. I'm turning over a new leaf."
With me? How am I not supposed to take that personally?
"You caught me at a bad time, Jack. I have a plan now. You're not part of it. And if I let you be part of it, you'll take over the whole thing. I know it." Jack leaned back, looking at her.
So, what's your plan?
Delia pursed her lips, and he said,
Maybe I can help with your plan. Maybe I won't ruin it, but instead can make it happen.
"In exchange for—" He smiled, his mood lightening unexpectedly.
Not in exchange for anything. As a thank you for helping with my sister. As a way to possibly get your plan out of my way.
She sighed, looking behind him and out the window. He said,
No strings attached, Delia. Ever.
"Step 1 was to not get fired. So don't fire me for not sleeping with you." He kept smiling.
I wouldn't.
Step 2 was to make more money, to finally have enough. Enough to live on. Maybe have a retirement account. Maybe a mortgage. I don't know if I really want a mortgage. She pointed a finger at him. "And don't tell me that having a little thing with you wouldn't distract me from figuring out how to earn more, wouldn't take up time I should be spending on doing something more productive." He didn't disagree with her. If they were going to have a little thing, if they were to be burned up by the fire, he'd expect it to take up all their time, all their energy. He waited for the rest of her plan, and she said, "That's it."
That's your plan?
"It's my first one. You can't expect me to be great at it right out of the gate."
Okay, well, to make more money, you could charge more.
She gave him a look. "Could I? For painting a ceiling?"
Second, you could believe that you are doing a real service that is worth a lot of money. Something that people cannot do for themselves.
"Like make paper?"
He laughed. No, exactly the opposite of paper. Paper is abundant and needed in great quantities, so I can make a tiny bit on every piece I sell and still come out ahead. What you do is rare and needed one-off, and you need to make a hefty profit on each one to come out ahead.
Delia said, "If what I do is rare and has a hefty price tag, I either have to be a master, which unfortunately I am not, or I need to be able to butt kiss, which unfortunately I cannot."
Or you need to be at the right place at the right time and take advantage of it. And all you have to be is an artiste. They are notoriously hard to work with, which unfortunately you already are. How much did you charge to paint this ceiling?
She told him, and he shook his head.
It's worth 5 times that.
"I don't know anyone who would pay that much to have their ceiling painted."
You know one. My mother.
He looked up at the ceiling.
I'd like to see it up close.
"You don't. It's meant to be seen from down here. It's a full-on Monet. Up close, it's a big ol' mess." At his blank look, she said, "That's from a movie. Clueless."
I've never heard of it,
he said, and she shook her head at his cluelessness. Jack said,
My mother knows a lot of people with ceilings who would like this sort of thing.
She sunk into the chair. "Oh, God, Are ceilings going to be my bread and butter now?
What would you like to be your bread and butter?
My paintings. I can do them standing up on the floor instead of lying on my back 10 feet up, as God intended.
Do you have any already painted?
Of course.
How come I didn't see them when we were moving Gus in?
I don't move them around with me. They're in a storage facility. He shook his head.
Third, you don't hide your assets in a storage facility. You make them available for people to buy. I'd like to see them.
Delia took a deep breath. Are you going to buy one of them?
If I see one I like, I do have a new condo to decorate.
I'm going to charge you 5 times more than I think it's worth. He stood.
Good. Let's go take a look at them.
She stayed seated, her face scrunched up in pain and fear.
Delia, you're never going to have enough if you don't sell your product.
Stop calling them assets and products. They're not. He said softly,
I know. They're pieces of your soul.
Do you feel that way about your paper?
No, but I'm not an artiste.
But you are, unfortunately, hard to work for. Jack lifted her by the elbow.
That's because I like to get my way.
That's because no one ever says no to you. He'd get his way in this as well. He just hoped her paintings weren't chicken scratch. He glanced back at the ceiling as he escorted her out of the office and thought he probably didn't need to worry about the quality of her paintings. And he was looking forward to getting an up-close look at something she'd painted, getting a look at those shadows. Justine was thinking about heading home when night security called her, letting her know Delia was downstairs waiting for her. Justine threw the rest of her work in her bag and went downstairs. Delia was chatting to the security guard, on first-name basis already, and Justine waited until there was a pause in the conversation before she pulled Delia away. Delia waved goodbye to the guard and shoved her hands into her pockets. Justine sighed. Oh, God, did you get fired?
No.
That's your I got fired face. It might be. It's also my I got propositioned by my boss face. Justine shook her head. Why does this happen to you? I don't know anyone who's been propositioned by their boss. I don't know anyone who would want to be propositioned by their boss.
I didn't want to be propositioned by him.
I just meant that he's gorgeous instead of being fat and bald like most of us are stuck with. Jack and Gus had helped Delia move her pitiful amount of possessions, and all Justine could think was Delia had been right. He was beautiful. There was no other word for it. She sighed, remembering, and said, His eyes. Delia nodded. I know, melted chocolate. Though how chocolate can be cold, I don't know. He's not cold. He's uptight and he tries to do everything right. It comes out as cold. Delia snapped her mouth shut, and Justine flicked her eyes at her. Delia shrugged. He warms up. Justine narrowed her eyes and tapped her chin. I bet. What kind of proposition are we talking about? Maybe something that could lead to a nice settlement? Delia laughed. No, he hasn't touched me. He hasn't made me uncomfortable. I told him no. Then why are you looking like Christmas got canceled? Because I said no. And Delia never said no to anything. She was like that movie, saying yes to everything because life was short. Delia said, He bought 2 of my paintings, one for his condo, one for the office lobby. Delia handed 2 crumpled-up checks to Justine, and she squinted at them. She choked when she finally made out the amounts. Delia said, "I told him he couldn't buy me." Justine laughed, picturing her friend waving her finger in his beautiful cold face, her other hand clenched around the checks. "What did he say to that?" Delia took the checks back, stuffing them into her pocket. She walked down the subway stairs and finally said so softly that Justine had to lean in to hear. "He said he didn't buy them to get me to sleep with him. He said he bought them because he needed something colorful and happy and feisty in his life." Justine thought that if Jack Cabot had said that to her, she wouldn't be standing here. She'd be pantsless in the back of his car, and she thought he was a cold asshole. She wasn't sure how Delia had summoned the willpower to walk away from him. Justine hooked her elbow through her friend's. "I know what my job is here. To get you nice and drunk." Delia nodded. Justine said, "To make you forget all about Mr. Smooth Chocolate when he wants to be." Delia nodded again. Justine vowed to herself that his name would not pass either of their lips the rest of the night. She said, "We'll go back to my place. You can sleep on the couch like old times, and we'll keep you occupied until the danger has passed." "What about Paul?" Justine shook her head. "We're still on weekends only." Delia let out a long breath. "Then I think that's a good plan. I don't think Gus would know how to keep me away from her brother tonight, or even that she should." Justine said, "How is it living with the sister?" "Were we ever that young? It's like watching a baby chick crack out of its shell. It's adorable watching her shake her feathers and realize she has a room now, room to figure out who she is." Justine mentally put away any thought of getting any more work done tonight and said, "Teenagers are just not described as adorable enough." Justine and Paul had gone to his sister's for Thanksgiving. Justine had held little Princess in her arms and had tried not to squeeze her to death. Karen had plopped the baby in Justine's arms, saying, "She doesn't care who's holding her, as long as it's someone." Justine had smelled that baby smell, felt that heavy warmth in her arms, and when Karen had taken the baby back, it had taken all of Justine's willpower not to rip the child back. Justine didn't know what she was doing. She couldn't remember the last time she'd held a baby. 3 years ago? 4? Her experience with children was limited. She hadn't done any babysitting in high school. She didn't have any friends with children. She honestly didn't know why she even wanted any. Rationally, she shouldn't, and she knew she wasn't rational about it. She saw a baby in a stroller, and she smiled like she'd never seen anything so wonderful, as if having a baby was really the point of life, as if not having a baby made everything else in her life worthless. Justine knew Mother Nature was merciless. Mother Nature wanted one thing: to survive. Justine stared at her reflection in the bathroom mirror, pulling down her little round container of pills, and thinking that even if you could outsmart Mother Nature, she had other tricks up her sleeve. Paul had come home with Justine after dinner, was waiting for her in bed. Justine closed her eyes and felt once again that baby filling her empty arms. She wanted that. She wanted that more than anything. She wanted that more than she wanted to like herself. Justine popped the pill out of its foil and stared at it. She heard Delia screaming at her to not do it, to not trap him, to not make this decision without him, to not make this decision when she wasn't sure herself. She remembered Paul's sister saying kids weren't what you thought they were going to be like, and how she'd wished she'd done it sooner, because the older you got, the harder it was, the more you gave up for them. She thought of Paul saying how he wished the decision would just be taken out of his hands. A good old-fashioned shotgun wedding. Justine listened to them all, and she looked at that little pill, and then she dropped it down the drain. Chapter 9. It had taken the ever-efficient Ms. Charles a few days to get Delia's painting framed and hung. Thanksgiving had interfered, but finally, it was there. Front and center in Jack's lobby, and Delia stood in front of it, grinning. If you were thinking paper, like most people who came through the door would be, that's what it looked like. Brightly colored specks of paper, flying, like a brisk wind had just flown in through an open window and flung the papers in the air. And they did look colorful and happy and feisty. They looked joyful in their one moment of freedom. Jack had asked what she called this painting, and when she'd said, supernova, because she'd thought she'd been painting an exploding star, he'd said, now it's called paper. She hadn't even argued with him. He was right. It was paper. She thought she'd been painting the stars, and it had turned out to be paper. And that seemed just about right. Delia floated to Jack's office. She couldn't decide what she was happier about, having her painting there or having the check deposited in her bank account. They were all really, really great feelings. And this week, Jack's desk and bookcase would be moved to the other side of the office, and Delia would start painting the other half of the ceiling. Halfway done. Delia smiled at Ms. Charles and breezed into Jack's office. When she found it empty, she deflated a bit, but realized this was probably for the best. She was just entirely too happy to trust herself around him. Delia pulled off her coat, pulled on her booties, and realized something was wrong. It was 9:23, and there was no Jack. He could have been in a meeting, but his computer was on. His desk chair was out from behind his desk instead of pushed in neatly. Delia said into the empty office, "Jack?"
Up here.
She climbed the scaffolding to find him lying on his back studying the ceiling. "What are you doing?" He tipped his head to look at her and said,
Looking at Lucifer's brothel.
She sucked in a breath. "I think you're imagining it."
I assure you I couldn't imagine the things I'm seeing up here. You're the one with the overactive imagination.
He pointed to a spot that from far away would look like a cloud, and her face turned red. He said,
Is that me?
"No, that's Lucifer."
Lucifer looks like me.
"Oh? Do you have a tail?"
No, I especially don't have a tail that is shaped like a phallus at the end.
Delia looked away from the ceiling. "Okay, let's go down. The scaffolding really can't hold two people." Jack pointed to what would look like, from down on the ground where he should have been, two clouds stuck together, and said,
And look, here I am again, but this time my tail is in use.
She started making her way down, and he said loudly,
And just what is it that I'm pleasuring? A donkey?
She muttered, "It's Lucifer's brothel. It's not really about pleasure." Delia jumped down the last step and looked up to find him leaning over the side. He said,
I'm really getting the impression you don't like me.
"It's not you."
So you've said. Are you up here?
"No." His lips tipped up.
I don't think I believe you. That donkey is slightly red.
"That cloud is just close to the setting sun. It's a red sky. Things are red." He smiled, a smile that made her stomach twist, that made the fire flicker in her belly. Delia turned away. "I've got to go. Don't kill yourself climbing down the scaffolding." When she got to the door, she turned to find him still watching her, still smiling. And she ran. She ran to the stairs, flying past the elevators and down 3 flights before she slowed. Another 3 flights of stairs before she stopped to sit wide-eyed and unseeing on the slate-gray step. She sat, and she told herself what she'd been telling herself since she painted him up on that ceiling doing indecent things to a 4-legged animal. Don't be an ass, Delia. The ass is not enjoying it. Oh, sure, it looked like it was having a good time. It looked like it had forgotten its name and never needed to remember it again. But it was just fire. He was just fire. It would burn out. She would just wait here until it had burned itself out. She sat there for over an hour, and then climbed back up a few flights to Gus's floor. Delia waited for Gus to finish helping a new hire and then said, "I'm not going to lunch with you guys today." "Why not? Jack said he was treating us to the best steak in Boston to celebrate having your painting hung." Delia muttered, "I am really starting to hate that man." "No one hates Jack. He's perfect. He never does anything wrong." Delia lifted a corner of her lip. "Speak for yourself. He's got a sadistic streak a mile wide." "No, he doesn't. Wanting to celebrate with the best steak ever is not sadistic." "I must see a different side of him than his little sister does." Gus snickered. "Don't tell me what side of him you're seeing." Delia opened her mouth and Gus smirked. "You didn't come home the other night." "Well, I was not with Jack seeing that side of him. I was at Justine's. I missed her couch." "Sure. It's sad but true that her couch is softer than my new bed." "And how soft is Jack's bed?" Delia flopped her head onto the counter, her arms falling heavily. Gus pushed at Delia's arms. Hey, the scanner is brand new, don't break it. And I don't care what you're doing with my brother, as long as I don't have to think about it too hard." Delia pushed herself back up, and Gus checked the scanner intimately, making sure it was okay. She said, "I requisitioned it." And there was pride on her face. This was Gus getting stuff done, and Gus liked it. Gus leaned in close, jerking her head at the office behind her and whispering, "She makes me sign all the requisition slips now." She grinned. "We're getting a Keurig." Delia looked at her happy face and said, "I wish I was 18 again." Wished she could be carefree and live in the moment, like she used to. Wished she could be innocent again and not know the ending. Not know that in 6 months Gus would hate this job that she loved so much. Not know that after the excitement and pride came the boredom. Not know that after the fire came the emptiness. She wished that she could just go upstairs and close Jack's door behind her and put out the flame, because it wasn't going away on its own. She wished that she could be happy just having that one moment. But she wasn't 18, and she did know, and she couldn't unknow it. Gus said, "No, you don't. You just can't remember what it's really like. Everyone tells you what to do." "That doesn't change, Gus. You just learn not to listen because everyone always has an idea of what your life should be like. It is too easy to advise and criticize. It's living that is hard. It's taking your own advice that's hard." "Is that why you're not sleeping with him?" Gus pointed to the ceiling a few times. "Because you think you shouldn't? Or because someone else thinks you shouldn't?" "Are you trying to pimp out your own brother?" Gus folded her hands and said seriously, You're good for him. You make him smile. I'm not good for him. I'm not anything for him. And anyway, I don't think he'd be good for me. He reminds me of when I was married. He reminds me of how I was with my ex-husband. Delia folded her arms and looked up at the ceiling. She didn't think about how she'd paint a reverse pyramid, a reverse stairway to heaven on it. Gus said, "Do you hate him?" My ex-husband? I know it's hard to imagine, but I don't think anything of him. Delia shook her head. I wanted him so bad. I thought I would die without him. And now, he's nothing to me. It happened, it's over. I have the tattoo. Can I see it? Delia sighed. Don't tell Jack I showed it to you. It's embarrassing. She looked down the hallway, making sure it was clear, then pushed her jeans down just enough to show Gus the Pierre that was scrawled across her butt cheek. Gus studied it silently, then said, You know what it kind of looks like? Delia closed her eyes and nodded. She knew. She'd designed the stupid thing, made everything just right, but somehow, with the placement, with the cursive, it didn't look like Pierre, it looked like P.U. She must have been trying to tell herself something. Gus screeched, Oh, God! That is embarrassing! Delia pulled her pants back up. It does make me think twice before I hop into bed with someone, and I make sure the lights are out. Gus shrieked with laughter, and Delia couldn't help but laugh with her. Delia had only been 18 when she'd gotten the tattoo, when she'd gotten married. So young. So stupid. Gus finally choked out, Now if you'd told me you didn't want to sleep with Jack because you didn't want him to see that, I'd believe you. Delia didn't want to sleep with Jack because she didn't want a tattoo on the other cheek that said, Jackass. Delia watched Gus laugh for a little while longer, then said, I guess I've got to go back upstairs. I can't stay down here listening to you squeal about my tattoo. Gus wheezed out, I'll be sure and knock before entering, just in case you're getting Jack's opinion on it. Don't make me come over there and break your scanner. Gus wrapped her arms around the scanner protectively, and Delia waved as she walked out the door. She trudged back to Jack's office, ducking her head as she pushed his door open. She pointed a finger in the direction of his desk and said, Don't. When he didn't say anything, she snuck a glance at him. He was smiling. Not a sexy smile, not a melt-in-your-mouth smile. It was a smile that said he knew he'd made her run. She said, Don't. He wiped the smile off his face and looked down at his keyboard. And she didn't say another word to him until noon. He turned off his computer, pushed his chair in, and said, The best steak in Boston? She clipped out, Yes, thank you. He chuckled as she climbed down, and when she got to the bottom, she turned to him and said, Today will be my treat. He shook his head and ushered her out the door. No, Delia, it will always be mine. She was afraid he was right. The next Monday, Delia and Gus treated themselves to a coffee early before work. Because they'd arrived before 9, and neither one of them was willing to let their bosses know, it was actually possible for them to do that. Delia choked at the price of a simple black coffee and said, Whatever happened to the Keurig? Yeah, it's up there. But what are we going to do for 30 minutes? You don't want to give Jack a heart attack by showing up on time. Delia wouldn't mind giving Jack a mini heart attack. She just didn't want him to expect her to show up on time ever again. Today had been a fluke. Delia sighed and ordered a small. Gus splurged with a cinnamony Mexi mocha, They sat and sipped, watching other workers taking the time to grab a hit of caffeine before rushing to their offices. Delia said, "How come I've never met Nate? I'm starting to think he doesn't really exist." Gus had gone out with him last night again, but he'd never come up to the apartment. Delia wasn't sure he did exist, except she could hear his motorcycle revving as he sped away with Gus on the back. Gus strummed her fingers on the table, then leaned forward conspiratorially. "I'll tell you, but you can't tell Jack. Promise me." "Oh, like you didn't tell him about my tattoo?" "Sure, I promise." "He's going to find out about that anyway when he finally gets you naked." Gus closed her eyes, pretending to vomit, then waved the image away. She said, "And that's why Nate hasn't come up to the apartment. I know you'll tell Jack." "I told you I wasn't going to report your every little move to him. 1, I don't care enough to keep track, and 2, it's none of his business." Okay, she might be splitting hairs there, because she would tell Jack every little thing about Nate. Gus read Delia's mind and said, "Promise you won't tell him anything about me and Nate." Delia crossed her arms and tried to imagine what secret Gus could possibly be hiding. Gus said, "Well?" "I'm thinking. Are you pregnant?" Gus's head whipped back, and she said with disgust, "No." "Are you doing anything illegal?" Gus rolled her eyes. "No. I just don't want Jack to know. I don't want to lecture. I don't want him to look at me like he's disappointed." She murmured into her coffee cup, "I finally got that look out of his eyes." Delia said, "If it's something involving drugs or animal sacrifice, then my promise is null and void." "It's nothing like that." Delia nodded. "Okay, then. I promise I won't tell Jack." "He's old." "I think Jack was born old." "Not Jack. Nate." Delia took a sip, giving herself time to digest that. "How old?" "He's 28. He's mature. A man. Not like those stupid 18-year-old boys who think it's funny to moon everyone." Delia snorted. Yes, 18-year-old boys were stupid, and so were most 18-year-old girls. Luckily, most of them grew out of it. Delia said, "I object to you calling a 28-year-old old, considering I am 8 years older than that. However, yeah, that's kind of old for him to be your boyfriend." "Jack would hate it." "Is that why you're doing it?" Gus gave Delia the insulted teenager look. "No." "So what's so great about this 28-year-old?" "He rides a motorcycle." Delia nodded. "Sure, that's hot." "You know what I like about you, Delia? I could tell you anything and it wouldn't shock you." "I lived in San Francisco. I'm pretty hard to shock. A guy riding a motorcycle doesn't even register." "What else do you like about him?" Gus stared at her blankly, and Delia said, "That's it? He rides a motorcycle?" "There's more than that. He's wild and crazy. He doesn't care about money and society and rules." "Well, as long as you're having a good time with him, the next time you might want to think about raising your standards. There's a lot of wild and crazy men out there who don't care about rules. A lot of them are in jail." Gus sighed dramatically and rolled her eyes. "He's different." "Different from what you're used to?" "Yes. He doesn't care that Mother is a Lowell, that Jack is a Cabot, that I'm a Bradley." Delia stared blankly at her, and Gus muttered, "In certain circles, those names mean something." "Right. Well, still, I'm guessing there are lots of men out there who wouldn't care about that. I'm simply saying, think about raising your standards. Think about what you want in a man. not what he doesn't want in you. There are a lot of things men don't want in me. It's the limiting factor. Honey, you're a gorgeous 18-year-old woman. You could have any man you wanted. Gus waved at her black, chopped-off hair. No, I couldn't. I bet you. Delia pulled out her wallet and opened it. I bet you $16.58 that I could pick out any man in here and you could make him forget his name. Gus laughed, blushing a little. Delia pushed at her. Gonna put your money where your mouth is, poor little rich girl? Delia. Delia jutted her chin at the guy at the cash register. He looks your age. Go see if you can conquer someone who is not 10 years older than you and starting to grow a beer belly. Nate doesn't have a beer belly. Then what's wrong with him? Nothing. He's just a little older than me. Delia didn't believe her. There was something wrong with a 28-year-old wanting an 18-year-old girlfriend. Gus was just too inexperienced to realize that. Delia said, 10 years older than you, and he doesn't have the balls to meet your roommate? Doesn't have the money to buy you breakfast? You're 18 years older than me and don't have money for breakfast. Touché. Is he a starving artist? Please drop this. I will when you go make that kid over there forget his name. Gus sighed, closing her eyes. Do you make fun of Justine's boyfriend like this? Oh, yeah. You should ask her about it. Paul's easy to make fun of, just like Beer Belly. I knew I shouldn't have told you about him. You promised you wouldn't say anything about him. Delia shook her head, sipping her rapidly cooling coffee. No, I promised I wouldn't tell Jack about him. I didn't say I wouldn't make fun of him incessantly for dating a girl 10 years too young. Gus glanced at the kid behind the register. If I do this, you'll shut up? About Beer Belly, I will. I'm never telling you anything ever again. That's fair, but I'm pretty sure you've already told me all your juicy secrets. Gus glanced again behind her at the register, sizing the boy up. Delia said, How are you going to do it? Well, Gus looked at him. Hard to see what he likes wearing that uniform. I guess I'll stick with music. Ask him what he likes. Why were young women so clueless? Although, maybe it wasn't an entirely bad thing they didn't know they could have anything they wanted for a smile and a wiggle. Delia said, Boy, are you overthinking this. Go over there, stare into his eyes, do a slow blink, and then give him a slow smile. Delia leaned forward. Let's practice. Do it to me. When I am 36, I will not be this embarrassing. Yes, you will. By the time you're 36, you will have stopped caring so much about what other people think. Now give me a slow smile. Gus gave her a sultry look, pouting her lips and taking 10 long seconds to blink at Delia. Okay, less Jessica Rabbit. Stop thinking how stupid you must look doing this, and instead think you've never met anyone more interesting than me. Gus blinked and smiled at Delia, looking at her like her head had just turned into a giant cheesecake. Delia said, Good. Now say, Hi, I'm Gus. Gus said, Hi, I'm Gus. And Delia shook her head. Slowly, all the blood will have left his head at your smile. Gus said, Hi, I'm Gus. Delia chuckled. Okay, go get him, Tiger. Tell me what color his eyes are, and remember, I'm a painter. I need something more than blue or brown. Gus looked at the register, and Delia said, Or we can talk more about Beer Belly. I'd love to know if he lives at home still. In the basement? On a pull-out?
Gus muttered, "You were sleeping on your friend's couch a month ago." But she stood up. She shoved her hands into her pockets and went to stare at the muffin case. Delia sipped her $3 coffee. Next time, they were going to McDonald's. Making something cost 3 times as much did not make it taste 3 times better. The kid came over, asking Gus what she wanted, and Gus looked up, blinking at him and slowly smiling. The kid blinked in return. He stopped being bored and his interest zeroed in on her. He stood up straighter, and then he smiled back at her. Gus's back straightened, and the interest on her face turned real. Gus leaned forward. Delia could only assume she was trying to see what color his eyes were, and the kid's face heated. They exchanged a few words, oblivious to everything around them. The kid leaned against the counter, pulled into Gus's orbit. Gus turned back to Delia and started walking back to the table, smiling wildly. Delia mouthed, "Name." Gus stopped and turned back to the boy and said into a sudden lull,
"Oh, I'm Gus. What's your name?"
Delia held her breath.
Come on. Show her what kind of power she has."
The kid went, He laughed and shoved his hand through his hair. "Rick. My name's Rick." Delia's breath rushed out, and she hid her relief behind her coffee cup.
Gus said, "Maybe I'll see you tomorrow, Rick."
Oh, great. And there went $1 coffees. Gus floated back to the table, and Rick said loudly, Gus, did you want a muffin?" She stopped, her face flaming, and she turned back around, trudging back to the case one more time. Rick was standing taller, his shoulders wide, his chest puffed with pride. Delia could practically hear him thinking, wondering if Gus had come over there just to talk to him. To him? Gus bought a muffin, the transaction taking 3 times as long as it needed to, and involving a lot more giggles than the customers waiting in line thought necessary, if their sighs and shuffles were anything to go by. Gus finally made her way back to the table, and Delia said, "I told you."
He remembered it.
He had to think about it. "You owe me $16.58. Gus couldn't get the grin off her face, and she nodded in defeat.
"He's actually pretty cute up close. He goes to UMass Boston. English major."
Delia bit her tongue before she could warn Gus off an English major. An English major had to be a step up from beer belly.
"You should ask him out."
Gus shook her head.
"I told him I'd see him tomorrow."
Delia nodded. "Good. Be sure to feed and water your new pet." Gus's grin turned into a full-blown smile, and it said she'd just had a glimpse of what she was. A woman. An 18-year-old woman with the power that had launched 1,000 ships, started 1,000 wars, sitting inside her. She said to Delia, "Now you do it." Delia laughed, shaking her head. "I don't think so."
"Delia, you are a beautiful, mature woman. You could have any man in this room."
"Mature?"
"With so much experience, you could run rings around any man here."
"I'm going to slap you in a minute." Gus took a bite of her $3 muffin.
"You've got to give me a chance to earn my $16 back. Or you can just admit defeat because you know you can't do it."
Delia wasn't a fresh-faced teenage girl, newly blossoming, but she knew she still had that power inside her. Along with the knowledge that came from her decades of experience, she knew she could still make a man forget his name. And redheads weren't known as wild vixens for nothing. Delia nodded.
Anyone but Rick. Gus smiled like she'd already won and pointed behind Delia. I choose Jack. Chapter 10. What? Delia turned to see Jack walking through the doors, looking beautiful and perfect. It was windy outside, and everyone else looked slightly windblown, but he looked as if the wind had left him alone, as if it wouldn't dare muss such perfection. And maybe it wouldn't. Maybe when the wind got close enough to him, it just stopped, just decided it had found a nice place to be, and why rush anywhere else? Delia turned back around to glare at Gus. You fight dirty. It's in my blood, and I want my $16 back. Gus scooted over on her side of the booth until there was no room for Jack and whispered, Don't overthink it. It's going to hurt when you have to give me $33 instead of just $16. Gus looked skeptical. I'm not even betting. Jack's not going to forget his name. Jack ordered his own coffee and muffin and came over to them.
Is this where you come every morning instead of going to work?
Delia looked up at him. Is this where you come when you say you're going to a meeting? Delia slid over in her seat, and Jack sat down next to her, and Gus put her face in her cup, trying to hide her grin. Jack took a sip of his coffee.
Miss Charles said she saw you two down here, and I thought I would like to know how my employees spend their time.
Delia pushed her cooled coffee away, raising an eyebrow at Gus. Was she really going to do this? Gus nodded imperceptibly, and Delia knew she was being stupid. But she didn't want to lose that $16. Didn't want to accept that she didn't have that power anymore, that age had taken it from her. And she wanted to see if she could make Jack forget his name. She bumped his shoulder playfully. You already know how these two employees waste their time. What did you order?
Pumpkin spice.
That sounds disgusting. Why do people do that to coffee? He took another long sip.
I like it. Sweet and spicy. Just right.
Delia looked at his profile. Can I try it? There was a long pause, and then he turned his head slowly in her direction. Their eyes met, and he pushed his cup over without a word. She put her lips where his had been, still looking in his warm brown eyes, and a firebolt shot southward. She sipped, and it was sweet and spicy. She said softly, It's just right. She handed the cup back to him, their fingers grazing, and Delia swallowed. He brought the cup to his mouth and watched her over the rim as he drank. Heat flooded her. His eyes dilated. Gus said, Jack, let's do sushi for lunch today. Delia drank Jack in. She let him see how much she wanted him and how much she hated it, how she knew she could never have him and how grateful she was for that, how she would never survive him, how she knew she'd forget everything but him if she only let herself. Gus said, Jack, sushi? Jack's leg brushed Delia's as he leaned toward her. His shoulder rubbed hers. And Delia thought, I want you. I want you like the dawn wants the sun to rise, waiting, hoping, craving for that first ray of light to bring warmth back, to chase away the cold, the dark, the loneliness. I want you. I hurt without you. Gus said, Good, we're all agreed on sushi. Jack! Jack blinked, resting his hand on Delia's thigh and turning to look at Gus.
Yes?
Delia sighed silently, closing her eyes so she wouldn't have to look at his profile. Regal and compelling. So perfect. Like a god. Like an emperor.
like he should be minted.
Delia straightened in her seat, pushing his hand off and turning back to Gus and her gaping mouth. Delia cleared her throat and motioned to Gus's purse. $33. You can keep the change. But, Jack said.
Do I even want to know?
Delia shook her head, clearing it, and took a long, long sip from her cup. She grimaced, the coffee cold and bitter after Jack's pumpkin spice, and pushed it away. She bet me $16 that I couldn't make you forget your name. Jack put his hand back on her thigh beneath the table.
You could.
And now she knew. Stupid. She lifted his hand up and put it on his knee. For Gus's sake, she said, Of course I could. You're a man, and I'm a woman. A man spends his life looking for a woman to show a little interest, to even hint that she might get to yes. And the woman always drives because all it takes is a smile, and you men go careening off the road. She said to Gus, All men, even Jack. Jack snorted, then looked at the shock on Gus's face. Delia said, I told Gus the secret, that she could have any man she wanted, she could make any man forget his name, that any woman can make any man forget his name, even a mature, experienced woman, and it doesn't even have to be a real yes. Jack looked back at Delia and murmured, You are a very bad liar. Everything you think floats right across your face. Gus said, But... Jack held his muffin up to Delia.
Chocolate?
Oh, dear God, yes. In the name of all that is holy, please, yes. She said, No thanks. Jack smiled and brought the muffin to her lips. He put his hand back on her thigh, gripping slightly when she tried to push it off again. She took a small bite, melting into the seat when Jack bit the other side, his breath puffing into her face, warm and sweet and male. Her eyelids flickered closed. God, she could smell him. She could feel him. She was the stupidest creature on the planet. Jack rubbed her thigh and pulled back.
No, you're not.
Oh, she was. She opened her eyes to find Gus still shell-shocked, and Delia snapped her fingers in her face, trying to ignore the heat of Jack's hand. $33. Jack made little circles with his thumb on her leg.
I thought you said 16.
$16.58 times 2. Once for the kid at the register, once for you. Jack jerked, squeezing her leg painfully.
You made him forget his name?
Ow! No. Gus did. Gus turned in her seat, giving Rick a shy, low wave when she saw him looking at her. Rick grinned until he saw the glower on Jack's face. Jack raised his eyebrows at Delia, and she thought, You're welcome. Jack looked back at the register.
You're welcome? For him?
When he looked at Delia, she cocked an eyebrow. He's better than Beer Belly. He looked unconvinced until Gus turned back around, and he could see the pleasure on her face, could see that she believed it. She could have any man she wanted. Jack smiled at Delia, running his hand up higher on her thigh.
Remind me to thank you later.
Delia shivered and pushed down hard on his hand to stop his northerly migration. Her bare hand on his made her brain short-circuit, and she turned her face away before he could see anything else. There'd been enough truth for today, and she didn't want him to see that she'd let him thank her any way he wanted to. Gus said, Okay, I get it. You can stop making googly eyes at each other. Delia pushed at his hand. Yeah, Jack. Stop it."
"You're doing it too,"
Gus said, and then her face blanked. She looked down at the table, expressionless, and Delia stopped worrying about Jack and his wandering hand. "Gus, what in the—" A woman's musical voice cried, "Jack, I'm so glad I ran into you. I cannot get past that secretary of yours. Has she even told you I tried to see you?" Delia looked up as a beautiful woman descended on them. Her trim skirt and jacket hugged a toned body, and her warm brown hair was smooth and nowhere near windblown. Seriously, was there some secret Delia was unaware of? Because she didn't need to look in the mirror to know that her hair looked like the wind had found its favorite playground.
"I don't have time for social visits during work, Diane."
Diane's eyes flicked to Jack's hand on Delia's thigh, and then up to Delia's face. The expression on the woman's face didn't change a beat. Diane turned away from her. "Augusta, it's been so long. How are you?" She pointed into the booth. "Would you mind?" Jack slid out.
"We were just leaving. I only came down to collect my hooky-playing employees."
Diane stepped in close to him, sliding her hand through his arm and plastering herself against him. Delia watched them for a nanosecond, then turned back to Gus. She said softly, "Let's go, Gus. If we leave now, we can beat him back to work and he won't have anything to complain about." Gus slid out silently, not looking at Diane. They got halfway across the coffee shop before Gus stopped, her hands clenching into fists. She looked back at Diane, still pressed thigh to shoulder against Jack, and rage filled her eyes. She said loudly,
"It's going to come as quite the shock when she hears you're engaged to Jack, Delia."
Delia stopped and blinked. Diane looked at Gus and smiled pleasantly, a little Stepfordy. Jack's eyebrows raised imperceptibly, and Delia finally chuckled. "Yeah, that's going to shock quite a few people."
Gus said, "Jack, we're late."
He pulled away from Diane, and Gus's shoulders relaxed imperceptibly. She said, soft enough that only Delia could hear, "You're wrong. Not any woman can make any man forget his name." Well, Delia wouldn't argue with her, but she would bet that woman could make any man forget his name at least once. When Jack came up to them, Gus maneuvered him between her and Delia, never looking back at Diane. They rode the elevator in silence, Delia glancing between Gus and Jack, until she finally said, "I'm guessing here, but what a bitch?" Gus blinked, coming out of her trance. Jack said,
"Diane Evans. She's an old family friend."
Delia said, "I don't think so." And Gus said, "No, she isn't," at the same time. Gus said, "Don't ever call her friend, Jack. Ever." He nodded and said softly, "I know what she is, Gus. I misspoke. She is an old acquaintance." Delia raised her eyebrows, wondering just what this woman had done to Gus. But Gus lifted her chin and said, "All you need to know, Delia, is that she is a liar." "Okay, but I really know 3 things. She's a liar, she's a bitch, and we hate her." Gus's eyes stopped glowing. "She is? She is, and we do." She smiled. "And now she thinks Jack is engaged." Delia put her hand to her chest and blinked wildly. It was so sudden. Jack's lips tipped up, but he said,
"That won't stop Diane, especially when she asks Mother why she hasn't heard the happy news before this."
"Maybe we should invite Delia to Sunday dinner."
He said,
"Gus, I can handle Diane Evans without resorting to a fake fiancé."
Gus folded her arms, facing him squarely.
Could she make you forget your name?
Of course not.
Even now that she has Mother doing her dirty work?
Even now, even with Mother championing her cause, I will not ever marry Diane Evans. I could not ever forget anything around her. Not my name, not my sister.
Gus nodded, relief crossing her face, and she said,
Because you want Delia.
Delia froze. Jack didn't say anything.
Gus said, Delia doesn't know how to fight dirty. She's going to be on Diane's radar now.
He turned to look at Delia and folded his arms as well.
We'll keep her safe, between the two of us.
Delia waved her hands. Hello, I'm standing right here. The elevator stopped at Gus's floor and the doors slid open. Gus hopped out and said,
Remember, sushi for lunch.
Delia grimaced. Sushi? I did not agree to that.
Yes, you did, while you were making Jack forget his name, while he was making you forget yours.
Not what happened.
Then why are we getting sushi for lunch?
Delia looked at Jack. Do you remember agreeing to sushi? He shook his head, and the elevator doors closed on Gus's wide grin. Unsubtle was the word Jack would use to describe his sister. Delia said, I hate sushi. I really don't remember anyone saying anything about sushi. Jack turned to her and smiled.
We can't win this. Either we agree to it and we really can't remember, or sushi was never mentioned and we still can't remember.
She muttered, I didn't forget my name. Jack didn't say anything, because he had. Gus could have told him she was marrying Nate the motorcycle-riding delinquent, and he'd have no idea. He said,
I thought you weren't going to interfere, that you were going to let Gus figure out who she was and what she wants on her own.
I wasn't interfering, I was pointing out something that she hadn't yet realized. Delia jabbed a finger in his direction. She doesn't know, Jack, what is even possible. Why haven't you ever told her she could have the world? Someone told you. You got the memo. He tried not to laugh at her outrage. He tried not to worry that he had failed Gus, somehow.
I didn't know that when I was 18.
I doubt that.
I didn't know I could have the world until 30 minutes ago, when you made my coffee blush.
She sniffed. That was for $16, and to show your sister how it's done with a mature man. I gave her a hormonal teenager. Her face warmed. Her face said that lesson hadn't gone according to plan. Jack put his hand on the small of her back as they exited the elevator.
Liar. Such a bad liar. I wouldn't believe you even if I hadn't seen what you'd painted on my ceiling.
It's not you. It's not me. How many times do I have to say that?
You can say it as many times as you like. I'm not going to believe it.
Delia let out her breath in frustration, flinging open the office door. Jack closed it carefully behind them, watching her pull on her booties, watching her think about fleeing up the ladder and away from him. He followed her onto the painter's cloth, crowding her but not touching her. She whirled around, holding a paintbrush between them. Your desk is over there. But she kept telling him with her eyes and her mouth, I want you. I don't want you. He wanted her. He wasn't conflicted about it. She jabbed him lightly. I'm not going to clean your paintbrush.
I don't even know what that means.
You know what it means, and I'm not going to do it. He bent his head until his lips brushed her ear and whispered,
I know what it means, and you'd do it if I cleaned yours first.
She sucked in a breath and said huskily, I wouldn't clean it with a 10-foot pole.
What about a 10-foot tail?
Come back when you have one, and we'll talk. He sniffed her, right below her ear, where it was warm and musky, sweet and spicy, and murmured,
I'm back.
She dropped the paintbrush. Her fingers curled into his side, and she said, That's not a tail.
Alas, it's not 10 feet either.
He slid his hand around her waist, pulling her into him, her body fitting into his. Just right. She put her hand on his chest and said, I'm not going to sleep with you.
You want to, you don't want to. You haven't decided what you're going to do yet.
He breathed in her ear, hot and moist. He didn't say anything more, just let his breath surround her, warm her from the inside out, curl down her neck. When her belly quivered against his, he said,
And we weren't talking about sleeping together, were we?
He put his lips on her cheek, still cool from outside, and trailed his way to her mouth. She closed her eyes and whispered, Don't kiss me, Jack. He stopped at the corner of her mouth.
Why?
Because one of us has to think about the future.
I am. I'm thinking 30 minutes into the future when I have you naked and soaped up in my shower.
Her eyes blinked open. Wait, you have a shower in your bathroom? This bathroom that I'm not allowed to use? He nodded, sliding his hands up her back, pulling her even closer, and she managed, Why do you have a shower in your bathroom?
Long nights, early mornings. I can't always get home to clean up before a function.
So it's not for getting naked with stupid women who can't remember their plan when you smile at them?
Not yet.
She fisted her hands between them. The future I was talking about was more distant than 30 minutes. Like tomorrow, when I'll still be painting your ceiling.
He chuckled. I'm getting confused.
And the next day, and the next, for the next few weeks.
Still confused about what you're talking about?
She pushed at him. Lizard brain wants what the lizard brain wants. I can't help it that lizard brain wants you. He sighed at the unfamiliar phrase, at her hands pushing insistently at him, and she said, But I know you'd be the worst mistake of my life. He pulled away.
Would I?
He was fairly certain he'd never been anyone's mistake, let alone the worst. He couldn't imagine he'd be Delia's worst mistake.
Worse than your tattoo?
Yes. No hesitation. He let her go, stepping back. She watched him a long moment, then nodded and turned away. She scurried up the ladder, crawled onto the scaffolding. When he couldn't see any part of her, Jack said,
Delia, my lizard brain wants you too, and I know you wouldn't be any kind of mistake.
Delia did not go to lunch. Jack couldn't make her. Gus hadn't been able to coax her down, and while he might have frightened her off, he thought it really was she just hated sushi. He didn't believe, even in his heart of hearts, that Delia could be frightened off. Gus said, Who hates sushi? You don't have to get the raw stuff. She ordered her own raw stuff, and Jack said,
Next time, think of that before you blackmail us into believing we agreed to something we didn't.
Gus smiled at him, and it made him think more went on in those few minutes he and Delia had been in their own little world than just sushi. Jack wouldn't ask. Gus said, I can't believe you couldn't talk her into it.
I can't talk her into a number of things.
And yes, he could hear the frustration in his voice.
She says I'd be the worst mistake of her life.
Gus said, "And you believe her?" He'd seen Delia's face when she'd said it. She believed it. She was wrong, but that didn't mean she didn't believe it. He nodded, and Gus said faithfully, "She's totally wrong. Out of this world wrong. Couldn't be more wrong."
I get the point, Gus. Thank you.
"No, you don't, Jack. She threw all caution to the winds once, loved with everything she had, and he hadn't been worthy. You would be." He remembered the look in Delia's eyes in the coffee shop, the need, the want, how he just knew that them together would be more than, better than anything he'd had before. It would be a raging fire, burning them up. He could understand Delia's reluctance to let that happen to her again, could understand that it might be as painful as it was wonderful. He said,
I don't think it would be a matter of worthy. I think it depends on whether the fire turns the two of you into ash or into steel. And maybe there is no way of knowing beforehand which way it will go.
He sipped his bitter tea, thinking Delia wouldn't have liked that either, and said,
Tomorrow, let's go tie. She'll like that better. And you might want to think about what the fire would turn you and Nate into. You might want to think about if there is any fire.
He didn't want to think about it. He prayed there wasn't any fire. Lizard brain wants what lizard brain wants. And Jack sighed. It wasn't Gus's heart that wanted Nate, thank God. It was her lizard brain. Jack could accept that, as long as she didn't end up pregnant. Gus slammed her hands onto the table. "She told you, didn't she?" Jack debated what to tell Gus while their food was served. On one hand, he could probably trick whatever it was out of her by saying Delia had told him. On the other hand, his sister needed someone to believe in, someone to trust completely. He said,
Of course not. She hasn't told me anything. I couldn't get it out of her if I threatened her with raw fish.
And Gus laughed. Jack continued,
I begged. I pleaded. She laughed in my face.
Confidence filled Gus, and she bounced in her seat. She might not know how to fight dirty, but she wouldn't go back on her word. Gus poured a gallon of sugar into her tea. She's tricky, Jack. You've got to be careful with your wording around her.
I really wish I knew what you were talking about.
Gus shook her head. You already don't like him, but I'll tell you what I told Delia, so she'd promise not to tell you. I'm not pregnant, we don't do animal sacrifice, and no drugs. Jack raised his eyebrows, and Gus said, Hard drugs. Come on, getting baked doesn't count. Jack closed his eyes, sighing and shaking his head.
Well, thank you for that, I think.
Gus nodded magnanimously. You're welcome, but I'm still not going to tell you anything about him. I've heard enough from Delia, and I know you would be even worse.
She doesn't like him?
She's never met him. She doesn't like what I've told her about him. Jack ate, kept his mouth full so he wouldn't point out the obvious. That if Delia didn't like what Gus had told her about Nate, Gus probably didn't like it either. Gus said, She thinks I should raise my standards.
Maybe you should listen to her.
But her standards are impossible. You don't even pass muster. Jack cocked his head. His sister had a point.
I really wonder what it is she objects to about me.
She says you're sadistic.
Rarely.
It really pisses her off that you won't let her use your bathroom. He couldn't help his smile, and Gus raised her eyebrows. Maybe she does see a different side of you than I do. Jack would hope so.
It would be so much less fun if she didn't react to it.
He smiled again. He'd have to point out to Delia that he would have let her use his bathroom this morning. Gus stopped eating, putting her chopstick down.
Jack, torturing the girl you like is so third grade. Stop it.
He laughed.
You assume that's what she doesn't like about me. I don't think that's it.
What else could it be?
He said slowly, hearing the truth as it left his lips.
I don't think there is anything. I think that's what she doesn't like.
He looked into his cup, at the pale green liquid, and he smiled yet again. He said,
I think that is exactly what she doesn't like.
Chapter 11. Delia came to Sunday dinner at his mother's. All it had taken was Jack saying on Friday,
She has a ceiling, Delia. She has walls crying for good art. Don't you want enough?
He'd heard her muttering and cursing the entire afternoon. She'd glared, she'd banged lids and stomped up and down the ladder. She'd ripped her booties off and thrown them at the end of the day. She'd turned to him and he'd said, I'll pick you and Gus up.
Fine.
And she'd slammed the door on her way out. Sunday evening, she and Gus were waiting outside their apartment when he drove up. Gus was wearing jeans and a bulky sweater, but Delia looked like she had dressed up from her normal paint-covered casual to business casual. Her hair was smooth, the red sleek and shiny, the curls gone, and her makeup made her green eyes sparkle. Gus jumped in the back, waving Delia to the front and saying,
Glad you didn't bring the convertible.
Jack stared at Delia's hair. Gus poked her head between the seats.
She looks good, huh?
Jack said,
Your hair.
Delia smoothed her hand down it. I thought if I was going to try and bilk your mother out of a chunk of change, I should dress up. Gus said, You're not bilking her. She'll love having her ceiling painted. So old world. Everyone will want one. I don't want to paint her ceiling. I want her to buy a painting. Jack thought there was no reason they couldn't do both. Delia unzipped her coat in the warm car, and he closed his eyes in pain.
You're wearing a cardigan.
She patted his leg. It's okay, Jack. Tomorrow morning I'll be back to my jeans and sweatshirt.
And your hair?
She laughed. If this lasts through dinner, it will be a miracle. When they arrived at his mother's and he could see the whole ensemble, emerald green cardigan, black slacks and flats, he could see how polished she looked, how normal. His mother would love it. His mother had complained long and loud about bringing an artist to dinner, of all things. Jack hated it. His only consolation was he could see her hair beginning to curl at the base of her neck. He wanted to twirl his fingers around in it and help it along. He pecked his mother's cheek, and she stared at Delia. Delia stared back. Catherine nodded at her daughter and said, Diane came for a visit today. Gus clenched her fists and raised her chin.
Did she tell you the happy news?
She told me some news. She didn't think it all that happy. Gus smiled meanly. She wouldn't. I told her she must be mistaken. My son wouldn't get engaged without telling me. Her tone said she had no such faith in her daughter, and this must be one of her jokes. Jack jumped in before mother and daughter could say anything more.
An engagement announcement was perhaps a bit premature, although Diane may want to expand her horizons.
Catherine looked again at Delia. You don't marry the help, son. Delia opened her mouth and Jack pinched her. He said,
She is not the help, Mother. She's an artist.
Catherine didn't say it, didn't need to. that an artist was worse. Delia said, "I haven't said yes." All three of them turned to her. She looked at Jack and said again, "I haven't said yes to anything." He smiled. "Yet." She looked at Catherine. "If I were you, I wouldn't be worrying about it." Catherine watched Jack push her into dinner and murmured, "I think I will." They sat down to dinner in the dining room, and Delia kept sneaking glances up at the ceiling. Jack leaned into her.
"What would you do to it?"
She jutted her chin and looked back down at her plate. "Nothing." He turned to his mother.
"When Delia is done with the office, I thought she could do something in here."
Catherine looked up at the ceiling, interested. "Do you? I'm not sure I would enjoy eating with chubby angels watching overhead." Jack wished she'd thought of that before she'd commissioned them to stare down at him all day long. Delia said, "I can't do the same ceiling twice." Jack silently thanked a kind and benevolent God.
"What were you thinking, then?"
She sighed and looked back up, measuring the area with her eyes. Parchment, mottled parchment. Jack wondered what she would paint into the parchment. Catherine said, "You don't seem too enthusiastic about the idea." "Painting a ceiling is exhausting and painful. I don't really want to think about doing it again when I still haven't finished Jack's office." Jack said,
"Perhaps after a short break you'll be ready to do it again."
Delia looked at Catherine, and Catherine looked at Delia. They didn't say anything, just sized the other one up. Jack thought they were probably both thinking the same thing. Maybe. Gus said, "Jack's office does look amazing. You should come look at it, Mother." Catherine dropped Delia's gaze to look at the ceiling. "I think I will. I was going to wait until it was finished, but now—" "Parchment, you say?" Delia drew in the air with her finger. "Mottled parchment with ribbons of gold sewn through it, like really old, really expensive paper." Catherine relaxed into her seat. "That would be apropos in a house that paper built." Jack smiled into his glass. Delia said she hated ceilings, and he had no doubt that it was exhausting and painful lying on your back all day long with your arms in the air. But she loved it, too. She got lost when she was painting, and when did an artist ever have a big enough canvas to work with? Delia said, "If I do another ceiling, I'm going to need an assistant. I'm tired of carrying things up and down the ladder." Gus said, "I can help you at work. There's this guy on my floor who would be happy to carry things up and down a ladder if I was watching." A slow smile spread across Delia's face. "Oh, yeah? Did you make him forget his name?" Gus blushed. "Yeah." Jack's pulse raced, and he realized he'd have to get used to this feeling now. He was happy for Gus, happy that she was gaining confidence in herself. He could only hope she would drop Nate soon, when she realized she could have her pick of the litter. But he was going to have to take up yoga or meditation to help with his anxiety. Maybe Delia would have some tips for him. He shook his head at Gus.
"You don't need any more excuses to stop working."
He looked at Delia and muttered into his glass,
"And I don't want my little sister seeing what you've been painting on my ceiling."
"She's 18. Gus leaned forward. "Now I have to see what is on the ceiling." His mother said, "I hope it is cherubic angels peeking out from behind clouds." Delia said with a voice full of conviction, "It is. Jack thinks he can see things in the shadows." Gus said, "That's so like him." Jack raised his eyebrows at Delia, and she mouthed silently, "It's not you." Her face said, "Oh, it's you." He smiled at her, slow and long. He knew it was him. He knew it was her, and one day she would admit it. And then heat rushed into Delia's face, and she looked away from him. Gus rolled her eyes and smiled, all at the same time. Googly eyes. Catherine silently studied Jack and the woman sitting beside him. She said, She turned away from them, dismissing something she didn't want to think about. She said to her daughter, "Tell me about this man you've made forget his name. He doesn't sound like he's firing on all cylinders, but at least he's gainfully employed." Monday morning, Delia was back in her paint-stained jeans and wild hair. Jack watched it bounce around her head, and he sank into his chair. Everything was right with the world. At noon, he helped her put her coat on and said,
"I canceled lunch with Gus today."
"You didn't cancel lunch with my stomach."
"We'll grab something on the way."
"On the way to where?" He smiled.
"You'll see."
She narrowed her eyes. "I'll go, but I want you to know it's under protest."
Duly noted.
First order of business was a stop for hot subs around the corner from his office, and Delia said, "There's a little less protest now." Jack ate leaning over the counter, juice dripping from his sandwich, his tie tucked into his shirt. Delia watched him eat with his hands and said, "Are you going to tell me where we're going?"
"I wanted to get you something for putting up with my mother."
"I thought she was remarkably calm, considering you brought home a fiancé you hadn't bothered to tell her about." She had been calm, though not remarkably. Catherine Lowell Cabot Bradley was always calm. Gus had spent the rest of dinner explaining to Mother how a woman could make a man forget his name and how Gus was practicing. Delia had pointed her finger at her, and Gus said, "Responsibly, I'm not going around robbing every man of his ability to think." Catherine Lowell Cabot Bradley had looked at Jack and Delia again and said, "Ah." Jack hadn't told his mother that while Delia had made him forget his name, it had been after he'd already wanted her. Jack snagged one of Delia's chips.
"My mother wouldn't have cared if I brought home an undisclosed fiancé, as long as it was Diane Evans. She wants me to marry her."
"Eek! And you, the perfect son that you are, can't come up with any other way out except a fake fiancé?"
"I could tell her no. I just don't want to have to."
He sucked at the last of his Coke.
"I don't want to see who else she'd bring home."
They walked through the common, the trees bare of leaves, the grass lightly dusted with snow, and headed toward Beacon Hill. When they emerged from the park, surrounded by historic row houses and brick sidewalks, Delia sighed. Jack smiled, and when he stopped in front of a shoe boutique, Delia's breath caught. She said, "This is a bad idea."
"It's a gift."
"It's impractical, and you shouldn't be encouraging my vice."
"I'll encourage your vices as much as I like."
He cupped her elbow, propelling her into the store. He whispered into her ear,
"I want you to pick the most expensive, most impractical shoe they have here, and wear them tonight for me."
She walked slowly to a display, looking at the shoes, running a light finger along the material. She'd gone straight to the heels, her eyes wide and sparkling, and said, "I can be bought. My whole life I thought I had principle, but no, I can be bought for a sparkly pair of shoes." She picked one up gingerly, a silver strappy heel that looked like it would fall off with every step. A pair of shoes I will never be able to wear anywhere but at home. He told the saleswoman what size to bring, and Delia turned to him. He said,
Gus told me.
Gus had told him what size dress as well, and it was waiting for Delia in the trunk of his car. A dress for dancing, a dress for wooing, a dress for saying yes. The saleswoman brought out the shoes, and Delia sat, stripping off her real Italian boots. She slipped her feet into the heels, standing slowly and walking carefully back and forth in front of the mirror. She stopped in front of another pair, her eyes widening in horror when she saw the price tag. "What exactly do you think you're buying with these shoes?"
Just dinner. Anything else you care to give me will be entirely on the house.
She picked it up, a dark green open-toe ankle boot. "I can't go to dinner with you alone. We all know where that would lead." He sat down, making himself comfortable. He figured they would be here a while. He told the saleswoman,
Any shoe she touches, any shoe she looks at, bring out.
When the saleswoman had left to get the green ones in Delia's size, he said,
Dinner tonight, or no shoes.
Delia whimpered, clutching the shoe. She looked at it with lust, with want heating her eyes to glowing green glass, and whispered, "I hate you." Jack didn't know if she was talking to the shoe or to him. Probably both. She hated both of them because they made her want something she didn't think she should. She turned to him, the shoe still clutched to her chest. She looked at him, her eyes still glowing with want. "You're pulling out all the stops."
I'm pulling out some of the stops. I'll pull them all if I have to,
he said, and she whispered, "Duly noted." She looked down again. "If I let you buy this shoe, then we'll go to dinner."
and dancing.
Her shoulders fell, her resistance melted. "And dancing. And then we'll go back to your place and burn up your sheets. We'll burn up you and me and leave nothing behind." She walked toward him, her jeans rolled up to her calves. "I've already done it once, Jack. Once is enough for most things."
What if the fire doesn't burn us up? What if it makes us stronger, unbreakable? You haven't done that yet.
She sat in the chair next to him, perching on the edge and staring into space. She finally said, "Would you want that? With me?" He didn't say anything until she looked up, until she met his eyes in the mirror. He said,
Yes.
She whispered, "You fight dirty."
It's in my blood.
Her head jerked, her eyes narrowed. "That's what Gus said."
Then it must be true. It must be why no one ever says no to me.
A different kind of fire entered her eyes, and she blew out her breath. "I wish I had been the one to end that streak."
You were.
The saleswoman walked over carrying a new box, and Delia shook her head. "I'll take the silver ones." Jack said,
You don't want to try on any more? We can take as much time as you'd like.
Delia lifted a leg, moving her foot back and forth and making the shoe sparkle. "They're impractical. I can hardly walk in them. They cost more than my rent. These are the ones I want." He laughed, and she turned to him. "You're a perfect asshole. I stop thinking when I look at you. You're an uptight workaholic. You're the one I want." He took her hand in his and said,
We'll take the silver ones.
They walked back through the common, this time her arm entwined with his, her new shoes swinging by her side. Jack steered her toward his car when she tried to head back to the office. He said,
We can go to Maine. We can go to dinner and dancing after work. Or we can go back to my condo.
He pulled the dress box out of his trunk, handing it to her. Delia lifted a corner of the box, peeking at it, then pulled out a swatch of silky dress. She said, "It's pink."
I've been told redheads can wear pink.
A smile played at the corner of her mouth. "Maine's too far away." He opened the car door for her, saying,
"So is dinner and dancing."
She stepped in close and said, "We will not ever do this in your office. We will be civilized."
You're not civilized, Delia. You're wild and carefree.
Wild and carefree got me nowhere.
Wild and carefree got you right here, right when I needed you.
You needed me?
I need you, Delia. Right here, right now.
She leaned in, sliding her fingers through his, feathering her lips softly across his. She sighed his name, and Jack wanted to tuck his hands into her hair, pull her into his car, and surround himself with her scent, paint and lilacs. She murmured, "I think your condo is too far away."
We'll make it. We're civilized, after all.
You just said I wasn't.
You aren't. We are. We're civilized and careful and wild and carefree, all at the same time.
She pulled away from him, and he followed, taking her mouth with his, coaxing her to stay near with every pull of his lips. Her eyes closed, her head fell back, and he kissed her chin and down her throat. She mumbled, "I bet you $16.58 we're not making it out of this parking garage." He closed his eyes, his mouth still pressed to her skin, and he stopped. He stopped because he was 40 and he'd learned a thing or two. He'd learned how to wait, how to savor, how to show a woman just what it meant to couple, to become one. You couldn't become one stuffed inside a two-seater in a parking garage in the middle of the afternoon. He wanted Delia to have that. He wanted to have that. With her, this first time. They would do it right. He pulled back from her, pushing out his breath, pushing down his want. Delia's face glowed. Her eyes said, "I want you, now." And if ever a woman had looked naked while fully clothed, Delia did at that moment. Jack looked away from her. He didn't say a word. He stuffed her in her seat, peeled out of the parking lot, and didn't look at her again until he was parked at his condo. When he turned to her, she was watching him, trying not to grin. She said, "Focused." He said,
"In danger of losing."
She carried her new shoes and her dress up, refusing to let him help and clutching the bags. He unlocked his door, holding it open for her and saying,
"We'll still do dinner and dancing."
"After. Tomorrow. Maybe next week." Delia dropped her packages inside the door, sliding her arms around his waist, tipping her face up to him. Jack slid his fingers through her hair, sighing with relief that he'd finally got his hands in it. He massaged her scalp and walked her backwards to the bedroom. Delia closed her eyes, holding on to him, following his lead.
"You hear it, don't you, Delia? The music?"
He heard it whenever she was near. Music, happiness, freedom. She opened her eyes. "I hear it, Jack." He peeled off her layers of clothing, stopping to anoint every patch of skin with his lips. She removed his clothing, sighing and rubbing her cheek against him, marking him. When they stood naked together, when nothing was left between them, he turned her, trailing his fingertips down her back. Jack kneeled, smoothing his hands across Delia's buttocks, across her tattoo. Jack healed this scar from her last brush with fire with a reverent kiss. She turned, pulling him to his feet and kissing him. He pressed his body to hers, falling with her onto his bed. Delia stared at the ceiling, unseeing. She finally said weakly, "I didn't know there was a right way to do that." Jack closed his eyes, exhausted, spent. She sighed, making herself comfortable, curling into him and propping her chin on his chest. He kept his eyes closed and murmured,
"Delia?"
She whispered, "What?"
"Stop staring at me."
"I'm not staring. I'm drinking you in." He opened his eyes to find hers warm and sweet and relaxed. He pushed her hair out of her face gently.
"Are you going to show me your painting?"
"Which one?" He smiled at her, and she said, "Oh, that painting. When it's done. After I get you to sign away your right to sue me about it."
"Am I going to want to sue you?"
"I don't see why you would. You're wearing pants." Her expression said she might have to paint a second one now, and he wouldn't be. He closed his eyes again, the smile still on his lips. She said, "I'm not just painting you. I have one of Gus, too. I call it Woman Child."
"What's mine called?"
She fidgeted, and he chuckled.
"It can't be that bad."
"I'm going to need you to sign a not going to sue me agreement." He pulled her closer and scrawled Jack across her butt cheek with his finger.
"I've signed."
Delia muttered, "I don't think that would hold up in court." Jack patted his invisible signature.
"It'll hold up. What's it called?"
She sniffed. "Master of the Universe?" He sighed, long and heartfelt.
"I'm not. Just ask Woman Child. Just ask Lady of the Ceiling."
She stroked his shoulder. "Don't worry. Everyone else thinks so. But I guess I could call it Fitzwilliam." Delia sighed. "Oh, Fitzwilliam." Then she snickered. "That's a terrible middle name."
"It's better than Sunshine,"
he said, and she gasped, pushing him. "You looked." He had.
"Delia Sunshine Woodson."
She groaned, flinging herself onto her back. "Amelia Bedelia, my mom loved that book. I ask you, why couldn't she have named me Amelia?"
"Because you're not an Amelia."
He rolled over, trapping her beneath him.
"You're not really a Sunshine, either."
He looked at her hair, then bent to kiss a breast.
"Wildfire."
He kissed the other breast.
"Delia."
Belly button.
"Wildfire."
Abdomen.
"Woodson."
He rested his head on her belly, and she said, "What were you just saying about not being the master of the universe?"
"You know I'm right."
"You're always right. That's why Gus thinks you're perfect."
"If I remember correctly, you think perfect is boring."
"It is, but you're not perfect. You're a bit of an ass." She sounded as if she'd never want anything but a bit of an ass. He smiled against her belly and murmured,
"I thought you were the ass."
She whispered, "I will never say it." He ran his hand down her thigh to cup the back of her knee.
"If you stay tonight, I can torture it out of you."
She played with his hair until he looked up at her, and then she said, "Just this once." Chapter 12. Delia did the walk of shame early the next morning. Gus was sitting at the table eating cereal, and when she saw Delia, she said,
Don't even tell me you were at Justine's.
Delia dropped her packages on the couch and flopped down next to them. Okay. She pulled out her pink dress and her silver shoes and thought she might have to try them on this morning. She hadn't tried on her dress yesterday, although they had tried out the shoes, and yes, they worked. Delia wanted to see what they looked like together, because Jack was taking her to dinner and dancing tonight, if they could get out the door. Gus came to inspect them and said,
Nice shoes.
They were nice, and so impractical that she knew she'd never wear any of it again after tonight. She should sell them. The shoes alone could pay for food for months. And she couldn't. She couldn't sell the dress, the softest, silkiest material she'd ever felt in her life. And the shoes? Please. She was keeping these shoes. She would be buried in these shoes. Delia said, Jack found my weakness.
Is that what you're telling yourself? That you slept with him because of the shoes?
She'd slept with him because she couldn't stand not to for one more minute. He'd bought her shoes. He'd sat there ready to spend the day watching her try on shoes, and he'd looked like there was nowhere else he wanted to be. And then, dear God, he'd made her forget how to breathe without him. She was still trying to remember. Delia said, It's what I'm telling you, Judas Iscariot. You told him my shoe size. Gus smiled and went back to her cereal bowl.
You're welcome.
And Delia almost thanked her. She'd left Jack this morning, his tie hanging down his neck, his feet bare, and she'd memorized every detail so she could paint him like that, perfectly disheveled and only hers, glowering at her because she was leaving, and she'd wanted to wrap herself around him. He glowered, and she wanted to tease it away. Delia slipped on the shoes, practicing walking back and forth. And what did you do last night while I was doing unspeakable things to your brother? Gus pushed her bowl away, gagging.
I made spaghetti, broke up with my boyfriend, and watched bad TV.
Delia stopped prancing around and just looked at Gus, who said,
Go ahead. You can be happy about it.
Maybe after you tell me why you broke up.
Because it's weird that he doesn't want to meet my family. That he doesn't want me to meet his. That's weird, right?
Yeah, that's a little weird.
I don't have to put up with weird, not unless I like the weird.
Delia smiled then. That's right.
I can have any guy I want. I can have no guy if I don't want. And I know it's only been one night, but do you know how you said your ex-husband was nothing to you now?
Delia nodded. Gus looked down, testing herself, then looked back up, shrugging.
He's nothing to me now.
Delia knew all about that. Gus whispered, That's kind of sad. I don't want to waste any more time on someone who will mean nothing to me when it's over. If I'm going to love, I want to be devastated when it's over. I want to be like Miss Havisham. She folded her arms on the table, resting her head on them and muttering, I want to be like my mother? Delia chuckled. No daughter wanted to be like her mother, and most were just like them. Gus said, When my dad died, she died too. She had no reason for living, no reason to get out of bed in the morning. Delia lifted her eyebrows, looking at one good reason for a mother to get out of bed. How old were you?
10. But I had Jack.
We had Jack. Delia sat down on the couch, pulling her new dress into her lap and thinking Gus had been lucky to have him. Any girl would be lucky to have him. Gus picked her head back up, her eyes wide.
I'm not ready to love like that.
Delia said, No one is ever ready. It happens when it happens. Delia thought of Justine. And then sometimes you think you're ready and it doesn't happen. It is uncontrollable. I don't think so. I can control some things. Like if I'm looking for a guy. Like how dedicated I am to other parts of my life. She grimaced. How dedicated can you be when you work in human resources? Delia laughed. You could always go to college, throw a dart in a map, and go somewhere no one knows your name, which, frankly, is anywhere but Boston. San Francisco? Gus grinned. My mother would hate that. Gus, you've got to figure out what you want to do. A flicker of panic crossed her young face, and she said softly, But I have no idea what I want to do. Delia made a face and nodded. Welcome to the world, baby girl. No one knew what they wanted, except when they did, and then it scared the life out of them. Gus put her bowl in the dishwasher. Are you going to be late for work? Why are you even asking me that? I meant later than normal. I just need to grab some clean clothes. I showered at Jack's. Gus turned away with a huff, waving that image away. Can you please remember I'm a sister and try to keep the sexual images to a minimum? I didn't say I showered with him. You didn't have to say it. That was probably because Delia had been thinking about that long, hot, wet shower when she'd said it. Gus said, Ew, stop it. Delia turned to her bedroom to get some new clothes for the day and said, I haven't forgotten you're his sister. I haven't forgotten you're the one who told him my shoe and dress size. She closed her bedroom door and Gus shouted, Hey! I was the one who picked your dress out. You should be thanking me. Delia stood in front of her mirror, wearing her shoes, holding up the most decadent dress that she would ever own in her life, remembering the best night of her life. She didn't like thanking people. No one had said thank you when she was growing up. Everyone just knew that next time it would be the other way around. Thank you wasn't necessary. You just helped each other when you could. But she didn't know if she could repay Gus for last night, repay her for both the treachery and the wonder. Last night had been a special kind of gift, and Delia whispered, Thanks, Gus. Delia went to Sunday dinner again. Catherine had simply said, when she'd seen her, and then, Perhaps you'd care to show Jack what you think should go on the dining room ceiling, and what it will cost. Delia didn't know whether to be happy or horrified. Happy for the next job lined up, horrified it was another ceiling. Jack took her hand, leading her away and saying, Yes, I'd like to know exactly what you're planning on painting up there. Delia smiled, and when they were out of earshot of his mother, said, You'll just have to wait and torture it out of me. He murmured, I can't wait. Neither could she. She looked up when they entered the dining room, seeing the parchment, the thin ribbons of gold, the 4 dragons, one in each corner, aging the parchment with their hot breath, burning up those trying to hide. Jack stepped in behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist and holding her close. He said, Remember, 5 times as much. It's a smaller ceiling than your office. And will be coveted twice as much. A painted ceiling in an office is strange. A painted ceiling in a dining room is fashion. Delia said, If you say so. More importantly, my mother says so. Expect some poaching. Oh, really? Maybe I should just charge 5 times as much as the last ceiling every time someone new comes along. and then I can retire in a year. Delia might be happy to paint another ceiling if she'd be paid 5 times as much each time, and she might run out of people willing to pay her price before long. Her guess was she'd run out of people after Jack's mother, but she'd take advantage while she could, build up her savings. Heck, have a savings. Delia turned in Jack's arms. "Are you going to put it on the expense account?" He smiled, shaking his head.
"You'll never catch me paying for personal expenses out of the company."
She knew he never would. For a scum-sucking corporate shill, he had an unbending sense of right and wrong. She whispered, "I know, and not just because I couldn't catch you." He slid his hands into her crazy, wild hair, pulling her mouth to his, and she said against his lips, "Don't mess it up. It takes me hours to get it to look like this." He laughed, his eyes melting into a puddle of chocolate goo, and Delia sank against his chest, hoping Gus and Catherine were somewhere far away from the dining room. On the bright side, Delia was pretty sure she wouldn't be painting any dining room ceilings if they walked in. Gus propped the wall up with her shoulder and watched her mother. She sat, poised, her eyes glued to the door, waiting for Jack and Delia to come back. Gus said, "You'd like her if you gave her a chance." "Maybe." Catherine said, "I think I'll call Diane, have her stop by after dinner. If I'd known the painter was coming, I would have invited Diane. I thought Sunday was only for family." "Delia's practically family. She's living with Jack." Okay, not completely true. Delia had slept in her own bed one night. Gus had thought they might be fighting, but the next morning Delia had brought a small bag with her to work and hadn't been home again since. Gus had thought living alone would be great, but really it was just boring. Catherine turned a little more toward the door, tapping her foot. "I'll give him a little while to get over this thing with the painter." "Even if he gets over Delia, he won't ever want Diane Evans." "Why not?" Gus folded her arms and lifted her chin. She told her mother what no wife wanted to hear about her husband, even if he'd been dead for 8 years. Maybe especially after he'd been dead for 8 years. "Because she was with Daddy when he had his heart attack." "No, she wasn't." "She was. She told me all about it." Catherine turned away from the door to face her. "He was at his club. With a bunch of frat girls." Gus remembered Diane putting her arm around Gus's shoulder and saying, "I'm so sorry, Augusta. We were just having fun." And then describing what they'd been doing, what her father had looked like when he'd had his heart attack. Gus had been 10, horrified, stricken. How could she have told her mother? How could she have told anyone? Well, she'd told Jack, years later, asking if it could be true. He'd put his arm around her shoulders and told her the truth, that he'd heard rumors, that it didn't change how her father had loved her, how he'd even loved Mother. Gus had asked, "How could she have done that with Daddy and still be friends with Mother?" And Jack had wearily said,
"Because she's a liar."
Because when you looked at Diane Evans, all you saw was a shell. Gus was sure one day they would find a painting locked in Diane's attic that showed her ugliness and deceit. See, Gus read, just not what teachers told her to. Catherine said, "I don't believe you." Gus just felt sad for her mother. She'd loved Daddy, loved him so much that when he died she'd mourned him for years. When Gus found someone to love like that, she would be sure he was worth it. Gus put her arms around her mother's tight shoulders.
I'm sorry, Mother. Daddy loved us. I know he did.
When Gus pulled back, Catherine's eyebrows were pinched together.
But Diane is a bitch. Augusta. She is, Mother. I'm sorry I had to tell you, but Jack won't ever want her. I don't think you'd want him to want her.
Catherine stood, her hands fisted.
You must be mistaken, Augusta.
Gus shook her head.
I'm not. You can ask Jack.
Just later, not when he was hiding in the dining room kissing Delia. She said, to distract her mother,
And I hate the name Augusta.
It's your name. I'm not going to call you Gus.
I hate Gus, too.
Her mother sighed. Thank God.
I like Summer. It's a happy name.
Catherine blinked uncontrollably, then sat back down in her chair, shocked into silence.
Gus said softly, I'd like to be happy. Do you think it's possible to be happy?
When her mother could only stare at her, Summer, sat down across from her. Summer. She felt happier just saying it.
Summer said, Delia says the hardest thing to do in life is learn how to act like an adult around your parents. She said she couldn't figure it out. She could only leave.
She took a deep breath.
I think I need to leave. For a little while. I don't want to leave you permanently. Do you know Delia only talks to her parents once a year? I mean, they don't have a phone, but still, I don't want that.
I don't care what that painter does. Summer shook her head, because that hadn't really been her point.
I've applied to Rose State College for spring semester.
At her mother's blank face, Summer said, It's in Oklahoma.
Oklahoma?
Summer muttered,
I threw a dart at the map. It's open enrollment.
Catherine gasped, bringing her hand to her chest. Open enrollment?
That's all I can get into. But if I do well, then I can transfer to Oklahoma State University.
Oklahoma? What is in Oklahoma? There was nothing in Oklahoma. Nothing and no one. And Summer couldn't wait to get out there. Jack came back through the door with his eyebrows raised, Delia following close behind. She said, I've never been to Oklahoma. Catherine surged to her feet, shouting at Delia. Did you do this? An open enrollment school in Oklahoma? Summer just watched Jack. He stopped for a brief moment, glancing at his mother to make sure her uncharacteristic outburst wouldn't lead to anything more physical, then moved to grip Summer in a bear hug. She said,
You said you'd pay if I went to college.
He pulled back, smiling at her. I did say that.
Even for an open enrollment school in Oklahoma?
Of course. Catherine muttered, Open enrollment, Oklahoma.
Summer said, And I don't want to be called Gus anymore.
Jack sighed. I was just getting used to it.
I want to be called Summer.
He glanced at the mutinous expression on their mother's face and blew out his breath. He nodded. I might forget a few times. I'll try to remember.
I know.
She did know it. She could always count on Jack. Delia said, Summer is a happy name. And Summer smiled at her. Catherine Lowell Cabot Bradley shrieked. Chapter 13. Justine and Paul got used to living with each other on the weekends. It was nice. It was cozy. It was wonderful to come home to someone, to curl up on the couch and not be alone, to eat dinner together, to even wash 2 sets of dishes. They'd even started talking about moving in together the rest of the week, although that came with more problems. Whose apartment, and what would happen to the other apartment. And then there were even more problems with moving in together, because neither one of them had 2 bedrooms, and Justine procrastinated, and kept things to the weekend because she couldn't tell him they needed 2 bedrooms. She couldn't tell him why they needed 2 bedrooms. She didn't know how anyone could be so happy and so horrified at the same time. She didn't know how anyone could cry while they were smiling. She didn't know how she could act normal with her news sitting on the tip of her tongue, but apparently she did. Every weekend they came together, and they got more and more comfortable living together. Christmas morning, they huddled on the couch, looking at the small tree they'd decorated together and exchanged gifts. Paul said, "Open mine first." She ripped open the packaging, then crunched the wrapping into a ball. She looked down at a rectangular white clothing box, and Paul said, "I had some pajamas made for you." "Oh, no." He grinned. "Open it." Justine opened it to find his smiling face dotting a set of flannel pajamas. She blinked, laughing. "What season do you think these go with?" "Every season. Put them on." "Right now?" "I want to see if they fit." She pulled out the top, and a little blue box fell out onto the floor. Justine stared down at it and forgot to breathe. Her eyes flicked up to Paul. When he went down on one knee and reached for the box, Justine's throat closed. She gripped the pajamas to her chest and looked down at the box sitting in his hand. Paul opened it, and all the air whooshed out of her. Because it was a ring, a beautiful ring, a gorgeous ring, an engagement ring. He said, "Will you take this 2-month salary as a token of my affection? Will you marry me?" Tears flooded her eyes. She nodded, and he pulled out the ring, sliding it onto her finger. She looked at him and said, "Are you sure?" He laughed. "We're a pair." And then he shook his head. "I don't know how to be sure. There's no skies opening, no birds singing." She knew exactly what he was saying. "There's no white horse, no sweeping me off my feet." "I had hoped the ring would do it." She looked down at it, wiggling her finger. She smiled back up at him. "It's beautiful." He got up off his knee to sit next to her, taking her hand and watching the ring sparkle. 2-month salary. It had better be beautiful." "It is." And it was. He said, "I think we should just go for it. Move in together permanently. Get married. I'm ready and you're here." "You're right. We are just not romantic." "No, we're not. But I think you'll be a great mother and I'm ready for a family." He stared at the wall and said, "Yes, I'm pretty sure I'm ready." She opened her mouth to tell him that family was coming sooner than he thought, but he laughed, squeezing her hand. He said, "I wouldn't mind becoming more like you, a little more sure about what I want in life. And I think you could become a little more like me. Have a little more fun. Is that romantic enough?" She said, "It is for me." It was true. It was enough for her. She didn't need the L word. She was getting married. She was having a baby. Everything she wanted in life was hers now. She looked down at the ring and thought maybe it would feel better once the shock wore off. He looked around her apartment. "Now we just have to decide who gets rid of their apartment." She opened her mouth to tell him they needed a second bedroom, but she didn't want to ruin this moment. She would tell him, just not yet. Not right now. She said, What if we found a new apartment? Not yours, not mine, but ours. We're going to need more room anyway. He nodded.
Neither one of us has any room in our closet for the other.
That was true, and it was a good excuse. He said,
You're going to be busy with wedding plans. Do you want me to start looking for a new place for us?
And when are you going to have time to do that?
I'll start chiseling. This will be good practice for me.
Chiseling out time for children. Relief swamped her. She didn't have to tell him now at all. She didn't have to tell him that she'd gotten pregnant on purpose, that she'd wanted a baby more than she wanted him. She could tell him in a few weeks that she was pregnant, and it would just be part of the process. He didn't have to know what kind of person she was. She didn't have to admit it out loud. Justine said, "When do you want to get married?" Paul smiled.
I know we're on a deadline. Let's do it before your birthday.
Married before I turn 37. My mother is going to be so proud.
Mine will be. She'll say, good for you, putting your career first.
He grabbed the pajama bottoms, pulling them out of the box.
Now, are you going to try on your pajamas?
She looked down at the smiling Pauls and just couldn't decide if this was sweet or funny. She said, "You know this isn't romantic, right?"
Is the ring romantic?
"Yes, the ring is romantic." He kissed her and murmured,
1 out of 2 isn't bad.
She smiled and kissed him back. 1 out of 2 wasn't bad at all. Justine waited until Paul left the next morning to call her mother. Justine had sent him out to get breakfast, telling him he couldn't meet her mother the first time like this.
But I want to hear what she says.
You don't, because she's not going to say anything. Trust me. You can meet her when she's had time to calm down. He'd left, and she'd called her mother, and the whole conversation had consisted of shrieks of joy. My daughter, she's getting married! Married to a lawyer! Justine could only hope she was at home and screaming the news to Dad and not at the grocery store. Bring him to dinner, oh my God! I think I have to sit down. Mom, I'm not bringing him to dinner until you can meet him without screaming. You bring him to dinner, Justine, and I will kiss the man on both cheeks. He's marrying my daughter. What does he like? There was no time to even think of an answer to that. Her mom said, This will be the wedding of the century. The century! A horse-drawn carriage, the wedding at the church. Oh, we have to reserve the church. And she hung up. Justine crawled back into bed and let her mother have her fun. Her mother would reserve the first date the church was available, which probably wasn't for 2 years, and then they would look for somewhere they could do it sooner. Something this spring. She cupped her belly. She'd be showing by then, and maybe they would end up just having a small civil ceremony. If Justine knew her mother, wanting her daughter married would trump just exactly how her daughter was married. Justine thought about calling Delia to tell her the good news, but she didn't. Delia wouldn't be so happy she couldn't think. Delia would ask her why. Why was she marrying Paul? Because she loved him more than anything? Because she would be better with him than without him? Or because he'd asked when no one had asked before? Because she'd made her decision without him and was now happy to have him along for the ride? Justine still didn't know why. She looked down at 2 months' salary wrapped around her finger, and she cried. Paul went back to work the next day. No rest for the weary, but there was a spring in his step and a smile on his face. He was getting married. He'd told Justine that they should just go for it, and that was what he wanted. Just to go for it and to be done with the decision. To stop hemming and hawing about it. Justine was on a deadline. They'd moved in together, and it had felt good and right. She'd been the one to hesitate about moving in together permanently, and he thought he knew why. Moving in together without a certainty about their future was a big step. She needed the commitment. She needed to know moving together was the next step on the path to the final step. So he'd given it to her, and it felt good and right. It felt comfortable. "Polly?" Paul looked up to find his sister standing in the doorway of his office.
"Karen? Is everything all right? Where's little princess?"
"She's with a sitter."
"Are you okay?"
Karen shut his office door. "I'm okay. You're not." He stood to walk around the desk.
"What's the matter, Karen?"
"You and Justine. Getting married. It's not." Paul pushed her into a chair and leaned against his desk.
"Don't you like Justine?"
"It's not Justine. It's you and Justine. You should feel like you can't live without her. And I don't see that. Not from you, not from her." No, he didn't feel like that.
"Should I? Should she?"
Marriage is hard. Marriage is the hardest thing you will ever do. She closed her eyes. "Scratch that. Marriage is the second hardest thing you will do. Babies are first. My baby makes me long for grad school, and I thought I was going to die in grad school. Half my hair fell out in grad school."
"You're not making parenthood sound all that appealing."
"Oh, it's great. She's the light of my life, my reason for living. She's just killing me slowly. And some days, the only reason I can keep on going is because Steve is there. Because I just could not live without him. Even when I want to strangle him with my bare hands, I can't. Because it would hurt me just as much as it would hurt him." She rubbed her forehead. "I am just not making sense. See, it's the baby brain. It's the sleep deprivation. They say babies start sleeping through the night by the time they're 6 months old. They lie, Polly. They lie."
"How long do you have the sitter for? You can go to my apartment and take a nap."
"I don't know how single moms do it. Single moms must be the strongest people on the planet. And I can't go take a nap. I only have an hour."
"Okay. Call the sitter and tell her that I'm coming to relieve her, and I'll stay until Steve gets home. Go sleep, Karen. You can take one afternoon to yourself."
She shook her head. "I can't do it, Paul. She's my baby."
"It won't make you a bad mother to take time for yourself. I'll come back tonight and finish my work. I'm learning how to chisel."
He peeled off his house key, handing it to her.
"And if you sleep the whole night through, good for you. I'll go to Justine's tonight. Steve can handle the diapers for one night."
She stared at the key. "Really? You don't think this smacks of abandonment? Mom would have done this." Their mother had never thought she had to do it all herself. Their mother had never worried about abandonment issues. He said,
"You're overcompensating. You can be the main caregiver without being the only caregiver."
"Overcompensating." She sighed, closing her eyes. "I've missed big words. I've missed conversation and debate. You can't debate with a 9-month-old. I've stopped trying." He laughed.
"Good. Now stop trying to function on no sleep."
"It's making me stupid, isn't it?" Paul had had a sister long enough to know not to agree with her.
"It's making you tired."
She looked down at the key, weighing her need for sleep against her need to be the perfect mother. Paul said,
"You'll be a new woman after 8 hours."
8 hours? I'd settle for an uninterrupted 4.
"Good. Go take them."
She sighed, standing reluctantly and saying, "It's hard, Polly. Harder than you think it will be. Please, just think about it." Think about what it would mean to long for law school again and how bad life would have to be. And then think if you and Justine would make it through. A lot of people don't. Paul was more worried about her and Steve and little Princess.
Are you and Steve going to make it?
She blinked rapidly, then snorted. Yes, he's mine. He can't get away from me. I won't let him.
Does he want to?
Some days. Some days I want to get away from myself. Karen went to Paul's place to sleep, and he relieved the babysitter, settling in for the afternoon. He just sat on the couch and held little Princess, made faces at her and bounced her on his knee, turned on the TV and just relaxed. He fed her a bottle according to the schedule Karen had given him before leaving his office, and he was thankful he didn't have to change any gag-worthy diapers before Steve came home. And if Paul couldn't see what was so hard about this, he was bright enough to not ever say that to his sister. When Steve blew in, he hollered, "Polly!"
Karen's at my place, hopefully sleeping. Good.
Steve grabbed the kicking little girl out of Paul's arms, and Paul knew Karen was wrong. Little Princess did care who was holding her. She'd started kicking as soon as Steve had walked through the door. Paul wanted that. And maybe he was being hasty. Maybe he was being unfair to himself and to Justine. Maybe it was unfair to think that good enough was good enough, that comfortable was the same thing as love, that you could make a happy family with good enough, that you could survive the hard parts with good enough. Steve propped little Princess in the crook of one arm, heading for the kitchen.
You staying for dinner, Polly? What are you having? I'm calling for pizza, man. I can stay for pizza. I told Karen to sleep the night at my place if she can. You're on diaper duty.
Steve laughed.
You hear that, little Princess? No dirty diapers tonight. And no way will Mommy sleep the whole night. She can't do it. Even if the baby isn't crying, Karen gets up to check on her a couple times a night. I don't know. She looked pretty tired. She stresses herself out. I can't talk her into just relaxing. I can't talk her into pizza for dinner. She has to do everything right.
That sounded exactly like Karen. And while Steve knew his mother-in-law pretty well, knew what Karen thought of the way she'd been raised, Paul still said, "She wants to be a good mother." Steve jiggled little Princess.
Does this look like the child of a bad mother? Do you ever say that to Karen? All the time. She doesn't believe me, because what do I know about being a good mom? We'd have pizza every night if it was up to me. And that's bad? There's rules, Polly. Rules we know nothing about. Justine will teach 'em to you.
Paul thought about Justine and decided she probably did know all the rules, had probably made a few of them up herself. Steve said,
We'd be cavemen without our women and their rules, Polly. Well, you don't need to worry about that. Karen says you're never getting away from her.
Steve grinned.
She looks mild-mannered and bookish, but there's a wild woman underneath. Do you feel the same? That you'd never let her get away?
He nodded.
I would die without her, man.
Yeah, Paul didn't feel that way about Justine. Maybe Karen was right. Maybe they were setting themselves up for failure. How could they even think about children when that was a possibility? Karen walked through the door before they'd finished eating their pizza, and Steve said,
See?
Paul grinned.
Did you sleep at all?
Karen nodded. 4 hours. I feel great. Thank you, Paul. Same time next week? He laughed, trying to decide if he was really going back to work tonight. He was full. He was tired. He had things to think about. He took the key she was holding out to him.
You're welcome any time. I'll make you a key, or I'll come here and watch her while you nap.
I can't sleep here. I can hear her breathing. Steve kissed Karen, handing her the baby.
Mom ears. Glad I don't have them.
Karen pinched him lightly, then smiled at little Princess. Yeah, be glad. Paul left them, tickling little Princess on the foot on his way out, and listening to Steve defend his choice of dinner by saying there were vegetables on it. Paul didn't go to Justine's. He didn't go back to work. He sat in his BMW, looking at the bright, welcoming lights of his sister's house, and wondered. He didn't have what his sister had. He and Justine had something. He thought one day they might have something more. But he'd rushed it. They weren't ready for this yet, because once he had this, he didn't want to lose it. But maybe they just needed to slow down, to be sure before, even if they were working against a deadline. He closed his eyes, thinking he was probably going to break one of those rules he knew nothing about, then drove slowly to Justine's, hoping she would know exactly what he was trying to say when he told her he didn't want to marry her yet. He knocked, then let himself in with his key. He'd wondered if she was even home yet, but she was already in her snowmen-sipping Mai Tais pajamas, her hair pulled back in a ponytail, looking tired. She smiled at him. Hi, are you staying here tonight?
I don't know. I just came from Karen's and wanted to talk to you.
She nodded. Hungry? He shook his head.
I had pizza.
She sat on the couch, folding her legs beneath her. He sat next to her, fiddling his fingers, and she said, What's wrong, Paul?
You remember how we're not romantic?
She laughed. Yes, I remember.
I'm just wondering if maybe we need to wait until we are.
She wiggled her foot with nervous energy. Wait? To get married? When he nodded, she said, Do you think we're ever going to be romantic? It might be a permanent condition with the two of us. He sat back, leaning his head against the couch and looking up at the ceiling.
That might be true, but I just keep wondering if we're rushing this. We are rushing this, and maybe we should slow down.
He glanced at her, finding her eyes wide and her face pale. He took her hand and said quickly,
Can we put the wedding plans on hold? Stay engaged until we know for sure?
Her hand flinched in his. He said,
I've spent all afternoon caring for little Princess because my sister is about ready to break. And when that's you and me and life is trying to break us, do you think we'd make it through? Because I'm not sure.
Justine took a deep breath. I don't know. I'm not sure of anything right now. He nodded.
We need time. And I know you don't have time. I know you're racing against the clock. But I'm asking for as much as you can give me because I don't think we're ready for marriage. Yet.
Justine whispered, Paul.
I'm sorry, Justine. So sorry. Maybe in a few months we'll be ready.
She said, I'm pregnant. Justine opened her mouth to tell him that it had just happened, that it was an accident, that she must have forgotten 1 or 2 days and it just happened. And then she closed her mouth. She couldn't lie to him. And not only that, but she knew he wouldn't believe her. Justine never forgot anything. Paul's mouth fell open, and he glanced down at her belly. She waited for the horror, for the accusation, but he just sat there, his mouth wide open, surprise covering his face. He didn't say anything. Nothing at all, and she fidgeted in her seat. He cleared his throat.
Are you sure?
You think I would make this kind of mistake?
I'm kind of hoping.
You hope I'm lying. that I'm trying to trap you, that I wouldn't really have gotten pregnant on purpose." The shock left his eyes and was quickly replaced with anger.
"You did this on purpose?"
He looked down and said,
"Of course you did this on purpose."
"Paul." He looked up and she stopped. What could she say? They both knew what kind of person she was now. There was no hiding it.
"How far along are you?"
She closed her eyes and whispered, 6 weeks.
6 weeks? How long have you known?
She told the truth. 2 weeks. He stood abruptly, and she kept her eyes closed. She didn't want to see that look on his face, that look of shock and horror and disapproval. She'd seen it enough times on her own face.
"Is that why you said yes? Would you be wearing my ring if you weren't pregnant?"
Justine still didn't know. Yes, she did know. She would have said yes to anybody. She was 36. She was desperate. She knew a woman didn't have to be 36 and desperate, but she was. She wanted, and she would do anything to get what she wanted. She'd thought she would be happy to pay any price to get what she wanted. She opened her eyes and looked at Paul, angry and trapped and horrified, and she said, "Yes, I want to be married and have a family. I said yes even though I'm not quite ready to have that with you." He jerked back and she kept her eyes open, forced herself to see what she'd done, forced herself to pay the price. He didn't say anything, just left. And she didn't cry. She didn't jump up and follow him. She stayed on the couch and cupped her belly, relieved that it was over, relieved that she'd finally told him before it was too late, before they'd made her lie into an even bigger lie. Relieved and sad, because now she realized that there had been something between them. He'd called off the wedding because they weren't ready, not because they wouldn't ever be ready. She'd given up the chance at all of her dreams for a part of it. Chapter 14. Paul stared at Justine's apartment building, wide-eyed, shell-shocked, and then he went back to his sister's. She opened the door, her arms free for once, and he wanted to drop his head on her shoulder, let her take care of him. They'd always taken care of each other, had only had each other to depend on, their parents too busy. She pulled him inside. "I'm so sorry, Paulie." He was sad too, sad and confused and sorry. Steve sat at the dining room table, little Princess in his arms, and Paul said,
"Justine's pregnant."
Steve stood, grabbing him in a one-armed bear hug, still able to lift him off his feet.
"All right, man."
Karen froze, the sad expression on her face turning to horror. Paul said over Steve's shoulder,
"She did it on purpose."
Karen sat down slowly, and Steve lowered Paul back down to the ground.
"She told me after I called off the wedding."
Steve said,
"Called off the wedding?"
He looked between his wife and her brother, then glared at Karen.
"Babe, I told you to leave them alone."
"Was I supposed to just do what you said, like a good little wife?"
"No, you were supposed to realize it was none of your business and stay out of it."
Steve stomped out of the room and Karen pinched her lips together. Paul fell into a chair and put his head in his hands.
"She did it on purpose, Karen. Got pregnant on purpose. I knew we were going to have kids, but, after we got married, she was pregnant before I even proposed. Just when was she going to tell me?"
Steve stomped back in the room, tipping little Princess into Karen's arms and pulling Paul out of his chair. Steve dragged him to the door, shoving his coat at him and saying, "We're going for a beer."
Karen said, "But—"
"You've had your say. Now we will go and handle this development like men."
"With beer?"
"Yup."
Karen cuddled little Princess and nodded, miserable. When they got outside, Steve tipped his head at his truck and Paul climbed into the cab. He could use a beer or two. The engine roared to life, and Steve said,
"Sometimes my wife doesn't know when to keep her mouth shut." She made sense. And what did she say that made so much sense?
Paul said,
"Birds. Songs. Justine and I don't have that."
Steve snorted.
"This is what happens when you ask a woman for advice."
Paul gripped the door handle as Steve gunned the truck. That was Steve, full speed ahead. It cleared a man's head, at least. Paul said,
"You're saying that didn't happen with you?" "I got hit upside the head with birds and songs. Doesn't mean it happens for everybody. Doesn't even mean it should. You had something with Justine, enough to make you want to propose in the first place." "It was just going too fast. I should have waited until I was sure." "Paul, I know a couple things about you. 1, you have terrible taste in cars. 2, you are never sure. You were still debating whether you wanted to be a lawyer when you passed the bar."
Paul ignored the familiar insult to his beloved BMW.
"I'm sure I want children, just not right now. And maybe not with Justine." "Too late for that." "Yeah, too late for that. She decided without me."
Steve cocked his head.
"You were getting married, right? I don't think you can really be all that surprised that a kid is on the way." "Yeah, but isn't this a decision we should have talked about?"
Steve snorted again.
"No, she would have decided and you would have gone along with it." "I would have liked the opportunity to go along with it." "You had the opportunity. You blew it."
They pulled into the parking lot of a working man's bar. No BMWs here, and Paul followed Steve inside, all the while thinking he had indeed blown it. Steve tapped the bar.
"A beer for my friend. He's going to be a father."
A cheer went up in the crowded room, and Paul closed his eyes. A man on the next stool over chuckled, cuffing him on the back.
"I don't know how long I've been sitting here, and I don't know how many times I've seen that face."
He lifted his glass.
"To a new father."
Another cheer went round, and Paul grabbed his beer, not even complaining that it wasn't a local microbrew. He drained it and nodded at the bartender for another. Steve pushed Paul down on the stool.
"He'll keep 'em coming. He's done this before."
The man who'd cuffed Paul peered around him and said,
"I remember him doing it for you."
Steve nodded.
"It hits every man, the soul-crushing responsibility."
Paul grabbed the next beer.
"I'm going to be a father."
Steve nodded.
"The head of the household, man of the house."
He took a long drink.
"Let me tell you something, Polly. A man's home is not his castle. Oh, she'll let you think so for a little while, and then a few months after the baby is born, you'll realize what's going on. She's in charge. She's always been in charge. Every decision you thought you'd made, she'd got there first. Every decision, she'd led you to it. She wants to get married, you'll get married. She wants babies, you'll have babies."
Paul said,
"She wanted to get married. We were getting married. She wanted a baby. We're having a baby."
Steve said,
"Women, bless 'em. They try so hard to make us think we're in charge."
He pushed a third glass into Paul's hand.
"And let me tell you, when that baby is born, you will thank your lucky stars that you are not in charge. She'll tell you what needs doing and you'll do it. You won't have to keep track of the shots and the clothes and the diapers and what time is feeding time and what time is nap time. She'll spend the night awake, worrying that something is wrong, and you'll sleep the sleep of the damned. Because when you wake up in the morning, she'll be awake already, ready to tear you apart because you slept, because you just won't worry like she does, because you just won't hear like she does.
Steve took a long drink.
She's in charge. Embrace it.
A couple men nodded, raising their glasses in agreement. Paul stared into his beer, horrified, then drained another glass.
And that's what I have to look forward to?
Steve shrugged.
It's life, man.
He grabbed a handful of pretzels.
I don't know Justine all that well, but she seems organized. She'll be a natural mother.
Paul thought about it, then said groggily,
She'll make a chart. See? A chart! You're not going to have to read the books, and you're not going to have to decide. All you've got to do is follow what's on the chart. Any man can be a father. He just has to follow the chart.
Paul put his head down.
Just follow the chart. That is where you'd be heading anyway. Marriage, children.
Paul nodded, his ear rubbing against the wood.
I just wasn't sure it was going to be with her. Now you are.
Paul blinked and sat up. He said slowly,
Now I am.
He looked at Steve.
Now I'm sure. It's a done deal, man.
Paul smiled.
It's a done deal.
He stood.
A done deal. I don't have to decide. I'm going to be a father.
Another cheer, another round of raised glasses, another long drink. Paul turned around quickly.
I've got to see Justine.
Steve pushed him back down on the stool.
You can see her tomorrow. I called off the wedding. And that is going to take some brilliant groveling to undo. It's not going to happen when you are drunk off your ass. I called off the wedding, Steve. I have to call her right now.
Steve grabbed Paul's phone as he pulled it out of his pocket.
And what are you going to say to her, Paulie? That we're going to get married, because she's going to start looking for someone else to be the father of her child, and that someone else is me. I might need to translate for you, man.
Steve brought up the address book on Paul's phone, hitting Justine's number. When she answered, he said,
Justine, it's Steve. Paul wants to tell you something, but I'm going to translate because, well, we've been celebrating about the baby, and he's been trying to drown himself in beer because he was stupid for calling off the wedding.
Paul nodded his head approvingly. This was good. This was good groveling he was doing. Steve said,
So, to recap, he's happy about the baby, ecstatic about the baby, and he's stupid and he would like to marry you. Anything else, man?
Paul thought, but he could only come up with one thing, so he toasted his glass to the phone and said loudly,
I'm going to be a father.
The bar cheered, and Steve grinned. He said into the phone,
I guess I don't have to translate after all. He just wanted to let you know how happy he is because he was worried you were going to go out and marry someone else tonight.
Steve listened for a short minute, then hung up the phone. Paul put his head back down on the bar, not feeling all that better.
What did she say? She'll talk to you tomorrow. She's mad.
Steve wobbled his head and helped him stand.
Women get mad. Usually we deserve it. Usually they forgive us.
Steve got Paul back to the house, half dragging him inside and helping him onto the couch. Paul smiled at his sister.
I'm going to be a father.
Karen raised her eyebrows, and Steve said,
He just had to drink about it for a little while. He's going to sleep it off here tonight. Go see Justine tomorrow and make everything right."
Karen let out a breath of air, glaring down at her brother. Steve said,
"Babe, he's going to be a father, a husband. It's Justine's job to tell him what to do now."
She closed her eyes, trying not to laugh at her husband. "You mean I only get to tell you what to do now?" He nodded, wrapping his arms around her waist. She said softly, "It was like a lightning bolt with you. I saw you and I wanted you. You swept me off my feet."
"Babe, that's how it had to happen with us. Our paths crossed for 1 hour. We would never have seen each other again. I wouldn't even have known your name to find you."
I wanted him to feel that magic. He doesn't with her.
"That doesn't mean it's not real. It's no less magical when the path is slow and winding. It's just easier to doubt. It's just easier to get distracted."
You think they'll get there eventually? Steve nodded.
"I think they're happy together. I think they'll be happy together. I think they deserve a shot at it without you trying to talk him out of it."
I wasn't. It's just...
"I'm going to tell Justine to always get your approval before she drops a bomb on Polly."
That is not very flattering to any of us.
"Whether it's flattering or not, it's the truth."
Karen listened to Steve's heart thump and thought, actually, that she and Justine could do some good work together. She looked down at Paul, his eyes at half-mast, a small smile still on his face. You did a good job tonight. Made him happy about the baby.
"He just had to get over the shock. He would have got there himself eventually. But if I'm going to take credit for it..."
Karen looked up at him, and he said,
"I don't hear little princess."
No, you don't." He lifted her, her feet dangling off the ground.
"I did good tonight, right?"
She smiled. You did good tonight. She cocked her head, listening, and said, We'd better be quick.
"Mom ears?"
She nodded, and he two-timed it to the bedroom. Paul woke with the worst headache he'd ever had, and even despite that, he knew exactly what he had to do. He crawled off the couch, heading straight for the bathroom, then followed the smell of coffee to the kitchen. Karen sat at the table, giving little Princess a bottle. She said, There's Advil in the drawer. He nodded his hands, tapping out 4 and pouring himself a strong cup. Karen said, Did she wake you up? Paul shook his head, smiling at his niece, her little wisps around her head like a halo.
"I didn't hear her."
Karen closed her eyes in pain. Don't even. I don't know why men can't hear a screaming baby besides the fact that you just don't want to. Paul thought Steve was probably right. Men didn't hear because they weren't in charge.
"Karen."
I'm sorry, Paulie, that I interfered. He smiled.
"No, you're not. You're sorry that you're wrong."
She chuckled. Maybe. I am sorry that I've hurt things between you and Justine.
"I hurt things between me and Justine, and I'll make it better."
He was still relieved that he knew exactly what he had to do. It had been decided. He said,
"Now I have to give her the birds and the songs. I'm going to need your help."
Paul knocked softly on Justine's door, the biggest bouquet of flowers he could hold in his hand. When he heard the lock turn, he went down on both knees, and when he saw her closed face, he let out a long breath.
"I am the stupidest man in Boston. Please, let me make it up to you."
He remembered Steve telling her last night that Paul was stupid, and he thought he might as well keep going on that refrain. She shook her head. You weren't wrong, Paul. We were moving too fast. We aren't sure.
"We were moving fast. We had a good reason, Justine. We have an even better reason now."
She closed her eyes and whispered, "I'm sorry I did this to us." He crawled on his knees to her, wrapping his arms around her waist, putting his ear to her belly. He murmured,
"It's been decided."
He looked up at her and whispered,
"Thank you for doing this to us."
Her bottom lip wobbled, and when her eyes opened, they were filled with tears. "Really?"
"My sister is reserving a B&B for us. Your mother is out picking a dress. We're driving to New Hampshire and getting married today."
Her eyes widened. I don't want to get married today."
"I'm sweeping you off your feet."
She let out a watery laugh. "Paul, I don't really want to be swept off my feet. I want to be sure that you're the one and not just because I've run out of time."
"Justine, don't you see? You weren't going to meet the one until you ran out of time, which means I'm it."
"That is circular."
"But it makes sense, doesn't it?"
She searched his face. "It's a pretty thought."
"It could be the most beautiful thing I've ever said."
She sniffed. "I still don't hear any birds." He got off his knees, kissing her and closing the door behind him.
"We will, Justine. I know we will."
Delia helped Jack and Summer box everything up, watching her apartment not so slowly empty itself as movers carried boxes down. Summer's stuff was being moved and would meet her there, and Delia had just shaken her head. The only thing she had schlepped across the country had been her paintings and brushes. Delia said, "Didn't we just move this stuff in?" She spun in a slow circle, noting what was left and seeing that it was absolutely nothing. "I'm going to have to get a new roommate." Jack shouted from Summer's bedroom,
"Why?"
"It's a 2-bedroom. I don't need 2 bedrooms. I can't afford 2 bedrooms."
"You've got the deposit for Mother's ceiling."
"Is that still on? I thought I was persona non grata around there."
"It's still on, and you could make this bedroom into a studio. Finish those 2 paintings you've been working on."
He came out carrying a box, and she flapped her hand at him. "I finished those."
"When?"
"What do you think I do every morning when you go to work?" Jack dropped the box by the door for the movers.
"I thought you wandered around aimlessly until you could show your face at a ridiculously late hour."
Delia tried to look pious. "And instead, I am hard at work." Jack made a detour to kiss her, stopping to put some real effort into it. He murmured,
"I'll believe that when I see it."
"You should stay one morning and watch." She whispered, "I paint naked." He laughed,
"And I'll believe that when I see it."
She didn't paint naked. She pulled on one of his t-shirts, covering it with an apron so she wouldn't get any paint on it, and painted what was in her heart. This time it was the stars, she was pretty sure. She'd be pissed if it turned out to be paper again. Summer walked past them saying, "I know you guys can't help yourself, but can't you wait until I'm gone? Or at least until the movers are gone?" Delia pushed Jack away and went to inspect the second bedroom. She kept her works in progress under the bed, and maybe a studio would be nice. She could leave everything up, not put everything away every day. She just wasn't sure she could afford it. Despite Jack's assurance that she was still painting the dining room ceiling, Delia wasn't counting on it. And even if she was, that money wouldn't last long if she was paying for 2 bedrooms. She needed to start selling some paintings. And speaking of paintings... Delia found her bag, pulling out a rolled-up canvas and waving it at Summer. "For you." Jack said,
"Where's mine?"
"It's at home." When Jack smiled at her, she said, "What?" Summer took her painting, saying,
Maybe you should just sublet this place. You're hardly here anyway.
Jack murmured, "There's an idea." And Delia's belly flopped. Summer carefully unrolled the canvas, and she and Jack stared at it. Delia said, "I thought it was called Woman Child, and then maybe Metamorphosis or Potential. I can't decide, so I just call it Summer." Summer whispered, "Is this how you see me?" Delia looked over her shoulder, looked at the expression of innocence and youth on her face, the glimmer of knowledge in her eyes, her black hair blending into blonde. Her mouth was beginning to smile, and while Delia was no Leonardo, she hoped you could see something in that smile, hoped you could see hope and happiness, could see past, present, and future in her expression. Delia had hidden parts of Augusta and Gus in the painting, in the locks of her hair, in the reflection of her eyes. Summer was parts of all three, and maybe she'd be able to see that in years to come, that she didn't have to leave everything behind to become a new her. Delia had signed it Wildfire. Jack took the painting, running his thumb lightly over her signature. Summer hugged Delia tight, whispering, "Thank you." She pulled back.
And I really want to see Jack's.
Delia shook her head. "No, you don't. He's not wearing any pants."
Ew!
"Kidding." At Jack's look, she said again, "I'm kidding." The painted one had pants. She had a few sketches of him where he wasn't. The movers finally loaded the last box, the painting packed carefully inside a box, inside a box, inside a box. Summer checked every room, every cupboard. She sat down on the floor in her empty bedroom, saying goodbye to her first apartment. Jack leaned in the doorway watching her. "I'll call you every week." Summer shook her head. "Not like Mother. We'll call when we have something to share. We'll call when we think of each other." He smiled. "I'll try to limit it to once a week." Summer stood, hugging him. "I'll come home for spring break." "You'll be in Cancun or Puerto Vallarta. I'm waiting for the bill."
I'll come home for summer then.
Delia said from the other room, "I've never been to Cancun or Puerto Vallarta." Summer whispered, "You should take her." "I'm still trying to get her to Maine." Summer laughed, then slowly stopped smiling.
I thought Mother would come say goodbye.
"Mother doesn't like change. She'll come around." Summer nodded, pulling away from him.
It's okay, Jack. I've always had you when Mother couldn't accept that things had changed.
She pushed him toward Delia.
And now that I'm grown, you can get on with your own life.
"That's what I've been doing, Summer." They drove her to the airport, parking and walking in with her despite her protests. Jack would have waited with her at the gate if he could, but settled for finding a vantage of the security line to watch her go through. Catherine was waiting for them, clutching a small overnight bag and waving other travelers into the line. Summer stopped when she saw her mother.
You came to say goodbye.
Catherine adjusted her bag. "No, I'm taking my daughter to college." She glanced at Jack and Delia. "I'm taking Summer to Oklahoma. I need to see where you're going to be living for the next few years, and I thought getting out of Boston would be good for me as well, at least for a little while." Summer hadn't let Jack come. She'd wanted to do it herself, but she smiled at her mother. Jack said, "You haven't flown in a few years. Things are different now." Catherine looked at the line snaking toward the metal detectors. "I can see that. Let's get in line before it gets any longer." Jack said,
When will you be back?
I don't know. I'll see when I get there.
Jack nodded.
Let me know.
Catherine got in line, and Summer gave Jack one more hug. She grinned at him, then hopped back to her mother. Delia took Jack's hand and said, "We're still going to wait here until she gets through security, aren't we?" Jack nodded, only slightly consoled that Mother was going with Summer. He said,
Is she going to be okay?
"Yes."
You don't know that.
Delia nodded. "Yes, I do. She'll be okay as any of us, and she'll come back if she's not." Jack's phone rang. He looked at the caller ID, then answered.
Did you forget something?
He listened, then handed Delia the phone. He said grumpily,
It's for you.
Delia put the phone to her ear, and Summer said, "He's making airport security nervous. Take him away and distract him for a few hours." Delia smiled at Jack. "Can do. Text him when you're settled so I know I can stop." "Don't ever stop, Delia. He's better with your distractions. He's happier with you." Delia hung up and tugged on his hand, pulling him away from Summer, pulling him away from nervous airport security. She said, "Time to go, but don't worry. I've got a few ideas on how we can keep busy, and they are all wrong. Very, very wrong." He let her pull him out of the airport, toward the car.
You can show me my painting.
"Okay,"
You can show me all my paintings.
he said, and she laughed. "You'll have to torture them out of me." He smiled and said,
You're right. That does sound very, very wrong.
Chapter 15. Delia had gone to console Rick, the English major barista, but he'd simply handed her a $3 coffee and said,
Oklahoma?
tomorrow she'd get a $1 coffee. Or maybe she could talk Jack into requisitioning a Keurig. She blew a raspberry at herself when she realized he'd never go for it. She sat and sipped, glancing at the clock a few times, waiting until she could go up and say good morning to Jack, dressed, this time, and think about finishing his ceiling. Maybe see how he felt about Delia doing the dining room ceiling while Catherine was in Oklahoma. Delia blinked when a beautiful, poised bitch slid into the seat across from her. Delia said, "I'm sorry, I can't remember your name." The smile on the woman's face didn't budge. "Diane, and you're Delia?" Delia nodded. Diane said, "I've heard a lot about you from Catherine Bradley." Delia smiled. "I bet." "You know Jack's mother?" "I've met her." "A wonderful woman. She's had her share of tragedy." Diane looked around the busy shop and said, "She doesn't deserve any more."
Losing 2 husbands is enough for anyone.
Diane looked back at her. "You don't even know who Jack is, do you? He's a Cabot. His mother is a Lowell, and that's not even taking into account who she's rumored to be, who her father really was." Delia cocked her head, interested despite herself at some hint of a scandal. A scandal involving Catherine Lowell Cabot Bradley? She couldn't believe it.
Who?
Oh, never mind. I wouldn't recognize the name anyway. I don't know who the Lowells and Cabots and Bradleys are. Exactly. You don't know anything. You don't know anybody. Jack can play with you all he wants, but he knows he can't have you. Jack always does what's right. Delia's heart froze. Jack always did what was good and right, no matter the personal cost. Delia knew that. Diane said, "He'll go into politics,
Once he has enough money, enough contacts, he'll move on to the board and then run for governor, or the Senate, the presidency. It's in his blood. It would be a tragedy if he lost all that because of you."
The President of the United States? And Delia could see it. Absolutely. Who wouldn't vote for Jack? She hated everything about him. His money, his breeding, his beauty. Hated it and loved it. And she would vote for him. He'd always do what was right. He'd do what was hard and right.
Diane said, "He won't be able to keep you. He can't marry you. This engagement is bad enough. He needs a wife with money and connections herself to make it all the way. And as a mistress?" She shook her head. "Too much scandal for a perfect man." Delia had always known Jack wasn't for keeping. She'd been seduced by the fire, and it didn't matter if they turned into ash or into steel when they emerged from the other side. She couldn't keep him. She hadn't known that's what she would want until some bitch told her she couldn't have it. Delia said, "I don't know anything about Jack being president. I'll have to ask him about it sometime. I don't know anything about you, Diane, except that you're a bitch and we hate you. I'll let Jack know you stopped by." Diane's smile never changed. She stood and said, "Goodbye, Delia," as if all she wanted was someone to remind Jack about his future. Delia watched her walk away, watched heads turn in her direction, even Rick's. Delia waited until Diane was good and gone, then made her way slowly to Jack's office, thinking about who he was, who she was, thinking about who he could be, thinking about who she would never be. When she got to the office, he wasn't there. In a meeting, of course, since she hadn't seen him getting coffee. She walked to his desk and stared at nothing, since there was nothing to look at. His kitchen at home was the same. Nothing on the counters, everything put away and in its place. She turned, resting against his desk and looking at her painting of him. He'd hung it across from his desk, away from the windows, away from sunlight. She'd made fun of him for it, because who wants to stare at themselves all day long? But he'd said, "I don't see me when I look at it. I see you looking at me." It was him in his chair, leaning back and looking up. Her view of him these last few months, and she wished she was thoroughly sick of it, because no one should look like that. She wasn't sick of it, though. Not even close. Just the painting of him made her burn, made her want to track him down and finally try out that shower of his. Delia looked at her Jack, and knew Diane hadn't said anything that wasn't true. Delia couldn't keep him. She wanted to. She'd thought that the fire was the enemy, that it was what they had to conquer. She hadn't realized that even if they'd made it through that trial, there would be something else. Her and Jack together? They didn't make sense. They didn't want the same things, come from the same place, weren't even headed in the same direction. The President of the United States? She laughed hopelessly, closing her eyes to the truth of him, the truth of her, closed her eyes to what she saw in that painting. She'd thought she'd painted the Master of the Universe, but it was a lock of her hair twined around his finger, her reflection in his eyes. No wonder Jack didn't mind looking at himself. He was looking at love. Not just fire, but love. Reluctant adoration. She should have called it Master of her universe. He was the sun her tiny moon yearned to orbit, knowing all the while that she just wasn't enough. He was important. God damn it, he was perfect. She would never be enough. She loved him, and it didn't change anything. You didn't marry the help, although the help wasn't all that interested in marriage. You didn't commit to the help. You didn't share your life with the help. You didn't wake up next to the help every morning and give her your children. You kept the help on the side and married someone like Diane Evans. And that just made her feel bad for Jack. If that had been the future staring her in the face, she would have grabbed the first redhead she came to as well, would have bought a little red convertible and hid in Maine until the world forgot all about her. That's what Jack had tried to do. If only they'd gone to Maine. But she knew that one day Jack would remember what he had to do, and then he'd do it, and she would be left spinning out in the dark void. Not ash this time. Steel. One half of steel. Cold, lonely steel, with not even the comfort of nothingness to help heal her. It wouldn't be like Pierre, nothing but a tattoo to remind her. This time, all there would be was loneliness. Delia Woodson got rip-roaring drunk, the rip-roaringest drunk she'd ever been. She didn't go to the bar. This wasn't a social drink. This was medicinal. This was self-medicating. She got a case of beer and locked herself in her empty apartment. And it wasn't light beer either. Because drunk was what you got when you'd found the one, when your half finally became whole. Drunk was what you got when you couldn't keep him. 4 hours later, Jack banged on the door.
"Delia, are you in there?"
She shouted, "No!" She pushed herself off the living room floor and plastered herself against the door. She said, "Oh, Jack, I had a good plan, and then you came along and you just wouldn't leave me alone. And now I want you. I want more of you than I can ever have. I won't ever have enough of you." His voice was strong and clear, as if he was pressed up on the other side of the door.
"You already have me, Delia. You can have as much as you want."
"I can't keep you." Her heart squeezed tight, because that was what she wanted. "You'll want to go into politics. It's what men like you do."
"Men like me?"
"It's in your blood." There was a long pause.
"My blood?"
"You're a Lowell and a Cabot and... Okay, I don't really know who those people are, but I know they don't get involved with women who grew up in communes. Everyone knows that, Jack."
"Then everyone's wrong. I'm right. About us, I'm right."
"You're always right, Jack. That's what I'm trying to tell you." He'd always do what was right, and he would eventually have to settle down with someone proper. Delia had never been described as proper. She wasn't even sure she would recognize it when she saw it.
"Delia, we're right. So wrong it's right. Open the door."
She shook her head, even though he couldn't see it. "I ran into Diane Evans this morning." His voice went flat.
"You're kidding me. She's what this is about? Open this door, Delia, right now."
Delia turned the lock, stepping back when he pushed the door in. His hair was standing straight up, his tie crooked. She said, "What happened to you?"
"What happened to me? I've been searching for you for hours. When you didn't show up at work at your usual late hour, I called home. I checked the coffee shop. I drove home just in case you'd slipped in the shower and couldn't get to the phone. Ms. Charles is right now calling around to hospitals trying to find your broken, lifeless body."
He cursed, pulling out his phone and sending a quick text. Delia stared at his hair, distracted by the proof of his agitation. He ran his eyes down her body, checking that it was indeed unbroken, then glanced at the beer cans littering the floor. He said,
"And you were here, getting drunk."
"I had a rough morning."
"You had a rough morning?"
I was a couple hours late, Jack. You think maybe you overreacted?
He folded his arms, glowering at her, and her heart pitter-pattered. She stopped herself from wrapping herself around him, from apologizing, from dragging him down to the floor and pretending he was everything she needed in this world. And then she wrapped her arms around him as best she could, with his arms still folded, and whispered, "I'm sorry.
I was worried.
What if I'd just gone shopping?"
Without me?
She smiled, shaking her head. "You're right. How silly of me. I should have called." He unfolded his arms and pulled her tight against him. And she'd been right. She didn't need anything else, didn't need air to breathe when she was with him. Jack said,
Diane Evans is a viper, a slick-tongued snake, and you shouldn't listen to anything she says.
but she didn't say anything that wasn't true.
Nothing she said was true.
You're not a Cabot? You're not going to go into politics?
I'm Jack. That's all I am, and I have no interest, plans, or desire to go into politics.
You don't want to be president?
He laughed. Is that what she said?
Delia pulled back to look in his face and to get a good deep breath. She might need a little air, after all. I'd vote for you.
Thank you, Delia, but I don't want to be president.
You don't need to run the world? Your corner of it is enough?
Yes.
But what if you decide you do want that? He took a deep breath, closing the front door with his foot.
I don't. I won't. And even if I did, what does that have to do with us?
You can't be president with a woman like me. You need someone with connections, with money.
Do me a favor, Delia. Don't quote Diane Evans at me. It makes my skin crawl.
Tell me what she said wasn't true.
We've had a first lady who held seances and another who was an actress. The country would survive a hippie artist who didn't care who anyone's parents were.
And you think you could even get close to the presidency with a hippie girlfriend? I've been married once before. I'm not sure I'd want to do it again.
You weren't sure you wanted the fire to burn you up again, and you were wrong.
She didn't know if she'd been wrong. She was still waiting for it to burn out. Jack didn't wait for her to agree with him. He already knew he was right.
And again, I don't want to be president. You can take it as truth that anything Diane Evans says is a lie and meant to get her something she wants.
Diane had got her claws in Jack once. They'd slept together, when he'd been tired and stressed and in need of someone. He knew it had been a mistake right away. He'd apologized and said it would never happen again. 2 weeks later, she'd shown up telling him she was pregnant. He'd looked in her beautiful face and hadn't believed her. Hadn't believed that even if she was telling the truth, that the child would be his. He'd bought a pregnancy test, showing up unannounced and herding her into her bathroom. She'd cried, perfect fake tears, and said she couldn't do it in front of him. He'd just folded his arms and waited, prayed that he hadn't created a child with a woman he couldn't trust to pee on a stick without him watching. And when she'd finally given in, when the test finally came back negative, he hadn't said a word, simply left. The next time they'd seen each other, she had been how she always was, like nothing had ever happened. Delia said, "Oh, Jack, all it takes is one look at you and everyone can see that you would make a perfect president." That hadn't been a lie, even if it was only said to get her something she wants. He would admit that politics was a path many of his peers took once they'd made their fortune. It had never interested him. He didn't like to be distracted, and to him that's what politics was. one never-ending distraction.
I've learned recently, Delia, that I don't care what anyone else wants for me. I want what I want, and I want to take you into the bedroom, take off all your clothes, and make sure that nothing is wrong with you.
There's lots wrong with me, he whispered.
There's nothing wrong with you. You're perfect. Perfect for me.
And he could see perfectly well that she didn't believe him. He said,
It really irritates me that you won't believe me when I say something beautiful and from the heart, and yet Diane Evans says one thing dripping with poison, and you take it as truth.
Diane Evans doesn't say things that don't make any sense.
Diane Evans doesn't say things that scare you. She says things you want to believe.
She blinked, and he walked her backwards toward the bedroom. He said,
I've found what makes me happy. It's you, Delia.
It's just fire, Jack. It burns out. He said,
It's the fire of the sun, Delia. When it burns out, life will be over.
She melted against him, and he lifted her so their faces were even, her feet dangling in the air. She whispered, A poet.
Don't tell my mother.
I won't. It will be my secret. Everyone will think you're straight-laced and perfect, but I'll know. You're not. You're a poet.
Still think I would make a good president?
She smiled, shaking her head. The country would not survive. He sat on the bed, falling backwards with her on top, and he groaned.
Let's go home. I'm not sure my back would recover from an afternoon on this bed.
You exaggerate. He wasn't. The floor might be softer than this bed. She crawled off him, and he groaned again.
Delia.
Let's go home. You're too old for this bed. Jack closed his eyes and sighed, his chest loosening.
Let's sublet this place, just like Gus Summers suggested.
That way, if Delia disappeared again, he would know where she was, and he would have a key and wouldn't be locked out like today. He opened his eyes to find her smiling down at him. She whispered, Do you know what I like most about you? And if he hadn't already been sure she was still drunk, that would have proved it. He shook his head, and she lay down next to him, putting her head on his chest. She said, How much you love your sister. A man who loves his sister will love his woman. He squeezed her, and she murmured, God, this bed is hard. He smiled, cradling her against his chest. She slept, the sleep of an emotionally exhausted, drunk woman who was safe now, safe and secure, and yes, loved. Chapter 16. Jack's mother returned from Oklahoma a week later. She'd stayed for the New Year and had come back when summer school had started. Jack picked her up from the airport. She'd sniffed when he asked her how Oklahoma was and said, It's windy. Luckily, Summer had called a few times telling him more than that, or he would have been forced to fly out there to see for himself. Catherine said, I had suspected there was nothing in Oklahoma, and now I am convinced. I expect Augusta Summer will come back to Boston, to us, eventually. Jack glanced at her, and she caught his gaze. My daughter has been Augusta since the day she was born. It will take me a little while to think of her as something else.
She appreciates you trying.
Does she? He nodded, merging onto the highway, and Catherine said, Is that why she rolls her eyes at me? He chuckled.
The eye roll is much easier to take over the phone, I've noticed.
And the long put-upon sigh?
Perhaps she'll grow out of it. Perhaps we'll become fond of it with a little distance.
Perhaps Oklahoma will blow it out of her. There must be something to the place. People do live there. They were quite cheerful. Jack thought it would be best if his mother never went back there. He said,
"She'll come back to us. For the summer, at least."
"And you don't think that is confusing? Summer will be home for the summer?"
"It doesn't matter if it's confusing. She doesn't want to be Augusta. She wants to be Summer."
Catherine murmured, "She wants to be happy. Why can't she be happy as Augusta?" Jack knew why. Augusta was a name filled with expectations. He'd lived his life under a mountain of expectations, and now could see that it didn't have to be that way. He was happy that his sister had found a way to climb out from under them, even if it meant she had to change her name and move to Oklahoma. His mother would never understand any of that, though, so he only said,
"Summer has to be better than Gus."
Catherine sighed. "Yes, it is better than Gus, and I suppose it is the price of motherhood to have one's children hate what one has given them." He didn't say anything to that, and she said, if you have children, you'll see. They love you and need you and cling to you, and then when they finally get interesting, when they finally have something to say that doesn't involve a toy, they leave you for a God-forsaken prairie. They call you because it's a duty, because they used to love you, because they used to need you. And if Jack had been an 18-year-old girl, he would have rolled his eyes at his mother's backhanded way of reminding him he'd forgotten to call her Sunday evening. He said,
"I apologize for missing our call. Something came up, but I should have at least sent you a text."
"I was worried. Was it the painter?" It had been the painter. They'd lain the day away in bed, talking and laughing and loving. They'd tried to make spaghetti for dinner and had failed miserably. Jack had gotten distracted when Delia had hopped up on the kitchen counter in one of his shirts and her skimpy underwear. He'd forgotten all about calling his mother. He said,
"No, I tried to make dinner and the resulting mess occupied my attention."
"You tried to make dinner?" She shook her head. "I'm sure the painter is a wonderful person. I don't like her for you."
"Let me guess. You've been talking to Diane."
Cold silence greeted him, and he turned to her in shock. Anger burned in her eyes, and she said, "Did you know?" He whipped his head forward before he rear-ended the car in front of him and asked, still surprised,
"How long have you known?"
"Augusta Summer told me when she was leaving. She told me that you would never want Diane, and she told me why."
"I'm sorry, Mother."
And that was all he could say. He was sorry it was the truth. He was sorry she knew. He was sorry she hadn't known sooner. She said to the window, "And what do you know of loss? What do you know of losing a husband twice?" He said quietly,
"I lost a father. I lost a mother when I needed her most. I lost a mother. Twice."
She sighed. "You didn't lose me. I've been here. Perhaps not how you wanted me, not how you needed me. It is unfortunate that we can't always be what someone else needs, even when that someone is your child." It was unfortunate. She hadn't been what they'd needed, and Jack didn't know if she hadn't wanted to or simply couldn't. And now, like she'd said, they didn't need her. He said,
"Do you know what I want for you, Mother? To be happy, right now, in this moment."
She closed her eyes. Why does everyone want so much to be happy? I've been happy. It doesn't last. Happy gets taken from you by an icy road. Happy gets taken from you by a sweaty frat girl. Happy gets taken from you by a prairie. Happy gets taken from you by a painter. Jack took her hand, squeezing it.
I'm still here. No one has taken me from you.
You don't think so? You're 40 years old, Jack, and for the first time in your life, I didn't see or hear from you on a Sunday evening.
And I've told you, you can't blame Delia for that.
I can, and I do. You've changed, Jack, and I know it's because of her. He had changed. He couldn't argue with that. And he knew it was because of Delia, too. Knew it, and was grateful for it. Catherine said, "I'm only glad you aren't really engaged." Jack remembered Delia's voice, muffled through the door, telling him how she wanted more of him than she could have. Him telling her she could have as much as she wanted. She could have all of him. She already did. How did one propose to a woman like Delia? Engagement ring in the bottom of a paint can? He said,
The engagement announcement was premature. Now it's not.
Catherine sucked in a breath. Can't you just... She waved her hand in the air. Get her a little apartment? I don't know why it has to be marriage.
I've swept up the pieces for you, given nearly 20 years of my life for you. You're my mother, and I love you. But this I won't give to you.
You want the painter that much?
Her name is Delia.
Why? Why her?
Because she makes me happy.
Because she laughed at him, and he could laugh with her. Because when she was near, he couldn't not smile. Because she filled his empty place, and the cold and the bleak and the lifeless stood no chance against her. He wouldn't ever let her go. He wouldn't let anything take her from him. Not an icy road, not a sweaty frat boy, not a prairie or even a painter. Catherine said, "Happy." Jack said,
I didn't know I needed to be happy until I met her.
She pinched her lips, and Jack said,
And I need something from you, Mother.
She turned in her seat to look at him.
For you to accept that I've chosen the woman who is right for me. I see how we can fit together, and I like it.
Her chin tipped up slightly. You want me to accept that the painter will make you a good wife?
That is what I need.
He pulled off the highway, stopping at a red light, and looked at his mother. Looked at the woman who had lost her happy time after time, leaving him to take care of her responsibilities. She could give him what he needed this one time. Catherine Lowell Cabot Bradley nodded and said, Then I will give my son the thing he needs most. She turned her head forward again, poised in her seat. I'll expect her for Sunday dinner. He and Delia hadn't spoken again about Diane and her bid for First Lady. They'd gone back to laughing and loving and letting the fire have its fun. But Jack knew Delia was waiting for it to be over. She was living in the moment, refusing to look at a future with him. And he was done living like that. It was time to get what he wanted. He had spent the morning preparing, taking Delia out early for a $3 coffee to get her out of the condo, giving Ms. Charles time to organize. He'd spent the rest of the morning in meetings. His arm was killing him, but he'd known he'd needed something to give Delia, something that would last, something wild and crazy, to get her to see what he saw, because he saw them forever, not just for now, and he would fight dirty if he had to. No one ever said no to him, except Delia. She climbed into the convertible, asking where they were going for lunch and raising her eyebrows when he said they were going back home. You know if we go home, we'll never get back to work.
That is my plan.
She closed her eyes, smiling and leaning her head against the headrest, letting her hair whip around her face. It had been silly to buy a convertible at the end of autumn. He would guess most people waited for summer, but neither of them seemed to care. The heater worked even with the top down. They rode the elevator, his arm around her waist, and he said,
"You have paint in your hair, again."
He hated it. He hated any of her wild hair covered, tamed with beige paint. She whispered, "It's ochre." He looked down at her in surprise, and she said, "You had that look on your face, that I hate beige look."
I do hate beige.
"I know, but this is ochre." He kissed her, his heart trying to come out of his throat. They were right. They fit. He would make her see that. He opened the door to their home and said,
"I thought about taking you to Maine, but decided this would be better."
"Better for what?" He unbuttoned the top button of his shirt, and she laughed. "You're right. This is better. It's closer." He yanked one sleeve down and ripped off the bandage to show a freshly scrawled tattoo on his upper arm. He said,
"Better for asking you to marry me."
Her mouth fell open, and she stared at her name inked into his skin. She looked up into his eyes, and he said,
"I was going to put a heart around it, but that seemed cliché."
She closed her mouth slowly, reaching out. His eyes flinched, but he held still, and she traced the flames surrounding her name in the air above his arm. He said softly,
"It's a wildfire, out of control, unstoppable, leaving everything in its wake reborn and stronger."
Her bottom lip wobbled, and she whispered, "That must have hurt."
Excuse my language, but it hurts like a bitch. Still.
She laughed, and it was wet and teary. "Do you want me to kiss it and make it better?"
"No, I want you to kiss me and make me all better."
She stepped in close, her body fitting into his just right. He whispered,
"Lizard brain wants what lizard brain wants. He's made it this far. Maybe he knows what he's doing."
She shook her head. "Lizard brain only knows how to survive."
"He knows I need you to survive. I know I need you to thrive."
"Oh, Jack." He could hear the no in her voice, and he said,
"Delia, I'm pulling out all the stops. You're not leaving until you say yes."
He edged her toward the bedroom, and she said, "Oh, God, are you going to torture it out of me?"
"Yes."
She dug in her heels. "Even if I was going to get married again, even if I was selfish enough to let you marry me, I grew up in a commune. My parents are hippies. The last joint-smoking, free-lovin' hippies. You can't tie yourself to that, even if you don't want to be president."
"It's no secret, Delia, that you and yours march to a different beat. But I do have a secret. One that guarantees I don't ever want to be president. One that ensures I couldn't ever be."
"I know. Your mother's father isn't her father. Who cares?" He bent to her ear, whispering who his mother's father was. She pulled back from him. Her lips curled into a grimace, and she whispered, "That's who your grandfather is? I thought I wouldn't know who he was." Jack smiled and tugged her all the way into the bedroom.
"Rumored to be. Not even Mother really knows."
He kissed her, and she leaned into him before she jerked back. "I can't kiss you. You're a...
"Maybe. And illegitimate even if I am. It doesn't count."
She chewed on her lip. "Are you sure?" He nodded, tucking her head under his chin. Illegitimate didn't count. There would be opposition if he ever poked his head into politics. A certain family was fiercely loyal to the memory of its dead president. Diane Evans could think his maybe blood was an asset, but he knew it wouldn't be. It would be an insult and a challenge. Delia said softly, "You don't look anything like him."
Then maybe it's just a story. Grandmother always liked to brag that she was a fast little number before fast was acceptable. You would have liked her.
And she had your mother?
She overreacts in the opposite direction. And incidentally, she thinks you would make me a good wife.
Her face went blank in shock. Then, "Is that an insult? It kind of sounds like one."
Is it an insult to say I would make you a good husband?
To you or to me? He laughed.
It's not an insult to either of us. You would make me a good wife. I will make you a good husband.
He pushed in the door to the closet, showcasing the floor-to-ceiling shoes, sparkly heels, leather boots, summery sandals.
I've given you my closet, Delia. I've inked your name into my skin. I know you'll marry me.
She walked into the closet, her eyes wide and round, her mouth hanging. She whispered, "You do fight dirty." She turned, her arms crossed, her jaw clenched. "You're serious about this?"
I don't know why it takes a shoe store and permanent disfiguration to get you to realize that, but yes.
Because you think you love me. Because you think I love you.
I don't think you love me. I know it. Every time you look at me, you tell me. You're telling me right now.
He looked at her jutted chin, the spark in her eyes. He saw the love she tried to hide. He saw the fear. He said,
"Do you think the fault lies with me or with you?"
"What fault? That I might love you or that you're delusional?"
No. Why you think I can't love you back? Is it because you don't think I can love like you do?
Jack, of course not.
I never have before. I've never tried. Never wanted to try. Maybe I can't.
Delia said, "You'll be perfect at it, like always." He took a step toward her.
I'm not perfect. I'm a bit of an ass.
You are. She narrowed her eyes. You're also a good liar.
Yes, I am.
You think you'll love me better than I love you? He held up his arms, the closet and his new tattoo his proof.
I'll be perfect at loving you, and all you've got is you don't think you're good enough for me.
She didn't like that. Didn't like to think that she was a snob, and she huffed at him. He said,
If it doesn't matter who my parents are, then it doesn't matter who yours are.
And your mother really thinks I'd make a good wife?
Yes.
I'll have to ask her. He pulled out his phone and handed it to her.
Go ahead.
She muttered, "Remind me not to play poker with you."
It's not a bluff. Go ahead and call her.
She looked down at the phone. A picture of her sleeping stared back at her. She murmured, "I am definitely suing you about this."
Why? You're wearing pants.
Her lips twitched, and when she looked up, she said softly, "Am I always going to give you whatever you want?"
Don't worry. You'll always make me work for it.
She took a step toward him. "Then I've got a new plan, Jack." He didn't know if he was going to like this new plan. He kept having to get her plans out of his way. She said, "I wanted enough. And now I realize enough is just not enough. I want it all. I want all of you."
You already have all of me, Delia. All my attention, all my trust, all my love.
She wrapped her arms around his waist. squeezing. I gave you a chance, John Fitzwilliam Cabot. You didn't take it, and now I'm never letting go.
Then we're engaged,
She said flippantly. It's only temporary. I'll marry you someday. She looked at his arm. I have to. I can't let you go through life getting naked with other women with that on your arm. It would be embarrassing. Jack's heart stopped trying to choke him. His stomach settled. He said, making sure she knew what she was getting into,
You do know I am a corporate shill, right?
and a Cabot. I know. I love you anyway. He kissed her.
See? You're perfect. Perfect for me.
And this time, she believed him. Epilogue. 5 years later. Tell me again why you're getting married now? Justine rubbed her very pregnant belly, then buttoned another 10 buttons up the back of Delia's dress. Summer pushed Justine gently out of the way. Sit down and make sure I don't miss any. Justine sat with a sigh, lifting her feet out of her shoes. This baby would be born any day now. Her cankles told her so. Another boy. After a hard 3 years of trying, she'd wanted a sibling for Paul Jr. They'd wanted a sibling for Paul Jr. Paul because he'd grown up close to his sister, Justine because she'd grown up alone. Paulie Jr. had come so easily, too easily, too quickly. The second baby had been the hard work. But now they were going to have 2 boys, and all the shots, all the worry, all the heartache had been worth it. Justine couldn't be happier. Any day now, and she just wouldn't be any happier. She said, It's been 5 years, Delia. Why are you getting married now when I'm about ready to pop? Why not? It's time. Justine looked at 3-year-old William, with his chocolate brown eyes fussing with the flower in his lapel, and 1-year-old Seraphina with her flyaway red curls trying to eat the flower petals out of her basket. It was time 5 years ago, 3 years ago, and 1 year ago. Delia shook her head, bending to take the petal out of her daughter's mouth. It's time now. The fire has burned down to an ember. Our children have doused us with cold water. We're steel. We're not promising to love and cherish each other with this ceremony. We're promising that we already do. Summer poked her. And Summer threatened that if I didn't make an honest man out of her brother soon, she'd tell her mother what those dragons on her ceiling were doing to each other. But mostly, it was just time. Summer buttoned the final button, pulling the train out and gazing at the high-necked, intricately embroidered dress. I can't believe you let Mother pick out your dress. It means something to her, more than it would mean to me. Justine knew Delia's white dress was embroidered with flames licking at her feet, crawling up the dress. She couldn't see them from here, but she knew they were there. Summer muttered, I'm not letting her pick out my dress. And at least you didn't let her put you in a veil. That was Jack. He said, no veil, nothing in my hair. Delia, this is your wedding. You've got to have some say in it. Delia smiled. I already have everything I want. This ceremony is for everyone else. Justine checked the clock, making sure that they were on schedule and sighing when they realized they were early. And now we wait for 30 minutes. You're welcome. Delia laughed. That's why I put you in charge. But we're supposed to meet with the priest under the large oak tree before the ceremony. Justine sucked in a breath. We who? The bridal party. It's bad luck for the groom to see the bride before the wedding. Delia said, Too late. He's already seen the bride naked this morning. Summer gagged. Seriously, There are children present." Delia tried not to smile. She said to Justine, "This is my part of the wedding. Underneath the tree, just us, and then I will happily put up with all this pomp and circumstance." Justine closed her eyes and rubbed her belly. "Convenient how you forgot to tell me about this." Would you really have preferred to worry about it for months on end instead of the 5 minutes you're going to get? Justine would have preferred that they do this right, but she knew better. Delia didn't do anything right. Justine held out her arms. "Help me out of this chair." Summer and Delia each grabbed an arm and tugged gently, and Justine muttered, "You just had to get married when I am 10 months pregnant." "It was poor planning on my part. Next time, I'll schedule better." "There had better not be a next time, for either of us." Summer buttoned Delia's train up so she could walk out on the grass, and they trooped out the side door. Jack and Paul stood under the large oak tree. Jack smiled when Seraphina and William ran to him, and Paul kept a grip on Paulie Jr.'s hand. Karen, Steve, Little Princess, and her 2 little brothers stood a little ways off, grinning wildly. There was no priest waiting, but Paul and Justine's parents were all hurrying toward the tree. Justine looked around. "Did anyone tell your parents to come out here, Delia?" Delia shook her head, not stopping until she was next to Jack, and sliding her arm around his waist. Everyone looked at Justine and smiled. Paul dropped to one knee, opening a square blue box, and Justine realized this moment under the tree wasn't part of Delia's wedding.
"Would you marry me again, Justine? Would you say yes, now that we've loved and fought and made ourselves into a family? Would you say yes now that I couldn't live without you?"
She looked down at the mother's ring inside the box, or perhaps it should be called a family ring, since there were 4 stones: pink, light green, red, dark green. 1 stone for every member of their family, born and unborn. Tears flooded her eyes, and her mother pulled a Kleenex out of her purse, sliding it into Justine's hand. Justine sniffed. "How could you do this to a pregnant woman? I'm never going to be able to fix my makeup." Paul said,
"She's my pregnant woman, and she deserves to be swept off her feet."
She laughed, her heart nearly bursting, and she nodded. Of course she would marry him. He stood up and she hugged him as best she could, leaning her forehead against him. He cupped her heavy belly, lifting gently, and she breathed in relief as the weight was taken from her. She took another deep breath, wiping under her eyes. The birds in the tree started singing. The sun broke free from a cloud. Justine said, "Oh, Paul, I'd marry you again and again." He smiled down at her, and she thought she didn't ever want to live without him. She glanced at Delia and Jack. "But we're on a deadline." Paul grinned, kissing her hand and waving the priest over. They renewed their vows under the tree, their families watching. And even though Justine knew a vow renewal was the kiss of death for most marriages, it wouldn't be for this one. She looked at her husband and her son, felt the new ring on her finger and the child inside her, and knew it had been decided. When the priest announced them husband and wife again, everyone clapped, crowding around and congratulating them. Justine lasted 5 minutes, then pointed to Jack and Delia and said, "Now can we get these 2 married?" Delia said, "Can't we do it out here?" Justine pried her off Jack and marched her back to the church. Delia said over her shoulder, "See you in 5 minutes." And Jack grinned.
"I'll believe it when I see it."
Summer herded the children back inside, and Justine checked one more time that the rings were in William's vest pocket. She pulled a leaf out of Delia's hair and one out of Seraphina's mouth. She nodded to the priest, and when he'd made his way to the front, she nodded to Summer. Summer bent down to William and Seraphina.
We're going to walk to your daddy now, just like we practiced.
William nodded, and Seraphina threw a petal at her aunt. Summer grinned.
Yep, just like that.
Summer followed them down the aisle, smiling and laughing, directing them toward their father when they forgot. Delia's parents were flanking the door on each side, ready to escort their daughter down the aisle, and Justine checked one more time that Delia looked perfect. Justine said softly,
Is any part of this wedding yours?
It's all mine, Justine. It's perfect. Justine nodded, wiping her eyes one last time, then waddled down the aisle. Paul sat in the front pew, Paulie Jr. in his arms, even though he was getting too big, and when Justine came to them, she stopped instead of continuing on to stand with Summer and the children. It was where Justine belonged, with her husband and her son. And Delia had told Justine weeks ago that if she gave birth during the wedding, there would be retribution. It would involve a mean-looking needle and a tattoo. And Justine had decided the matron of honor didn't have to stand in front with the wedding party. Paul brought Justine's hand up to his mouth and kissed it. She smiled at him, then turned to watch Delia walk down the aisle, her hair floating around her head, wild and untamed. Delia's mom on one arm, her dad on the other, their long hair braided with flowers. They escorted her to the front and then went to stand next to Jack's mother. She was standing next to a distinguished gentleman and looking pleased. Jack picked Seraphina up, taking a flower out of her mouth, and clasped William's hand. When the organ finished its march, William said into the silence,
Mama is pretty.
The congregation chuckled, the women dabbing at their eyes. Jack said,
Yes, she is.
Delia took William's free hand in one of hers and found Jack's hand underneath the folds of Seraphina's dress with the other. Jack smiled at Delia, his eyes only for her, his face still beyond beautiful, but now a little older, the lines around his eyes and mouth deep, as if he'd spent the last 5 years laughing. Jack repeated the priest, saying his vows slowly, and finally sliding his ring onto Delia's finger. Delia sighed, smiling up at him, clearly still in love with him. Forever. Unbreakable. She said, I, Delia Wildfire Woodson, take you, John Fitzwilliam Cabot, to be my husband. I promise to be true to you in good times and in bad, in sickness and in health. I will love you and honor you all the days of my life. She slid the ring onto his finger, and then she snickered, Fitzwilliam. This has been Some Like It Perfect. It's Only Temporary Book 3. Written by Megan Bryce. Narrated by Tess Irondale. Copyright 2013 by Megan Bryce. Production copyright 2018 by Megan Bryce.